A pleasant good morning. It's 25 minutes after 9 here at the Cumberland playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Pleasant good morning to you all wherever you're viewing this broadcast, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you may be. Welcome to the Cumberland playing field. Broadcasting the third place playoff match between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica here at the Cumberland playing field. Grenada and St. Lucia, they are playing the finals at the Sign Hill playing field closer to Kingston. But we are here at the Cumberland playing field. It's a sunny morning. It's really and truly a wonderful day again for cricket. Just one day we had some interruption with the rain, but generally it has been very good conditions for a cricket playing. The news here is that Dominica have won the toss and have inserted St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They have won the toss and have inserted St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The teams, Dominica, Jan Benjamin, Kavem Hodge, Tyrone Theophil, Jahison Alexander, Jed Joseph, Casimir Benjamin, Taj Tavernier, Stephen Pascal, Vincent Lewis, Kyron Phillip, and Gillan Tyson. The extras are Delani Alexander, Brian Joseph, and Malachi Xavier. The St. Vincent Grenadines team, Sonny Lambris, Desron Maloney, Gidron Pope, Darren Graves, Kieran Katoy, Dylan Douglas, Kenneth Denbar, Tilran Harry, Rashid Fredericks, Solomon Bascom, and Dean Brown. Interestingly enough, I'll get to that in white. Otney Lewis is the 12th, Darius Martin 13, and Romano Pierre 14 men. Interestingly enough, St. Vincent Grenadines has not selected Darius Martin in the squad. He took 5 for 50 in that game on Friday at Sign Hill. Questions were asked of the management of the team. Decided they are going to be tight-lipped. They're not going to say why he's not playing. Is he injured? We don't know. We cannot say. Is he being omitted? We just cannot say. We are only letting you, the viewers, know that the young man at 5 for 50 has been omitted, and that is a fact of life. We have to face the realities of life. All over the world, when main players are omitted, there's always a reason. Whether a little niggling injury, or he has been omitted to give somebody else a chance. Nothing like that. Everybody tight-lipped. But be that as me, I, an individual, say it like it is. We still are left with an unanswered question as to why he was omitted. A pleasant good morning to you, Cousin.
Good morning to you, Mr. Hines. Good morning to your viewers around the world, wherever you are in the Windward Islands, in the Caribbean by extension, and internationally. It's good to see you back at Cumberland again. You left for Sand Hill, and I missed your company.
Well, rotation.
Rotation, yes. And it's good to have you back, and it's good to see that cricket is still here. It will be interesting to see the approach that Dominica will take, having gotten a chance to bat first, bowl first on this track here at Cumberland. But this is the first time St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be playing here. Most of the players are all of the players are from St. Vincent. Some of them would have played on this track already, so it will be a matter of how they apply themselves.
Yes, and it's a question to see what the track look like. So I haven't had a good look at it. I honestly believe, and I will say it, Dominica erred. They should have gone and batted. The pitch looks a belter. Yes, there's going to be some level of preparation, moisture, but with this hot sun that's baking, it's obviously within an hour it will be gone. It's a matter of trying to negotiate the first 10 overs, I would say, and see where you stand. But be that as it may, they have made the decision. We're going to go with it. And let's see what pans up. It looks like a very good belter of a wicket. A wicket 250 thereabout, 300, if they can put their heads down and bat.
Yes, and you rightly call it, because we have seen where batsmen who have battered the first 15 overs and have lost their wicket back through into the 25th, 30th over, and once they're there, they get past 50. We see Teddy Bishop for Grenada. We see Johan Jeremiah, all these batsmen, even Kevin Hodge for Dominica, who really stifled things out and was able to make half century. It's Vincent Lewis, who's going to start from the river end. It's the first time he's going to bowl from that end, and it will be interesting to see how he bowls to the left-hander.
Yes, well, it's a new game. It's a new day. It's a question to see who would be able to hold the pieces together. As we see Vincent Lewis, the umpire calling play. Vincent Lewis, the left arm over from the southern or Kingston end. In. This one short, lifting a bit slowly, but he on top of it, I wrote it down quite nicely. And he's looking at the pitch from just one delivery.
Yeah, he was anticipating the ball to come on to, but remember we talked about that moisture that would stick up the ball a bit, and if you notice how long he took to ride that ball back onto the floor of the pitch, it shows the slowness of the track with that moisture.
Yes, I think it's for now because of the moisture. But it'll be advisable to Lewis to keep the ball up on a good line Try to utilize his first 10 overs to see what can happen. Lewis in. This one just on outside the off stump. Very good line this time. Very good line. He defended it out on the offside to backward point, and there is no run. No wicket for no run. For those just joining us here, viewing this and listening to this broadcast, Dominica won the toss and they elected to field. St. Vincent Grenadines batting. St. Vincent Grenadines have omitted Anthony Lewis, Darius Martin, and Romario Pierre. And you say a debutant in Solomon Bascom playing his first game for SVG. As Lewis from the southern end. Oh my goodness. This one pitched up a bit and with quite a lot of bottom hand. Pope pushed it back to just to the right of Lewis. He made an attempt but didn't touch it. Technically it's not really a chance because it was away from him. Don't think he got a hand to it.
Is it because he didn't get a hand to it?
No, it cannot be a chance because he did not get his hand to hit. Because following through is not the easiest time to take a catch, especially from a fast bowler.
Yes, and he's a left-hander bowling into the left hand, and he went away from his right hand.
Going away from his right hand, which is his left hand. Lewis from the southern end in. Outside the off stump, and my heaven, I believe he got a nick,
There was some baton to it.
Yes, definitely big from. You can see the body language of the Dominicans. Wicketkeeper did not take it cleanly. That's the number 7. That's Casimir Benjamin.
Yeah, it was actually moving away still after it hit the bat and was going towards the first slip area and died on its way.
So certainly, this one is definitely a chance that's been given there to Pope. We look at the replay as Lewis into Pope. This one, better judgment on outside the off stump. Allow it to go by, taken cleanly by the new keeper. That is Benjamin, because remember there are 2 Benjamin. This is Casimir Benjamin as against Jan Benjamin,
which is the captain.
The immunity wicketkeeper.
You cannot hide him.
You cannot be hidden. Smallest man in the entire field out there. As Lewis from the southern end races in to bowl to Pope. This one wide outside the off stump. Call and signal by umpire. That's Williams from St. Lucia. And the other umpire is Cameron Green out of St. Vincent and Grenadines. So the total is up now.
First run.
1, an extra, a sundry as the Australian would say. 1 without loss here at the Cumberland playing field. Dominica won the toss and inserted St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As Dominica, they also made 3 changes to their team, where we saw Delani Alexander out, Brian Joseph out, and Malachi Xavier also out. As Lewis from the southern end in, again outside the off stump, through to the keeper, the end of over number 1, 1 without loss, a wide, and slow start.
Yes, a very sedated one. Very watchful is, even though there was an opportunity there, very watchful is Pope. But I must say, good bowling there from Lewis, bowling from that end. He may just be disturbed a bit by it's too wide, but I think that's part of what he's asking Pope to get at it. And we saw about the third ball, there was an edge that was put down by the keeper. So all in all, I believe that battle would have won by Dominica.
Yes, over number 1, I thought that battle was won there by Dominica, and St. Vincent Grenadines should have lost Pope with a catch behind, but Keeper very early did not take it, and let's see if they're going to pay a price or would they have him dismissed early before he gets off the mark, really. But that's the game of glorious uncertainties, this game named cricket. The sun is out in all its glory here now. Gillan Tyson, he is taking out his mark, his run up, and we bowl into
Maloney.
Desron Maloney, and he got 64 in the game on Friday.
In a losing cause.
Tyson from this and on end. This was a good one this time. Just touching down somewhere just on outside the off stump and a little bit of a lift. But as you alluded to earlier, this early preparation moisture, I believe, created that. But certainly it was a good first up delivery there from Tyson.
Yeah, and what the Vincentian batsman will have to do now is to somewhat get the adjustment quickly, because Vincent Lewis is a more slide on bowler, and while here Tyson is more an upright bowler. He's a tall lad, so he extract that bounce naturally. So they will really have to try to come to terms with these two bowlers.
Maloney faces Tyson. Outside the off stump, he's out caught behind. We heard it from here. Playing outside the off stump, one that with a lateral movement, he flayed at it, took a nick, and this time Casimir Benjamin made no mistake and has taken this catch. So St. Vincent 1 wicket down for 1 run, with Maloney having got a very good knock of 64 on Friday. He's gone without trouble in the scorers. St. Vincent Grenadiers 1 for 1.
Well, all the inroads, good start here from Dominica. I believe that first over that Vincent really bold, and Maloney now coming out for 50 from the last game. Well, he tried to get that one and just didn't get value for his shot.
So Dominica, after a good start, as we said before, the first 10 overs with a bit of preparation moisture, that one certainly had with lateral movement, seamed away from Maloney on a good line, played at it, got a nick, and Casimir Benjamin said, "Thank you very much on this early Sunday morning."
Well, nothing easy like a Sunday morning catch like that, Mr. Hines.
Very comfortable catch. So the new man in is
Douglas.
Dylan Douglas. He has been promoted to number 3. St. Vincent 1 for 1. And since they could easily have been 2 down for 1.
Well,
had the catch been taken by Benjamin.
In the first over.
In the very first over, but they have early breakthrough, early inroads, so to speak. As we see number 3 on his back, that's Gillan Tyson. We're bowling now to Dylan Douglas. He's there looking at the pitch. He's doing a bit of a gardening. It's all a matter of the mind.
Well, it's an ideal place to do gardening, as we realize there's a lot of forested area here, farmers around. So you're just helping the Cumberland track.
Tyson in, outside the off stump, and I think he got on top of it and forces it out to square third man, and Douglas off the mark with 2 for 1, St. Vincent Grenadines. Certainly well on top of it, head well over it, and guided it down to white third man. He's off the mark.
Yeah, I like the way he played it. He played it very late. He didn't try to overhit it, even though it now was a power play session. He just wanted to get the ball onto the bat, and that he didn't just guide it past him on that backward point and for 1.
Yes, he got a feel of the pitch, so to speak. So the left-handed Gideon Pope, having survived the very first over, he'll be facing out to Tyson, and he has to be a little careful. For what we are seeing from Tyson, that ball will be seaming into him if he can hold his line. So he'll have to be very careful and mindful in. That one striking him on the pad, but clearly you can see that movement going across him, and another good delivery is on target.
Yes, he is, and this is the difference that I was talking about, where Gideon has to now negotiate Vincent and Tyson, and that one angling down leg was adjudged not out by the umpire.
So there's a slip, shot, fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, Tyson to Pope, and Pope pushes this one out to mid off. It's fielded there by number 22, that's Hodge, and the total remains 2 for 1. So as I said, a slip, backward points, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on it. Also a deep third man. 2 for 1. St. Vincent Grenadines having been inserted to bat here against Dominica. In Tyson goes and he played at that one that really zipped across him, played at it, committed him to the shot, and a very good over indeed from Tyson. St. Vincent Grenadines in a bit of an early bother, 2 for 1.
Well, apart from that one wicket that has been lost, I could clearly say that they're really been very watchful to how things are going to proceed. It's that new ball again, and you expect that these new ball, there's a gentle breeze that is moving across. First time we're seeing it at the starting of a game, that gentle breeze that is blowing in the palms, and they will have to really, and this left and right combination, they will have to really get past this phase quickly.
Dominica certainly wouldn't be minding what they're seeing, based on the fact there's this early assistance with their 2 opening bowlers, Lewis and Tyson. Lewis will continue from the southern end in, and Douglas striking him on the pad. I believe there was a nick. I think I heard a nick there, but another good delivery, and Douglas looking to play the big shot. I think it's too early.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Douglas would have realized that there's a deep square for that same flick shot. And it's good thinking from Benjamin, the captain from Dominica. You understand that Dylan is one that likes to get his business on quickly. And clearly see another adjustment to the field there.
Yes, and he has to be mindful to build an innings rather than to go ultra aggressive at this early stage, having lost the informed Desmond Maloney. Lewis in. At this one again outside the off stump, and he actually felt for that one outside the off stump. Didn't know which way the ball was going. Eventually got it out from the lower portion of bat down to third man for a single. He's up to 2. Another good delivery there by Lewis.
Excellent, good call, good ask from Lewis. In the game, the game at Sion Hill, at the end of the second over, Grenada is 17 without loss.
Well, 17 without loss, Grenada in that final against St. Lucia. As Lewis, we are here at Cumberland playing field in the 3rd place playoff. As Lewis to bowl now to Pope. And Pope on top of this one, back of a length, pushes it out to cover, and there is no run. Did you look at that game, women's game last night?
No, I had other commitments.
Okay, but the Australians are just awesome. And a brilliant innings from Haley Matthews. She got 99 not out. Brilliant innings. 99 not out. A brilliant innings. I looked at it and she really played some superb shots. Some shots all around the wickets, man. Really, really is a wonderful, refreshing knock from a West Indian female batter. Lewis in. Outside the off stump again. Similar line. Pope on top of this one. Sedately push it back to the bowler, and there is no run. But then the Australians, when it's their turn to bat, we saw Healy and the others just...
Like a meal of it?
I tell you, you have said it. To be honest, it tells us that if Haley Matthews doesn't make runs, West Indies team will be in real trouble. We are in trouble already, but based on what we are seeing. But if she doesn't make runs now, Stephanie Taylor, we are in real problems there. I'll get to that in a while. Lewis in. Again, he's there probing away outside the off stump, and it still remains 3 for 1. But certainly, we see the umpire having a little word there with Lewis, maybe running on the track.
Yeah. He's very watchful that he's running just on that danger area, what you call it, danger area. For your from your experience, why is it that the umpires will warn the players not to run on that?
Well, it's a question of protecting the batsman and any danger or damage to the pitch. So especially with the spikes on right in that area, particularly for an off spin, you can get bounced and turned because of what you did. Lewis in outside the off stump, and back he goes, and he hit that one down to that number 8, I think it is. That's Jed Joseph, and the total remains at the end of over number 3, 3 for 1. Dominica having won the toss, and it's out to St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Well, 3 for 1, as we said. very watchful, the Vincentian batsmen, but excellent bowling so far from Dominica. They have not given away much, just an extra that was given to the total. So a very disciplined, a more disciplined Dominican team we're seeing now.
So Tyson will continue from this the northern end, or the Chateaubriand end from the northern end, outside the off stump, and again similar shot to the previous over, rode it nicely and ran it down to third man for a single. He's up to 3, it's 4 for the loss of 1. Gedwin Pope not yet off the mark, having been given a life early in the very first over. So he will have to try and bat it out and gut it out until some of these movements ease a bit, because certainly more so Tyson, you can see the lateral movement. We are in a good position to judge it properly. 4 for 1. Tyson, the right arm fast medium bowler from Dominica, to bowl now to Gedwin Pope. Pope on top of this one, and back out to mid off, and there is no run. 4 for 1. But yeah, certainly getting back to that Matthews last night, she really played a wonderful innings. You take it from me. It was pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately for she did not get that
value for your current then.
Well, you have to pay for it. Feeling like it's a waiting to charge me for this, and many others who saw it. Unfortunately, you had a commitment. It was really you missed a treat last night from Haley Matthews. Tyson in. And my goodness, this one went right through Gedwin Pope. Just outside the off stump, seam back right through him as he played at it through to the keeper. But certainly Tyson is asking a lot of questions of Pope.
Yes, actually Pope approved the delivery. He gave it a nod of approval as that one beat him all ends up. He squared him up, because the only thing that he did not do there was only touch the ball. And had that been touched, it would have been an excellent delivery. But these are the things that motivate bowlers to go on again.
Tyson from the northern end passes umpire green. This time he on top of this one, a little bit of a foot movement there, and he got on top of this one and defended it well, and the total remains 4 for the loss of 1 into over number 4. And of course, all the while viewers are locking in, tuning in, whatever. Dominica won the toss, and it's out to St. Vincent and Grenadines, who have made 3 changes to their team. Lewis, Martin, and Pierce out. Bascom, Harry, and is in. Tyson in. This one lifter onto his chest, so to speak. We'll wait to see if he got a bat to it or just on his chest. A leg by that one certainly was struck him somewhere on the right chest area. Well, apparently he has changed it. The umpire has changed the decision. Didn't know if he spotted it.
Yes, it was a late decision, and when he confirmed with the batsman, but that brings Pope off the mark after some lengthy watchful eyes.
5 for the loss of 1. I'll get back to that in a while. Tyson in, and it's a very good delivery again from Tyson. He's there probing on one good length, end of over number 4. 5 for the loss of 1. But certainly at international level, you don't really see umpires doing that. They made a decision and live with the decision, because apparently in consultation with Pope, he had changed this thing from leg by to a run. The point is, if it went to a leg slip hand and there was an appeal for catch, if he had stayed with the original decision, it would be not out. Would Pope be honest enough to say touch it? I see you're struggling to answer that one.
Well, I agree with you. It's not a matter of struggling to answer, but I agree with you fully.
Lewis to bowl to Pope outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run. This is the problem I have with it, because as I said, had there been a leg slip and the catch was taken, it would have been not out based on his original decision. But because Pope, they got one, which we thought was a leg by from his chest, it seemed to have. Pope may have told him something. We're not sure how the exchange went, but then he changed the signal to a run. So the problem with it is, would Pope be honest enough to say, I touched it, bearing in mind he was caught? That's the point I was making.
And I really agree with you.
But be that as it may, he has survived. He's on one and battling here for St. Vincent. Lewis outside the off stump through to the keeper, and he's bowling an immaculate line from that southern end, and not getting as much lateral movement as Tyson.
Yes, and that is what I've seen from as I made mention. It's the first time he's bowling from this end, the river end, and he has been nagging that awesome line. It's about testing the patience of Gideon Pope, who all year got an edge to it.
So it's Lewis, left fast medium from the southern or Kingston end. I'll be bowling to Gideon Pope in. Driven, and beautiful shot there by Pope. Pitched up in a generator, a bit closer to Pope, who drove it to the right of mid-on for the first boundary of the innings. 9 for the loss of 1, but certainly a pleasant shot there from Pope.
Yes, and you see, that's what I'm talking about. Vincent have been knocking that out wide off some line, but the hint of movement, he got closer to the stump, and there was Pope, who's been very watchful, got enough time to hit that 1 for 4. A good shot there from Pope.
Yes, it is, and he goes up now to 5. Struggling a little bit. 6, but struggling a little bit, but he's there. That's the important thing. Having been given a life in the very first over. This one outside the off stump, pulled his length back, and Pope waited on that one and just pushed it out to backward point off the face of the bat. And the total remains on 9.
Yes, again you see the umpire coming down to have a word with Vincent, traversing that territory, and it will be very challenging for him because there's not that falling away as the left armer. He's very upright, and his follow through will naturally carry him there. So I'm not too sure if, from your experience, if you could like later on offer him an advice.
Lewis from the southern end into Pope. This one allowed that one to go by. It's through to wicketkeeper Casimir Benjamin. 9 for the loss of 1. The problem you have with some of our players, whilst experienced individuals, not me, individuals offer advice, some tend to take it, some don't.
Well, those are things that you can't pay for in the supermarkets and in the stores, but once you get it, you take it for, if you get it for free, you take it for free.
Well, some seem to think that was your time, this is our time, and they continue to, I said again, some, and make it very careful of what I said. Some. Others do take your advice. 9 for the loss of 1 into over number 5. As we see Lewis in. Pope right on top of this one. Defended it quite nicely. The end of over number 5. 9 for 1. St. Vincent Grenadiers.
Yes, and
haven't been insulted to bat.
And I like the battle. I like the battle because whenever Vincent aired, Pope is on it to get maximum, but whenever he's online, Pope also is online to give him that due respect.
Yes, really and truly been a good opening spell here by the Dominican fast bowlers, Tyson and Lewis, and certainly bearing in mind that Pope got a chance, we are seeing. Wait a man. 30 minutes.
30? Okay. Okay.
Yes, anyway, as we see Tyson to bowl to, yes, the ball is now going back to Tyson from the umpire. 5 overs, this is over number 6. As we see Tyson to bowl to, look, this one lifting on him, seemed to have struck him some on his left batting glove or something of the sort, and no addition to the total.
Yeah,
9 for 1.
That's the first time we see that extra bounce. No, naturally, the natural lift comes from that river end. But Vincent, who is very skiddy, as we will say, bowls more of a lower trajectory. We have not seen that bounce extracted, but that's a good lifting delivery.
Yes, it was a good one on his body, and there's nothing else he could have done more than defend. As in he comes, Tyson. This one driven nicely by Douglas out to mid-off, and there is no run. 9 for 1 into over number 6 over number 6, 9 for 1. Dominica winning the toss, and it's out to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As the slip, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a short, fine leg, 9 for 1. As in he goes. Again, very similar spot, similar shot, out to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yes, I wonder. I watched the game that St. Vincent played last. Dylan batted number 4, I want to believe. And I personal, this is my personal opinion, I question why he was batting 4, but I never got an answer. But I believe at 3, he's more watchful.
Tyson from this, the northern end in, outside the off stump. On top of it, he guides it. There could be danger here. The return comes in and he's giving away 4 runs.
Poor backing up.
Was very poor backing up there. Here it is. He got on top of it, rode it down to short third man. He picked it up, and there was a chance to effect a run out. And the fielder here, Alexander, did not back up properly, and they got 4 easy runs. So 5 from that shot there from Douglas, with some hesitation that could have cost him his wicket. But be that as it may, they got the better of it, and he got 5 runs. It's now 14 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, I remember when you were on in a previous game, you talked about how the call and the communication should be yes, no, or you wait. But in that case, there was a bit of hesitancy. Pope called early, so that's why there was a little bit of delay from Douglas, who was still checking his shot to see if he was in the right place.
Well, it brings into play the left-handed Gidron Pope. He'll be facing to Tyson from this and other end. Right on target, and the full face of the bat there from Pope. Out to cover, fielded by skipper Jan Benjamin. No addition to the total. 14 for the loss of 1. And the lateral movement is still there, but the pitch is definitely easing by the minute. And
yes, sorry, and the exposure to the sun, it's very hot here. It's about, say, 15, 20 minutes, well, coming up to half an hour game, and that's heat already penetrating even from when we are.
Tyson from the northern end in, and here he is on top of this one, short of a length, and really an audacious shot there from Pope, short of a length, on top of it, and pounded it out to mid-wicket for his second boundary. 18 for the loss of 1 into over number 6, but certainly a good shot there by Pope.
Yes, excellent, and there was nothing risky about that shot. He got on top of it, and he got to play it on the ground, and that what time at the crease can do here at Cumberland.
So 18 for 1 after 6, and we are seeing an upping of the run rate, so to speak, with the overthrow, and 2 shots from Pope, 1 to long on, and this 1 to mid-wicket. Certainly, St. Vincent seemingly fighting a way out of this situation here with the lateral movement, and hopefully these two can bat for a fairly long period of time and do not give the Dominicans another sniff at another wicket.
Yeah, but what the Dominicans also need to know is that this is a spinning wicket, so as quickly as possible, you don't want to overuse the opening bowlers.
There's a very confident appeal there from Lewis, striking him on the pad, looking to hit that one somewhere over mid-wicket, long on area. The appeal went up half-heartedly, and all remains the same, 18 for 1 into over number 7.
Yes, Dylan again trying that shot over mid-wicket region. There's a vacant mid-wicket region, and there's only that deep square for that flick. So he has to get it right and not bring the man at deep square into play.
So it's Lewis continuing from the southern end, and certainly he's into a pretty good spell. At least both bowlers in. And he's bowled him, an absolute beauty from Lewis. Dylan Douglas looking to play the big shot on a good line delivery, good length delivery, and he knocked it off stump out of the ground. St. Vincent and Grenadines losing their second wicket. Douglas bowled by Lewis for, we'll get it from the scorer, for about 6, I think, thereabout. And a big shot there, and it cost him his wicket. Dominica second wicket, St. Vincent Grenadiers losing their second wicket. Douglas bowled by Lewis. It's now 18 for 2.
Well, 18 is gone for 8.
He got 8, yes. Okay, well, we just got correction. Instead of 6, he got 8. So Douglas bowled by Lewis for 8. St. Vincent Grenadiers 18 for 2. And I thought he went for 2, an expansive shot, rather than try to cover or maybe just push it out to mid-off and maybe catch a single. He went for a big one, missed, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. And in comes skipper Sunil Ambers. Well, 89 on his back.
Well, it's about responsibility. Dylan was looking very responsible at the crease. The first ball he lapsed in concentration, trying to flick that ball. And there, Lewis, who have been bowling a nagging line and length all morning, got one a bit straighter to him. And then there you see it hitting the top of off and cut away the stumps back to the keeper.
I was about to use the same word. Cut away the wheel straight out of the ground. He's on his way. He's in the pavilion. Ambrose is out there. 18 for the loss of 2. And the rebellion process has to be restarted. Must be restarted now by Ambrose, the skipper. And if St. Vincent Grenadiers needs him, is more time as of now. So I'll be able to stem this very good spell we're seeing from both opening bowlers from Dominica. Lewis will be bowling to the right-handed Ambrose. So it scores at Anderson Hill in the final. We'd like to update our listeners. I know you have the technology there. As the field settled long slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and deep square leg. In comes Lewis. And here's Ambrose tickling this one out to short square, and there is no one. Very good first up delivery there from Lewis to Ambrose. Total remains 18 for 2. So that update will take. Oh, well, apparently the covers are on. It's 35 without loss after 7 overs. Grenada batting, and surprisingly, to be honest, your Casnell, seeing the covers being put on. Rain.
Yeah, it appears that it's a very concerning one, because we're seeing from where we are here via technology that there is the heavy covers going on there.
This one, he drive it out, my goodness. He played that one as a lot of bottom hand to the left of the man at mid-wicket, who made a valiant effort to try and effect a catch. Didn't. And Ambrose will have to be a little more mindful of the situation.
Yeah, that Gian Benjamin, the captain, has placed himself there, because he would have played with Ambrose and know that Ambrose falls over whenever he plays that leg side shot, and a diving effort, but evaded him.
Maybe a Tyson would have taken it, a taller man.
Yes, Jesse on Alexander.
One of those years, one of the taller men would have taken it, but it got away from him. But that's how it goes sometimes in cricket. 18 for 2, Lewis in. Ambrose this time studiously forward defensive, full face of the vertical bat, and there is no run. 18 for 2, St. Vincent Grenadiers having been inserted a bat against Dominica. And as we said to you again from the final at Annesville, Grenada 35 without loss after 7 overs, and rain has caused a cessation in play, and they actually battening down the covers onto the square. So it must be I say moderately heavy. Let me put it this way.
Well, you're from that side and you should know.
Yeah, but once the heavy covers are on, it tells you that the rain is falling.
Yeah, even the ground staff are wearing their cloaks. Normally they...
Outside the off stump, a beautiful delivery there. And Ambrose beaten, but he tried to play a shot thereafter when the ball has gone. But certainly a fine over there from Lewis, and Ambrose survives.
Yes, excellent. And I love the spell that he's bowling from the river end, where he's extracting that way movement. And as you see, as I come to the end of my first stint here, that 4 overs that he has bowled into his 4th over, it's just 1 for 6 from his 4. So excellent bowling from that end.
Yes, both bowlers have really done a yeoman service here for Dominica, and they've put St. Vincent Grenadiers on the back foot. And basically, once teams win tosses around the world and they sent in the opposition, you're expecting results. And so far, they've gotten 2 wickets and they've been bowling very well. Good morning to you, Sylvanus Morgan.
Good morning, Connie, and good morning to viewers here.
This one from Tyson outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. Surprisingly at Sign Hill, the heavy covers have been put on the pitch. Surprisingly.
Very surprisingly, when we left there on our way down Gunny, it seems a perfect day for cricket all around, but we are in a period of climate change, so anything goes with the weather. But right here at Cumberland, it's pretty bright sunshine right now.
Yes, the last time I'll get to you, you weren't here. On Wednesday, I'll explain to you what transpired as Tyson will continue from this, the Northern or Shatterbelay in to bowl to Gideon Pope. In. Pope, again, uncertainly, tentatively push at that one. The ball seemed to have seamed back into him, hit the outer portion of the bat, out to square cover point, and there is no run. 18 for the loss of 2 into over number 8. This a similar type of setting on Wednesday, whereby the rain started to fall at Sign Hill. And within an hour and a half, the rain ended up here and actually caused a big secession in play with Dominica. They were batting at that time, and the innings came to an end. Lavie Tyson in again, good line, and as Cosnell was saying earlier, the first time he's bowling from this end, so to lowest, they have switched ends based on the tournament thus far, and both of them have really bowled well.
Yes, Gunny, definitely, and just what the doctor orders, the captain Benjamin Jan would be very pleased with their opening bowlers. They have been bowling a very tight line. The batsmen have to work for their runs. Not much have been given away.
Tyson from this southern end, northern end in, and here he is swinging this one down to square leg, and the field is down there all along the ground, and the total goes up now to 19 for the loss of 2 into over number 8. Very slow start, but up against some very accurate bowling by the Dominican opening bowlers.
Yes, correctly so. Dominica winning the toss and inserted St. Vincent, and from ball 1 was right on target, bowling a very tight line. Both openers, left arm and right arm, opening for Dominica, and they've been doing a very good job putting the ball right on in the right areas, Gunny, and the batsmen have to be very watchful.
Oh, the right-handed Sonny Lambris comes in to strike. He's the skipper of the team. I'm certain that he has the responsibility on his shoulders. Tyson in, and he's driving sweetly along through the offside. Pitched up, and he got his front leg out of the way and smoked it past mid-off to the fence for 4. A lovely shot indeed there by Ambrose.
Textbook indeed, just sticking that left foot out and hit it straight. They didn't have to do much. It was a full toss, more or less, pitch right up, and he just planted that left foot down and drive firmly to mid-off. Lovely shot.
He's off the mark with 4. It's 23 now. 23 for the loss of 2. So the long leg has been removed. He's gone deep down to a deep long leg, and the third man has come in. So bearing in mind, you're only allowed a certain amount of fielders out aside the circle. Lavie in. And he hits this one into the air. My goodness. Short of a length. First attempted bounce, I would say, at Ambrose. He got on top of it and hit that one superbly outside the perimeter fence and towards the sea. And he gets the first maximum, and he seems as if he's in a no-nonsense mood.
Yes, definitely. Great shot by the captain. This time, we just spoke about the length that these opening bowlers have been bowling, and in comes the captain Ambrose, and he tried to tempt him with a short pitch, which was quick on hands and eyes, and have him going over the square leg boundary for a maximum 6. A good shot there by skipper Ambrose.
Yes, 11 and that over. 2 boundaries, a maximum and a boundary for Ambrose, and Ambrose apparently is in a no-nonsense mood, Sylvanus.
Well, we know him he is attacking by nature, but he has to be very watchful. Still early days yet, Gunny. We have seen St. Vincent lost 2 quick wickets. I think the second wicket went to a very audacious shot there by Dylan Douglas that caused him his wicket. So the skipper now joining Pope has to really consolidate and build an innings. Gunny, it's also noticeable that earlier when we started, the bottom end down to the commentary end was a bit moist, but that has been drying out nicely now.
Lewis in Forward defensive goes to back to the bowler, and there's now in 29 for the last of 2. Certainly, as the preparation moisture and with the heat that is on, just pull it out quickly, because the game on Wednesday there was this cloud cover before the rain came and the moisture stayed longer. But today with the heat out there, there's definitely been pulling it away, and the percentage of the moisture definitely has fallen. But so the lateral movement is not as pronounced as it was earlier. Lewis, left arm fast medium, outside the off stump, and Pope guided this one out to square cover point. Fielded there by, it seemed to be Taviani. And the total remains 29 for 2. But certainly Lewis really and truly bowling well. And Gideon Pope, unlike Gideon Pope, he is there. He decided that from so far, I'm going to grind it out. Having a chance very early in the very first over, he decided he's going to grind it out. He's given him no opportunity to get him out so far. I don't know if things will change.
And I think that's the right approach, Gunny. You have seen 2 of his colleagues back into the pavilion.
Lewis in. Again, right on top of it. Good line, good line. This one thing about Vincent Lewis. He's thereabout. He's not trying anything. He's just trying to keep that ball on that good line and that good length, ensuring that the batsman is not giving any free hits, so to speak.
Definitely. Lewis, I watched him from his opening over, and he has been right there and thereabout, just bowling down the line, the corridor of uncertainty, the batter, making the batter think. He's been asking a lot of questions.
Lewis, left arm fast medium from the Kingston end, so to speak, passes umpire Williams. And here is Pope lifting this one over long mid-on for 4. A bit closer to him this time, losing his line temporarily. A bit closer to Pope, and he lifted this one deliberately over wide mid-on to the fence for 4. 33 for 2, and certainly trying to get it better of Lewis.
Yes, a very good shot there by Pope. He has been there at the wicket for some time now, and he's trying to build that innings and consolidate for St. Vincent. Again, we just spoke about Vincent pitching the ball there on about off stump, but this time he was a little bit strained too much up, and Pope just coming down and pushing that back to long on for 4.
That one is a bit too close to Pope with the power that the man has. Lewis in. And this one on the leg stump. He tickles this one away to the fine leg, who has gone to the boundary. Another 4. So that's 39 for 2, but certainly strain a bit on the legs of Pope, who clips this one away to the short fine leg to the boundary for 4. Certainly the last deliveries, one was too close and this other one a bit too back on the leg stump, and he paid the price.
Yeah, definitely. Vincent Lewis, probably as he come to the end of his spell, he's getting a little bit tired. It's pretty humid out there, gone in, as much as the sun is not really blistering through, but you can feel it here even in the pavilion. One songwriter said 96 degrees in the shade, and it's pretty humid.
39 for 2, St. Vincent and Grenadines into over number 9. Lewis been struck for a 4 and a 6. This one again takes it the same way this time, and the fielder there misfielded. That's number 45, which is Jahison Alexander, and he gives Pope a single. Should have been stopped it. End over number 9, 40 for 2.
Yes, and St. Vincent going along pretty nicely after a scary start, consolidating nicely, at least Gunny, for the sake of cricket and for the sake of Windwards cricket. 50 overs, it seems a short period, but we still need batters to bat long. We still need batters to hang in there and give the selector something to talk about.
Yeah, the thing about it is that 50 overs, it's 300 balls, Sylvanus. So it's not a question of 50. The number is 300. Let us sit down here and bat properly and try and bat out. Main thing, priorities to bat the 50 overs and see where you are. Because at the end of the power play, there's 1 over remaining. Once the power play is finished, they can relax the fielding positions. It's for you to sit down and bat properly.
Yes, and then we are seeing now there's going to be a bowling change. The first change for the day.
Yes, we're looking at that.
Coming from the southern end.
It will be number, when he turns his back, we'll see exactly who the bowler is.
Kyron Phillip. Kyron Phillip is the first changer.
Number 8.
Kyron Phillips.
Yeah, well, he's playing his first game.
Okay, so we see what he does.
Another medium fast bowler from this to northern end. misses his run. Umpire doing the necessaries. 40 for 2. 9 overs is the last over in the power play. As the field go down, slip, short third man, backward score, short third man, deep mid wicket, a square leg. I'll get to the field placing after this delivery from Philip. In. Full toss down the leg side, missed by Pope, a wide signal there by umpire Green, and it's 41 for 2. So interesting field placing. There's a deep fine leg, deep square leg, straightish mid wicket, mid on, mid off cover, square cover point, and a short third man with a slip. Philip in, this one striking him on the pad. Optimistic appeal, I should say.
Yes, Gunny, I'm watching Kyron Phillips' line. He just started, he now come on. He's new. He's trying to get that line right. He still haven't got it yet after 3 balls. He's down the leg side and strain a bit on the pads of Gideon Pope. He would be well advised to bowl it just about off stump going away. But as he runs in now for this delivery, Pope is trying to drive through the onside, misses it. Appeal goes up, not out. The umpire is not interested in that one, but this one was well directed, Gunny.
Yes, the 3 deliveries thus far is aiming towards middle and leg, so to speak. And that last delivery looking to walk it on the onside, missed, striking him on the pad. But umpire Green had did not answer in the affirmative. 40 for the loss, 41 for the loss of 2 St. Vincent Grenadines, having been inserted about here at the Cumberland playing field in this third place playoff between St. Vincent Grenadines and Dominica. Philip in. My goodness. Wow, a slow delivery, a full toss, and Pope missed it. It missed the wicket. It's gone through to the keeper. Fortunate for Pope, it didn't cannon into his stumps.
Very good delivery indeed, and not only full, Gunny, that ball was swinging in the air, and for some reason it just, as we say, by a quarter vanish, missed the stumps. It's a beautiful delivery, one of the best we have seen from Philip so far.
Yeah, I think the variation is what caught Pope. There wasn't a normal pace. He held it back a bit, so he played through the line, missed. As you say, by a quarter vanish, he's still there. Fortunate for him. Today maybe his day, but he has to be careful. Philip in. And this one striking him again on the pad. And umpire Green again has been asked a question. He said not out, but certainly an interesting over, I should say, so far from Philip.
Very good over. He has come back very well with his line and his length. Just bowling just on about middle off stump there. And that is exactly where the captain would want him to pitch those delivery. He's serving up some very, very good length balls now, and Pope is now thinking and has Pope in some trouble somewhat.
Philip with the number 8 on his back for Dominica, who won the toss and inserted St. Vincent Grenadines in this third place playoff here at the Cumberland playing field on the western side of St. Vincent Grenadines. In. This is a full toss and driven beautifully through the offside for a boundary. Full toss, loading his line, made another slow delivery, but lost his line, and Pope capitalized on it and slammed it to widest long off for a boundary, as the total rolls up now to 45 for the loss of 2. We're into over number 10, but that delivery got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, definitely. It's a full pitch. It was wide, and then Pope just have to help it to the cover fence. I think I saw Philip struggling somewhat. I thought for a moment he should have stopped in his run-up, but he went through and bowled a full toss.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm seeing a drizzle. Philip in. Wide outside the offside, through to the keeper at the end of over number 10, 45 for 2. But certainly, Sylvanas, I'm certainly seeing a little bit of a drizzle coming to our left there from the Spring Village area.
Yes, Gunny, expected in this season, hurricane season, we haven't been getting much rain. We've just learned that the match between St. Lucia and Grenada at Annisvale, the main playing field, has stopped, and now the rain seems to be visiting us. It's quite a heavy cloud cover here at Cumberland.
Yes, the same thing that transpired on Wednesday, whereby the rain came after Sinai was stopped on Wednesday. It actually came this way, and it actually put an end to play for about 3 hours. At St. It was totally washed out, but maybe because of the drainage here, we were able to resume play at around, it was 4 o'clock, I think it was. So we did have play after the rain had subsided. But
so we see a change in bowling now, Gunny. We're going to see spin for the first time.
Is that Kavem
Hodge? This match.
It seems to be number what? Did you pick it up in the back? I believe it's Kavem Hodge, you know.
Yes, it's Kavem Hodge wearing the number 22 jersey. We're bowling from the river end.
Yes, certainly there is a drizzle around here. There's no two ways about it. It's a question of ground staff or what. If they're not moving to the covers, but certainly we can see it right in the hills in front of us. So it's Kavem Hodge now to bowl to Ambrose, and Ambrose opened the face beautifully. Back of a length, and he opened the face and guided it nicely down to deep third man for a boundary. And he goes up now to 14. It's 49 now for the loss of 2. Short of a length, a lot of width, and Ambrose capitalized on it and guided it to the left of the short third man. Backward point, down to the third man boundary for a boundary.
Top class shot there by the skipper. Just guiding that one nicely. This was trifling short, and Ambrose didn't try to overhit it, just guiding it down past a vacant third man for 4.
Hodge to bowl to Ambrose, left arm around. Ambrose forces this one out to cover, where it's fielded by skipper Jan Benjamin. Total remains 49 for the loss of 2. 49 for the loss of 2, and we see a couple of the groundsmen are going closer to the covers. So is that an indication that we may, just may, have a stoppage? Just may. I'm not saying we will, but certainly you can see it.
Yes, it doesn't look good. It's getting pretty dark.
Well, apparently they're definitely going to call the covers. There's no two ways about it.
They have stopped the game, so the players will come off.
After 10.2 overs, rain has intervened here at the Cumberland playing field. Dominica having won the toss, and it's out at St. Vincent and Grenadines. Dominica taking 2 wickets, St. Vincent and Grenadines 49 for 2. And certainly this interruption is not what we didn't expect based on what we saw. We know what's happening at St. Hill. There's an interruption there. So there is an interruption here as well. As I said earlier, the rain is definitely on the hills. It wasn't heavy, but it's coming a bit heavier.
Yes. So, Gunny, for the sake of cricket, we hope that this rain that is falling now will not last too long, and that soon the players will be back out in the middle, because that's what we're here for. We really want to see some cricket. The players, the worst thing is to be in the dressing room when you come to play cricket, Gunny.
Yes, but it's Mother Nature. We have no control over it, as you alluded to earlier about climate change. And in the days of yore, and this time of the year, normally it's very rainy. But what we're having is some very, very hot temperatures, excessive heat for the past 2 or 3 months. And we're fortunate to have had play, the amount of play we have had thus far in this tournament. So here it is, the rain is falling heavier, it's getting heavier. Similar situation seemingly like Sion Hill, where the final is taking place. Grenada 35 without loss after 7. And here at Cumberland, St. Vincent and Grenadines 49 for 2 after 10.2. And
yes,
your
Gunny.
impressions of the morning, Sylvanus?
Yeah, well, the morning is even Stevens after Dominica would have started pretty well. You know, their opening pair of Tyson and Lewis opening for the Dominicans, left arm and right arm combination. We saw them bowling a very tight line that have our batters really, our openers really thinking, playing and missing. They bowled some beautiful deliveries down the corridor for some 10 overs before actually, after the loss of 2 wickets, we would have seen the skipper, Captain Ambrose, Sunil Ambrose, and Gideon Pope, who is fighting back for St. Vincent and really getting the runs on the board now. So, yes, this morning is an even Steven session before the rains, and we hope that with the resumption of play, we will see some more cricket, and St. Vincent, for our sake, will be doing better.
Well, with the rains falling, and we'll have to stop our broadcast here for the moment. For our viewers, St. Vincent and Grenadines 49 for 2 off 10.2. The rain is falling. There's definitely an interruption. We do not know how long, but it's definitely getting heavier on the hills in front of us. So on behalf of all, temporarily, until play resumes, we go back.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, viewers. We're back here at the Cumberland playing field where St. Vincent is playing Dominica in the Super 50 Windward Island tournament. It's good morning, it's still morning. We about to resume after stoppage time of approximately just over half an hour, just about there half an hour, due to a heavy downpour of rain. The Dominican team now is making their way out in the middle to resume play. And just before that break, St. Vincent was on 47 for 2, with the batters, Captain Sunil Ambris on 14, and Gideon Pope, he was not out on 23. So it's bright sunshine again here at the Cumberland playing field. And I welcome with me my fellow commentator, Kesrick Williams. Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. The sun is out. We realize that both teams are decked out mostly in green. St. Vincent just with that blue bottom, but mainly green. Dominica looks like they're 95% green. Guess they're trying to blend in with the greenery that we have here in Cumberland.
Notwithstanding that too as well, they're from the nature island of Dominica, which regardless to what dry season there may be, it's always a green in Dominica, nature island. So we are resuming with Hodge, bowling from the northern end or the river end. There's a river just behind his back. And we would have seen a very interesting day's play so far. Dominica, we recall winning the toss and inserting St. Vincent to take first knock. St. Vincent was off to a shaky start, losing 2 early wickets, but we have seen some consolidation and good recovery now in the middle from Gideon Pope, giving great support. He was there from the start to his captain Sunil Ambris, who is taking strike now from this delivery from left arm Hodge, who drives up to mid-off. There's a misfield there and the batsman will come back for a second run. So after the resumption of play here due to rain, St. Vincent total moves up now to 47 for 2. A good shot there by Sunil Ambris driving up to long off.
Definitely, he haven't really gotten off for the tournament so far. First shot coming back out after a little delay due to rain, pushing it down to mid-off quite easily. He's a player that prides himself while batting spin. So I'm not really surprised. Would like to see him get off to a good start today and scoring some runs in this last game. It's basically a third place playoff game here.
And here he is playing this one up to long on for a single. So he'll move up now to 17, and the total for St. Vincent now is on to 50 for 2. Kezran Maloney back in the pavilion without scoring, as well as Dylan Douglas, who was looking pretty okay until he went for an expeditious shot. I think he was a bit too attacking because the Dominican opening pair really was bowling a very tight line. But here is Hodge. And for this delivery, Pope is just turning him off his pads in the mid-wicket region, and they threw for a single. Total for St. Vincent move up to 51. In Kesrick, we would have seen that in the earlier start of this game. The wicket was at this end, from the pavilion end, was a little bit moist. There was some moisture in the wicket that really helped the bowlers along, and they make full use of that. That enabled them to get 2 early wickets, making early inroads into St. Vincent batting.
Yeah, it has been the trend at the Cumberland playing field. Early, the first innings of play usually have a bit of dew, especially the first hour. So if from the starting of this tournament, teams always pick up at least 2 or 3 wickets, in the first hour because of the extra dew on the wicket. Ball doing a little bit. So I guess Dominica playing their their second game, their third game, sorry, at the Cumberland playing field, they would understand the wicket by now.
And here's the delivery from Kyron Phillips. He was bowling from this end before the stoppage, and now he continues from the commentary end. That ball was on the pads of Gideon Pope, plays out to short mid wicket, no run resulting. Bright sunshine, as we say here at Cumberland, and we hope for cricket's sake Keswick will have a full day's play. But here is Philip with other ideas as he runs in and bowl. It's one short. The batsman looking for a single. It wasn't there. Ball just taking the inner half of the bat and going just behind square. Square leg fields. Well, actually, he has to run to his left. He was moved at forward square. He went to the left of the umpire. Picks up, no run. A loud shout from Pope, sending his captain back. No harm done.
Something that I've realized in this game, the St. Vincent team in particular, their calling is really good.
Yes, and this is a shot that is sort of a lot of bottom hand into it. A bit airy-fairy, but falls safely in no man's land. The batsman was able to go through for another single. Pope just put in a little bit, hitting it a bit uppishly, but safely to the left of mid-on, who has to run to his left, wide mid-on, resulting in one more to the total. It's now 52, St. Vincent. Trying to push on here and have really recovered well. And for the sake of St. Vincent and for the sake of Windwards cricket, Keswick will want to see these batters bat and bat long.
Yeah, definitely. What I realized is that a lot of batters wasn't able to convert these 50s into hundreds. We have seen one player so far do just that. As the bowler fell to the ground, they're putting a little bit of extra effort. That's what you will need on this Cumberland wicket. A lot of effort from the fast bowlers. It's not really conducive to fast bowling, but as I was saying, a lot of batters haven't converted their 50s into 100. We have quite a few 50s in the tournament, but only 100 because batters, I don't know if it's a lapse in concentration, the heat that we have been receiving in the last couple of months. But yeah, I'm not seeing the hunger to convert those 50s into 100.
Skipper Ambrose just playing down to Todman that delivery before, getting a single. It's now 52. And here's the delivery. Pope facing up. Pitch outside off stump. Misses. Phillips, we notice Keswick has been struggling with his line. He has not been consistent as captain would have wanted him to be. He was there, strained in his earlier spell, and now he has resumed. He's still not consistent on the line he wants. He's here, there, about, sometimes on the leg, sometimes on the off. But here he is again. And he has missed his run, so that ball signaled by the umpire. Yes, how important it is, Keswick, you as a fast bowler would have played at a higher level. How is it important for a bowler to have his run up and his run intact?
It's all about rhythm here, you know. I mean, as a fast bowler, you want to get that rhythm and you want to get that run up right. Also have a lot to do with alignment. Cricket is being played with straight line. Everything you do is in straight line. Batters hit the ball straight. From inception, playing under 15 cricket, you'll hear your coaches say, play the ball straight. When you throw the ball, you have to throw it straight. And also when you're running up, you want to be running in a straight line. So what I'm seeing here from Phillips is that his run-up is not really aligned to two off stump. He run in close to the off stump and then move away. So that in itself, he wouldn't be able to consistently hit his line and length because of his falling away action. He's not really upright at the crease.
Okay, so at the end of the 11th over, or the 10th over actually, St. Vincent is pushed up to 53. 53, they have added some other 6 runs since the resumption of the short range stoppage that we had. St. Vincent and Dominica playing for 3rd place. Unfortunately, St. Vincent, having the home advantage, really did not capitalize to seek the championship this season, Keswick, and still have a lot of work to do. Well, let's hope that they can get a win from this match that will boost their confidence.
Yeah, definitely. There's always room for improvement. What I've noticed as well, the batting points and the bowling points that are just been implemented into the tournament this year. St. Vincent have only managed to get one batting point, which is the game against the same set Dominica in the first game. That's the only game they actually got one batting point. Dominica themselves haven't really earned any batting points or bowling points. They were actually narrowing in on a bowling point today after St. Vincent lost 2 wickets in the first power play, but they couldn't really do it. So what St. Vincent need to do now is try to get to a good score, which I think is about 275 on this wicket. And the captain has to stay there and bat for his team. He haven't really done a lot for the tournament, but he looks good. And I would like to see him continue in that vein.
Okay, let's hope that he does that for the sake of St. Vincent and for his responsibility as a captain. We are watching Hodge bowling his 4th delivery. So far, no runs have been taken off of that. He's bowling a pretty tight line, coming left arm around the wicket and having skipper Ambrose respectfully drawn forward in those 4 deliveries. Here he is again to Ambrose, the skipper of St. Vincent, attempting to sweep. There is a shout of catch it. For a moment, I think Hodge thought that it might have come off the gloves or somewhere off the bat. Keswick, the skipper, will be well advised to play straight.
Definitely, something that you will hear over the years. Play straight, play straight. You know, he's a player, as I said, pride himself to bat spin. I mean, playing on this Cumberland wicket, as I said, the first hour it's a little bit difficult. But, I mean, if you see yourself through the first hour, it gets a lot easier. Ambrose and Gideon Pope. I like the temperament of Gideon, though. I mean, he's a player that goes hard at it. But you see a different Gideon Pope today. He's on 25 from 47 ball. Not really the Gideon Pope, not really the strike rate you will see from a player like Gideon Pope, which means he's in and he wants to go big today.
Phillips begin a new over from the southern end. There's a shout for Peel. Chance for run out. Chose came in, hit the stumps, but Captain Sunil Ambrose safely in. No run resulting, but a very good shout there for a leg before Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. That one was just sort of sliding down. What I noticed though is that St. Vincent haven't really had a star in terms of their batting apart from Desmond Maloney, who scored 40 plus runs in the first game against the same Dominica team, and then he scored 68 against Grenada.
We'll get back to that in a while as Phillips bowls, and here is Gideon Pope now. Straighter line this time, bringing Pope on the defense. Plays out in the short mid-wicket region, no run. Yes, you were saying, Keswick?
Yeah, he didn't really trouble the score today. I mean, first time St. Vincent's playing at the Cumberland playing field, but I'm guessing that they will know a lot about the Cumberland playing field. It's their home ground. A lot of guys in the St. Vincent team have been playing in the North Leeward tournament for quite some time, so they should know about the Cumberland playing field and the wicket and how it plays.
Well, it's not for them to get complacent, and here is Phillips wide outside the off stump. Gideon Pope freeing his arms, gets it out to deep extra cover. The batsman cross for 2. That's all there would be. This Vincentian total pushes up by 2 to 55 for 2. Gideon Pope now moves up to 27 with that 2 runs. A ball that was pitched wide of off stump. Free his arm, somewhat uppishly, but it safely in no man's land, and he was able to get 2. Phillips again to Pope, and for this delivery, Pope is turning him down to fine leg for another single. That's bat onto ball. So that's 50 now, 56 St. Vincent, 56 for 2. We are into the 13th over.
I'm looking at the St. Vincent batting. As I mentioned earlier, they have only been awarded 1 batting point in the tournament. I'm wondering if it's a case where they're not really too focused on the batting points, or is it a case that the bowling is really good, or they just haven't really gotten that start that they want to get extra batting point, as you realize that Grenada and St. Lucia, sort of separate themselves when it comes to the points table, and St. Vincent and Dominica is still lingering at the bottom, trying to get their points that I think is very important when it comes to development and how to score and at certain positions of the game.
Get back to you on that, as that delivery to Ambrose was down the leg side, white signal. Total now is 57. 57, and here's a delivery now that has Ambrose playing and missing. This one was pitched up down the line, corridor of uncertainty. It invited skipper Ambrose to drive. He did so, but misses. The ball just missing the edge of the bat. Keeper collecting. That was a very good delivery. One of his better deliveries so far in this over.
Yeah, definitely good delivery there to Ambrose. Over the years, I've been seeing him sort of be stuck in his crease a little bit and using his hands a lot. Just need to get a little bit closer to the ball to play it on the offside, somewhat to what Maloney did earlier this morning. Just using his hands at that delivery, trying to get closer to the ball. This is something I just think that they need to take into consideration.
So the 13th over has come to an end. St. Vincent now 57 for the loss of 2. There's Ron Maloney back in the pavilion, as well as Dylan Douglas. And since then, these two batters, Captain Sunil Ambrose and Gideon Pope, who was there from the start of the innings, have been staging a very good comeback for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dominica, on the other hand, is hoping for the breakthrough. We're seeing Hodge, who will pick it up from the southern end. He continue there, bowling his left arm spin. He will be coming over the wicket to the left-hander, Gideon Pope. So 57 for 2, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The last score we heard from Annisvale in the match, St. Lucia versus Grenada, is that Grenada on their resumption was 57 for 2. Not sure of the latest score there right now. This delivery is pushed back along the wicket by Pope, and here's another one. He is coming forward and playing on the onside, the short mid-wicket region. Players converge. Still no run. It's a pretty humid day. Of course, cricket must be played in weather of this nature, of this kind. It's a pretty hot day for cricket.
Kavim Hodge, bowling from the riverside end. He's a lot better today in terms of his pace that he's bowling on this surface. I think he understands now the right pace in which he should bowl on this wicket. He's bowling from the right end as well, because the wicket is more to the western side of the playing field, which brings the bigger side of the ground.
So here he is again, and there's a ball that is short, and Pope is turning him around. It's heading out to the deep square leg boundary. It's a fine leg boundary, sorry, and it's 4 runs. Yes, 4 runs now signaled by the umpire. A very thin edge as Pope trying to pull that one around. Did get some bat onto it, and he's now pushes up by 4. He's on to 28. Total for St. Vincent moves up now to 61. 61 for 2. Here is Pope again, walking that one on the onside, square leg fields. No run. That brings the 13th over to an end. So after 13th over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 61 for 2. Keswick, yes, the wicket would have drawn dry out now, And with spinners on, we yet to see anything magical in the wicket, but we know that this is a spinner's wicket. It's been, after the new ball, it has seemed to settle down now and the batsman not taking full advantage. So the Dominican bowlers will really have to work and work hard.
It has been the case for the week so far in this tournament. Teams batting first, all they have to do is just get through that first hour because of that extra dew on the wicket. And then after that, it would be a little easier. Sunil Ambris right now striking at about 95, while Gideon Pope is striking at about 54 or so. I mean, I'm not too worried about Gideon Pope and his strike rate. He's one that can change that very fast. Sunil, a guy who likes the ball on his bat, likes to feel it on his bat. He's one that likes to score at a runner ball. So I'm not too surprised that his strike rate is up at 90 here.
And here is Pope down the leg side. Ambridge trying to turn it around. There's a peel and the umpire signals wide. So that one more added to the total, 62. Dominicans thought that it would have touched something on its way as it passes close to Sunil Ambris, who was trying to turn it off his hips. But a wide signal there by umpire Green.
The St. Vincent team today, I must say congratulations to Salomon Bascom, who is making his debut. Another youngster out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's one of those players that his parents support a lot. Follow him around St. Vincent wherever he go to play his cricket. He was recently in the Windward Islands on the 19 team. Also played for West Indies on the 15 team, Salomon Bascom. Still a little raw, but given time, he would be a good player for St. Vincent and also for the Windward senior team. So it's good to see the youngsters in all these teams.
Yes, I remember Bascom as a youth man. Coming up, I would have been there, giving some assistance to the under 15 team, and it's really, I'm really impressed to see him reach to this level where he is making the senior national team now. And as you rightly said, his parents has always been there with him. And it's always good to have your parents supporting you in whatever your endeavor, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. I love to see that. And it's something that is lacking, I think, in cricket in the Caribbean these days is the parent support. You don't need the support from in the house that you say, have a good game today, son. We need that support whereby the parents can, be there, watch their son get their first wickets, get first 5 wicket haul, their first 50, the first 100 that they score. This is the sort of support that we need, and Bascom parents certainly do that. Another player as well, Akeem McGeese from St. Lucia. Parents follow him around to watch him
Phillips
play.
bowling to Ambris, who hoists this one into the mid-wicket region for a single, using his wrist there and just flicking it into safe area. There's a man deep under square leg boundary, but fall much short of him. The batsman is able to get one. Total rushes up to 68 for 2. Gideon Pope on 63 for 2. Gideon Pope on 32 and Sunil Ambris on 19. Pope comes in to strike as Philip runs away from us again over the wicket. Outside the off stump, Pope in the textbook fashion style, coming on the front foot and just plays out on the cover to extra cover. And a run that brings over number 15 to an end. And yes, we're speaking about support, Keswick. It's so much inspiring when you have your parents, your friends, and all those who really care for your well-being and to see you go on in whatever endeavor supporting you. And Bascom should be truly happy and be pleased with his parents being with him, not just at this level. As I said, they have always been there with him from start.
That's something good. That is really something good for any young player coming up to get that full support, whether it's your parents, your peers, something that is very, very important.
Okay, here's a ball from Hodge that is walk out to deep mid wicket by skipper Ambrose. He picks up a single, moves on to 20. Total moves up to 1 to 64. This brings left-hander Pope into strike. Gideon on 32. Really anchoring things here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bright sunshine here at the Cumberland playing field. Hodge making some adjustment to this field, is sending the man a little finer, more to a backward square position. He has no slip, cover, extra cover. Man on the deep cover boundary as well. Mid off and a long off. Mid wicket. Here he is, and for this delivery, Pope is on the back foot, pushing it back along the wicket. Mid on fields, no run. This one a bit quicker coming through from Hodge.
He's one of those bowlers that vary his pace very well. Use the wicket, also use the field to his advantage. Something that we haven't really seen throughout this tournament. I think Dominica finally found the trick. Hodges bowling left arm spin to Sunil Ambrose, who the ball is spin away from Ambrose. He has to hit it, on the offside, which is the bigger side of the ground. Gideon Pope, ball spinning into him, so he would have to hit it on the leg side, which is also the bigger side of the ground. So Dominica sort of work out a plan here for St. Vincent and doing pretty well.
Again, here's another single. Before that, delivery that was played by Pope brings him a single, and the skipper now, Ambrose, now throwing in that one again, backward square for another single. The total now is 66. And Keswick, it could be a very cheeky thing where the bowler has to be bowling to the left-hand, right-hand combination in Ambrose and Pope being the left-hander.
I'm not too worried about Hodge doing that though. I mean, he's a franchise player for the Volcanoes. He's on contract for a while. Played a few games for West Indies as well at the Test and ODI level. So a situation like that, whether he bowls to left or right, it's not something I'm too bothered with. He should be able to be consistent.
And he finishes his over. The last ball, no run off it. St. Vincent inching their way up to have a very respectable total, and now 66 for 2. 16th over has been bowled. Gideon Pope on 33, inching towards that half-century mark. And skipper giving good support to skipper Sunil Ambrose on 21. We understand that lunch will be taken at 1:38. No overs were lost after the showers. So bright sunshine we expect, and we hope for cricket's sake there will be no more rain that will interrupt play.
Still a bit early to worry about projected score, but they are going at 3.8 or so. That's their current run rate. I'd love to see that get up to about 6 or so in the middle phase of the game.
Well, there's a partnership of 48 between these two. And here's a delivery. It's clearly going down leg, but stifled appeal by the Dominicans. Umpire Green is not interested. The batsman scampered through for a single. Is it that he has did get a bat onto that? It seems there's no signal coming from the umpire. No signal, so he probably would have edged it onto his pad, and then it goes down to the third man region. So a single to the skipper. Total is on 67. He is on 22. As Phillips runs away again to bowl to the left-hander Pope, who is circumspectly forward and plays down to straight mid-off. No run resulting. The wicket is getting much easier and easier, Keswick, and all the batsmen are asked to do is to play straight, to accumulate their time there at the wicket and to score runs. And they have been doing that by getting the ball off the square.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Gideon is really sitting into bat. I'm not too worried about his strike rate. As I said, he can change that in a jiffy.
And here he is playing this one on the offside, and they scurry through for a single. Well run. We talked about the running earlier. So far, the St. Vincent team have been doing good in their running between the wickets.
They have been doing an excellent job. They're calling. They have been calling very loud. You can hear it here in the stands.
Yes,
the nose and the yes are very loud.
Yes, and these two batters, Gideon Pope and Ambrose, would have played cricket together for quite a long time and understand each other very well.
Yes, they have played cricket for St. Vincent for a number of years. They have surely paid their dues. As Sunil Ambrose flicked that one down to the square leg boundary. As I said, he's a player that likes to score a run a ball. He likes to feel the ball on his bat.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot there by skipper Ambrose. A ball straight on his legs from Phillips, and he clips it. A lot of risk in that shot, down to backward square into the fence. It goes for 4. So St. Vincent now, this is their second boundary, I think, after the resumption of stoppage due to rain, has now gone up to 71 for 2. And here is Philip again, 2 down the leg side. Probably a nudge on the pad. Oh, and he has sent him. Oh, and there he is. That's the ball that was pitched going further down leg. The skipper was trying to turn it around. There was some hesitation by umpire Green, and then eventually he has to go. Ambrose not too pleased about it, but from our vantage point, it doesn't look like it would have. Your perspective on this?
I'm not too worried about the decision. I'm worried about in the manner in which it was done. At some point, he looks like he had no interest in making a decision, and then the jetted finger went up. He was looking at the square leg. He was looking at the square leg umpire for a while.
But really and truly, square leg has no interest in this one. this was the umpire on call
if the
decision.
Square leg had really show him that that there was some deflection off the glove. I'm not sure, because in the commentary booth we don't have.
Well, it appears that
luxury of a review or a replay here. We have to just work with what the umpires give us. But he was a bit hesitant in putting up that dreaded finger. It looks like he had no interest, but his eyes was on the square leg umpire. So I'm guessing he got his information from the square leg umpire. Sorry, Sunil Ambrose, you have to go. As long as that dreaded finger goes up, there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, unfortunately, it's a very controversial decision, because the on-call umpire, Keswick, was really in doubt. Apparently, he looked to the square leg for some assistance and probably give him the nudge, bearing in mind it's not a run-out, it's not a stump, but he was very hesitant in the initial stages, and then the finger came up after some hesitation. So that's causing some contentions. Captain Sunil Ambrose was very, very displeased, but he has to go. So he is out. And that brings Kyron Katoy into the wicket. He faces his first delivery, plays down to mid-on, and that's the end of the 17th over. So St. Vincent losing their third wicket. Captain Sunil Ambrose was given out, caught behind for a ball that was pitched and going further down the leg side, for which there was some hesitation by the on-call umpire, Cameron Green. But with some assistance from his colleague at square leg, he raised the dreaded finger, and skipper Ambrose is back in the pavilion. 71 for 3, St. Vincent and the Grenadines taking first knock.
Dominica didn't hesitate as soon as Kieran Katoy walked out. The skipper for the Dominica team immediately opted to go to off spin. There are 2 left-handers at the crease, so I'm not really surprised. Good move there. Tyrone Theophil is one of those bowlers that you can't take for granted. He can spin the ball, but then he has a lot of variation to his bowling. He bowls that slow one. He bowls from back of the crease as well. He's one that have a fast one. You could see right now he's a little bit, upset with that decision. But what can you do?
Here he is again trying his first over. This is his second ball. Plays back to him. He's tall, and that first delivery was very straight. I don't think he's did much spin on that ball. It skidded on, and there's a big shout. Dominicans thought that they had the man Gideon Pope, but the umpire says not out. So here is Theophil again. And here is a big shot over maximum, over long on for 6. This one was pitched relatively wide and giving Gideon Pope a chance to really go at him, and he did so effectively, maximum 6 runs.
I think that couple deliveries ago, where Theophil shout for LBW, he delivered that ball a bit wide of the wide of the stump, because he uses the angle, especially if he tries to straighten it or something like that. But normally when he spins it, he bowls a little bit closer to the stump, somewhat like a fast bowler. But that's how he goes to work, Tyrone Theophil. So I'm guessing that ball was sort of pitched outside the line of our stump.
So here he is again, and he tries. This time it plays up to mid-off. A bit of sloppy feeling there by the mid-off. Feel at mid-off, who dive into his left. Failed to stop it, Tyson. Batsman crosses for single. So with that 6 and that single pushes Gideon Pope up to 41. And the total now is on to 79. This brings another left-hander who came into the wicket after the fall of his skipper Sunil Ambris, Kyron Katoy, who plays up to deep long on for another single. So it's now 79 St. Vincent. No, that's 80. 80 St. Vincent. 80 for 3. Gideon Pope on 41. Katoy on 1. Theophil. There's a delivery, there's a loud appeal, but it's clearly from here it was going down leg. Gideon Pope attempting a sweep shot. Your reaction from this over from Theophil, Kesrick? This is first over.
Every ball was an event with Theophil. I mean, he enjoys his cricket. He's one that he have fun whenever he's playing. So every ball will be an event with him. When we look at the stats so far in the tournament, we have Jaron Jeremiah with the most runs so far, striking it at 87, average of 44. His highest so far in the tournament is 71. Teddy Bishop not too far behind of him, and Descartes, the destroyer, is not too far either. I guess after today's play in that game in Sion Hill, we will know who would end up with the most runs.
Take a break here now, Kesrick, as we watch Phillips runs into bowl to Katoy, and for this delivery, short is coming on the front foot, plays out to short mid-wicket. Short mid-on, sorry. No run. Yes, you were telling me about the stats.
As I was saying, Shadrach Descartes is the only batter in the top 5 really striking it over 100. Something that you would like to see, especially in ODI cricket.
And he's from which islands?
From St. Lucia. Scored a brilliant 100 in the first game here against Grenada, the defending champions.
Phillips bowling a pretty tight line here now to the left-hander Katoy, the new batsman in. Trying to keep things tight for the Dominican team. Dominica, of course, haven't started pretty well this morning, but was a bit held up by Captain Sunil Ambris and Gideon Pope, who staged 50 partnership between them before controversial decision that have Ambris being sent caught down the leg side. And here's the delivery, full toss, straight back from Katoy, straight back, lovely shot. You cannot miss a full toss like that. He was coming forward and he just give it the full treatment that it deserves, Keswick.
As we know, Kieran Katoy, he's not a slump with the bat at all. Scored a brilliant 100 couple of years ago in the Windward Island Super 50 tournament at the Annisville playing field. These days he's more of a batter, or a batting all rounder, I should say. Still bowls pretty well.
Breaks here as this for this delivery have him playing and in a bit of trouble, nothing to worry about. It did hit the bat, but did not handle it as well as he would like. And he's also a Volcano player as well.
Yes, he played for Volcano for a number of years. Just lost his contract this year with the Volcanoes, but I'm sure he's looking to get back in that green. He's a player that trains very hard, probably one of the fittest players that we have here in the Caribbean. In regards to his feeling, there's no doubt that he's one of the best feelers in the Caribbean. I will give Fabian Allen that edge above him, but he's not too far from Fabian Allen.
This delivery from Phillips down the leg side, a white signal by the umpire. The score moves on to 1 to 85. 85 for 3 St. Vincent. Wicket falling after the resumption of stoppage time was Captain Sunil Ambris. Going for 19, caught down the leg side. And St. Vincent now trying to rebuild. Dominica, on the other hand, have other ideas as this delivery from Phillips. The batsman is scurrying through for a single. The bowler shies at the stump, hit the wicket, but he's safely home. And another good run there between the batters.
Looking at the stats here now, we have one Vincentian in the top 5 in regards to runs. And there's one Maloney. He didn't trouble that today. Went very cheaply. He was striking it at about 73. Averages 37 in the tournament. Obviously, the St. Vincent game against St. Lucia got washed out. So, Maloney couldn't really add to his tally. And today, he didn't really trouble the score either. So, just one Vincentian in the top 5.
Here's the delivery, a slow ball. Well bowled by Phillips. It's the first time I've seen him bowl that slow one and have the batsman Gideon Pope just playing cautiously out on the offside. That's the end of the 19th over, and at the end of it, St. Vincent 86 for 3. 86 for 3. Yes, and Desmond Maloney, and when he started his innings, and we keep saying there was a bit of moisture. There was a bit of moisture in the wicket, and he did get out to a very, very good delivery that was pitched down the line, the corridor of uncertainty. He had to play. It was a very, very, very good delivery, a very, very good ball that got him out. So it's unfortunately that he was unable to trouble the scorers today. But after the loss of those 2 wickets, we have seen a very good comeback by both Captain Sunil Ambris and Gideon Pope, who is still there from the start. He is now on 41, looking for that century as the Vincentian pair of Kyron Katoy is doing battle out in the middle for St. Vincent, giving good support to Gideon Pope. And here's Theophile, right arm off spinner. And here's a ball that is keeping low, luckily for him. Katoy was getting back to hit through the onside, and that one rushes on to him. Just happened to get his back down. A very good delivery indeed.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, Tyrone have that delivery in his repertoire. It's not a case of it just happened. It's a case of him bowling it.
And here is the delivery pays up on the onside for 1.
He usually just go wide of the stump and bowls it so that it will just rush into the pads. Sort of just slides in. Tyrone Theophile. He's a measly bowler. He's not one that you can take lightly. And every ball he bowls is always an event.
We haven't
Tyrone
seen that
Theophil.
big turn from him as yet. Does he turn the ball that big?
He's not a big turn off the ball, but what he have is his variation. He sometimes bowl one from behind the crease. He bowls that faster one, and he has one that slides on. So he's a smart bowler. He's been around for a while. Played for West Indies A team as well.
Speaking about turn, that one did turn, Keswick. That's
So
the first
he's a
one we saw from him. So you're right. So he has quite a bit of variation in his bowling armory. So he's using it fully here, and the wicket now is really helping him.
Just happy to see him back playing cricket. Had that accident a couple of years back in Dominica. He's back here now playing cricket, and I'm just happy to see him doing well for Dominica.
So at the end of the 20th over, St. Vincent is 87 for 3. We now hand you over to Stanley Gunny Hines and Caswan Morris.
So Johan Alexander, as he coming through from this commentary booth end. Alexander. And right arm over, around the wicket. And, so good battle here. It's a case where there will be a rebuilding of the partnership, and when you think there's a rebuilding, there will be a fall of a wicket. So a bit expansive, and misfield there by the man at mid-wicket, so allowing them to come back for 2. So good going to see that Gideon is still there. He's on 41.
Really smart here from the skipper of Dominica team, opting to go to 2 off spinners. Obviously, you have 2 left-handers at the crease, so bringing 2 off spinners, ball spinning away from both batters. So right way. Good thinking here from the skipper.
Well, good cool condition. It's not as hot as we're accustomed to, as we had in the first game, where it was stinging hot. Very mild now. We had a brief stint of shower earlier on.
I think a lot of players right now on the field is a little bit happy for that little blessing, a little shower that just passed, sort of cool down the temperature a little bit there.
It's not one of those busy days of the week, and you see a number of persons will come in to watch cricket, and a lot of yachts still docked here at Cumberland. Cumberland very forested and green. Can't stop elaborate on how the greenery around here has been, and Dominicans decked in their green, as you made mention earlier on.
I think the Cumberland playing field is a good place for cricket. The scenery alone will make you enjoy playing cricket down at Cumberland. Still think there's a little development that can be done on the field. Probably extra turf practice pitches can be implemented. Also changing the direction of the scoreboard, probably putting it at the roadside end so that all spectators can see the scoreboard whenever need to. Just a few few things I think they can do to develop the ground a bit more.
Well, Theophil will look to get another wicket here, as he's been searching. He has not been that effective in terms of the wicket column for Dominica, but very economical whenever he has gotten ball in hand, and have kept things quiet so far, and the Vincentian batsmen have been edging it away by singles.
Tyrone Teofil, pack with a lot of humor. Katoy just signaling to him to ask him to wait a little bit.
Yeah, and it's a way of keeping the batsman, the bowler, from not trying to hustle you. You don't want, as soon as you make one tap, you see the batsman, the bowler coming at you. So it allows him to slow down the game. This one is cut away. We'll go to the third man, Bongi, for 4. A welcome Bongi we haven't seen in a while.
He's a very stylish player, Kieran Katoy. Worked a lot on his batting over the years. You can see that now. Lovely shot.
And he played it very late, and that's the reason why he was able to get it past the man that was at backward point here. And there's a slip at the backward point. So now the captain is opting for some adjustment to the field.
Still going at about 4 or so. This is the current run rate now. Projected score gone over 200. Still don't think 212 or 210 is enough on this wicket. Because if you realize they have changed wicket from the last game, and this wicket is a bit better, but very similar to the wicket that was played on in the last game, which was right next to it.
So a bit of battle going on there. Teofil asking Katoy to come and hit the ball. I'm putting it there, and it's a matter of who will lose their cool in this battle.
It's something he has been doing for the entire tournament. As soon as you block him, he sort of give that gesture, as in to say, you can't hit this. As you saw in the last game, nature, I'm sure him otherwise, played a very good role supporting the skipper.
It's good, sensible batting here by Gidron. You have seen a couple of wickets fell around him, and he's now able to maneuver the early morning moisture, something we've been calling for. It's the first time we're seeing an opening batsman being able to bat through past the 15th over, even past the 20th.
Yeah, right now, he's not striking the ball well, Gidwan Pope, but I like the fact
Which
that
is least of his concern now.
I like the fact that he's taking in his time. Right now, there's still a lot of overs. He's still striking it at 54 or so. I'm not too worried about that right now. Just 23 overs in. As I said, he's a guy that can change it in a jiffy. Could remember when West Indies win that World Cup in Bangladesh that year, he was known as the Mini Gale.
Which is the under-19?
The under-19 tournament in Bangladesh, the World Cup, he was known as the Mini Gale. He's back in the tournament and he's doing well for his team.
Well, he had was to do a lot of remedial work in terms of his fitness and getting back fully into the game. Normally for the VPL T10 tournaments, he will get organized and get some runs in those tournaments. But now the national team would have seen it that he have come to the pedigree of acceptance to somewhat ready to play for the senior team again.
Yeah, he has sort of lost his way a couple of years ago, you know, but I mean, certain implication was made, you know, about his batting and also his fitness. Fitness is something that plagued him over the years, but you can now see, now he's with the the coach Lyndon James. He has been doing a lot of work on his fitness.
So Jassian Alexander keeping things very quiet here from this one is attempting the sweep, and that ball angling down leg. The keeper in himself was already tearing down leg to stop that one. So umpire Green had no interest in that appeal.
Funny enough, I haven't seen a lot of off spinners spinning the ball big on the surface, even though it is conducive to spin bowling. The leg spinners though have been, and the left arm spinners have been spinning a web on the wicket. Just wondering if the off spinners, they're not doing enough to extract that extra turn or bounce out of the surface.
If you look at the few leg spinners that we have, Akeem McGee's for St. Lucia, his height played a factor. This one is missed, swept again, signal wide, and appeal just to throw the umpire off a bit. But other spinners would have come into the fore, and as you rightly call it, weave the web. But now the our spinners, I believe, are trusting the more so the bounce to get that bounce and turn.
Something I've been looking at though, as the over ended 99 for 3. As I was saying, Morris, something that I've noticed, especially in a round robin format, which we're playing here now in this tournament, 4 teams, with the batting and bowling points that have been used in the tournament, Morris, I'm still thinking, I'm just making a suggestion. In regards to the batting and bowling points, I think at the end of the tournament, that teams should actually, be awarded something for getting the most batting points and the most bowling points. Because in a round robin format, which we're playing here now, you still have to win. The points really don't reflect on who would go to the finals, right? So my suggestion is, as I said, it's a suggestion, not saying that it should be done. Because as you can see, St. Lucia, however, is in the finals. They have the most points. But what they can do is our teams with something at the end of each tournament, so that teams would have something to go at regarding batting and bowling points.
Well, they certainly will. Again, Kotoy walking away. So a bit of chattering, as these are very competitive games. You don't want to be labeled as a last man on the table. Dominica, we really haven't got any points as yet on the table. We'll look forward to get some sort of point today. This one is lofted over the man there at shortish mid-on. So brings up the 100 for the Vincentian with that shot, Kieran Kotoy.
While Dominica haven't been placed on the point table as yet, in regards to winning a game, a batting point or a bowling point, St. Vincent just only managed to get 1 batting point throughout the tournament. So they haven't been doing too well with the bat. Obviously, the rain cut short their game against St. Lucia, who know what would have happened in that game.
That's the thing. When you get the opportunity to bat and to bowl, even it comes back to the toss. When you get the toss, you have to make that conscientious decision as to thinking futuristically, not only for this appointed time. This one is coming down to the final leg bung. It should be stopped just about inside the rope, and a captain should be looking at. Oh, well, look at this sloppy backing up here by Dominica, and allow St. Vincent to get an extra run. So as I was saying, these are some of the areas of the game that coaches and the management team has to look into. Why am I batting first? Why am I bowling second? What do I want to get out of the game? And how much if I have a small total, the batsman have to look at how much wicket do we want to lose to either gain victory.
And at the toss, St. Vincent won the toss and opted to bat, which I think was the right decision. And I guess because of their knowledge about the Cumberland playing field, I guess that's the reason why they opted to bat first, because the second innings here at the Cumberland playing field is a bit harder to start on, and it's a bit more difficult to score consistently. So therefore, St. Vincent opted to bat first, which is a good decision. But they need to show more, Morris. If they're batting first, they need to score better than how they are scoring now. I mean, it's still early. You can always see a little bit of fire, like what Katoy has shown, chipping down for that one and striking it over the mid-on boundary there for 6. A lovely shot by Kieran Katoy.
And like the way he played that shot, he been chipping. He's been coming down the track to the spinners quite confidently, and this one he was able to loft it. Again, it comes back to the point that Jasion is not really turning the ball. So he any sort of turn, he would have already negated that and met it on it full.
Loud appeal. Jasion running with a lot of excitement there, hoping to see that dreaded finger go up Jasion. Kieran Katoy just walking to the leg side, preparing himself.
Yeah, much better played shot, and this one was straight as ever. And from the time he played that shot, I never thought it would have gone for four, because it shows how wide the long on and long off is in getting there. 2 spinners are in operation. It leads me to wonder, why is it that they're so wide, causing that one to be driven straight back for 4. But a welcome boundary for Katoy and for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They move on to 114 for 3.
He's such a stylish player, Katoy. He's one of those batters that when he play his shots, you can take a picture. He's so stylish. I love to see him bat. Just need to start to score more runs. He's already on 30 of 31 balls. Striking it well.
Yeah, and this is what I like to see cricketers, players do. Play conventional cricket shot. Do not try to get too extravagant in your shots. There are some players who have their trademark shots, and many times they would have fallen to those trademark shots, but still play the game of cricket, still look and play the ball on its merit, and that is key. As it brings it over to the end, it's over number 26. It's 114 for 3.
Which brings back Tyrone Theophil to bowl his 4th over. Haven't really picked up a wicket yet, but he's not doing a bad job here for his skipper. Haven't really picked up a wicket for the tournament either, but ever so often his skipper will turn to him.
Well, I believe it's for the economical way he have restrict things, and more so in this case where there are 2 left-handers in operation. It will be interesting to see if Gideon Pope goes on to a 50, how he operates after that 50. This is something that you have been calling for, that the conversion of 50s into, and like the one of the great players, Virat Kohli, said when he reached 50, he counted as he's on zero, so he starts all over again.
That's what we've been asking for all tournament, Morris. Players to convert their 50s into 100s. Something that you have seen around the world. Scoring 250 in an ODI match. It's not really enough these days. That's because of the introduction of T10 cricket and T20. Batters realize they can score a lot quicker. He loves to use his feet, Katoy. He's a player, when he gets going, he can be very destructive. He would want to settle it in.
I like his temperament. He's a very busy batsman, and he gets it. He gets the total on or off very quickly. Quickly, he's now moved on to 30, and he's not been there for much time as he plays this one between mid-wicket and the man there at shortish mid-on, and a bit aerial, but was able to get it through.
Looks like a player that likes to do maths when you talk about bisecting. Q and Katoy. He's the man placing that one right through the skipper. And the other fielder there at mid-wicket.
It's also good to see that Romaro Bibi was also brought back into the setup for the St. Vincent team. He really came onto the scene and really had some promising look in terms of selection.
I can remember Romaro Bibi when he just came to St. Vincent from Barbados. He was bowling a serious pace that a lot of players in St. Vincent couldn't handle, but somewhat lost his way. Just came back from his stint in England, did very well for his club there. As that brings you to the end of the over. It's 116 for 3. Katoy is on 31. Gideon Pope on 42. As we speak about runs, I don't want to shift it too much, but so far St. Lucia have 2 bowlers in the top 3 for wickets in Laurie Edwards and Akeem Ogis, with an economy of 2.78 for Larry, and Akeem Ogis with an economy of 3.23. Really well done.
Yes, and it comes back again to spinners. These are bowlers who are bowling in tandem more so in the middle part of things when the chuck is dried out. Most of the pace bowlers have been successful at the top. We saw Nicholas Redhead, who got a 5-wicket haul in the first game Grenada played here. He got that 5-wicket, and he got I think 2 in his all spell, and came back and got 3 thereafter.
Definitely, St. Vincent only having 1 bowler in that top 5 in Darius Martin. Really bowled well in that last game against Grenada, picking up 5. Just going at about 4 runs or so over. Worked pretty hard leading up to this tournament, Martin. These are the type of players that you would see going on. Actually, he's on a contract with the Windwards franchise. Would love to see him playing for the Windwards later on this month in the Super 50 tournament that's coming up in Trinidad.
Yes, because this tournament will lead for a selection of a final team to take that tournament into the competition, take the team into the tournament. And what you would want here, not only playing for 3rd and 4th, it is to still leave a taste in the selector's mouth that you could say, I'm still around. I could still hit you that 20 or that 40 runs that you need. And players should be able to go out there and possess that attitude that I want not only to be selected for my country's team, but to advance myself for selection for the senior Windward Island team.
Really well played there by Gideon Pope down the ground. I mean, I like the way how he's batting. I like the temperament. I'm still not too worried about his strike rate because he's one that can turn it up. Kieran Katoy, on the other hand, he's somewhat like Sunil Lambris, who likes to feel the ball on his bat. So he would score close to a runner ball or a runner ball. I mean, his strike rate is now about in the 80s, so which is good for one-day cricket. St. Vincent have a bit of power left still in their batting. So if these two batters stay there until about 40 or so overs, we can see Gideon getting his 50 for sure. But it would be, I'm really intrigued to see how he would look after his 50. Because we still want to see players getting to 100 after scoring 50. We haven't seen a lot of that this season. We would love to see his approach after scoring a 50.
So talking about 50, they're closing in on another 50 partnership, which is very crucial here for St. Vincent if they are to get to a big total. And I made mention that once there is a partnership, there always seems to be a fallen wicket. There are some 48 runs partnership so far. So they would want to stick it out some more and get this run up to 250, about 260, 275.
That is the right total that you need on this wicket. As Lewis runs out to it's pretty hot, so not surprised he shot for his brim.
Yeah, but he has a lot of hair on his head, so it appears that it's not suffice for him there.
I'm not thinking the hair would be enough to really block the heat that is tearing down here on the Cumberland playing field. Not much wind. The little rain that fall a while ago sort of cool it down a bit, but now it's hot again.
This is a nice shot. The thing about it is that he never got to the pitch of it as he wanted. So he had to go over the man at cover. And that he did. And it teared off the bat as if he really got to the pitch of it. Excellent shot.
It's a shot that I've seen him play a lot. He's not really to the pitch, but he has good hand and eye coordination with him, Kieran Katoy. It's not the first time I've seen him play that shot. He has good technique. As I said, he's a stylish player. That shot takes him on to 37. Scoring pretty nicely.
You could hear the echoing of no around the rocks here at Cumberland. Gideon Pope decided I'm not going to take part in that. And so good watchful game here from Kieran Katoy, realizing he already got 4. So brings you over to an end of over number 29. It's 125 for free.
St. Vincent, the host of this tournament this year, is something that the Windwards, Windward Island Cricket Board do, and I like it every year. They change where they would play the tournament. Last year it was in Grenada. This year it's now in St. Vincent. Next year there's a possibility that they may go to Dominica. The players, they're enjoying St. Vincent, and also the St. Vincent. Not something that you want to see. You're not in on a 50. You're on 47. not the shot that you want to play. From inception, playing on the 15, on the 12 cricket, you will always hear to play straight. The shot wasn't on. It was too full of a delivery to try to sweep it over mid-wicket. Not what you want to see at this moment, Pope. We need to see players score big.
Well, he's gone. So he's bowled as we get this jinx break and the brink of a jinx break. Gideon Pope goes back for St. Vincent and Grenadines, losing their 4th wicket. It's 125. He gone for 47. Dominica making a crucial breakthrough, and that's what we were talking about. Just when you have that partnership going, you have a breakthrough in the you get a breakthrough in the wicket session there. So the Dominicans will feel the better of the team going into this innings. 138. So welcome back to the Cumberland playing field, where we have the National Lottery Super 6 Windward Island tournament. Keswick Williams, St. Vincent and Grenadines playing Dominica for what you call a 4th place and a third place. The Dominicans really getting some crucial breakthrough, as we have just seen the fall of wicket, that of Gideon Lewis. He gone for 47, and it brings Kenneth Demba, a very lengthy batting for the St. Vincent team.
Yes, Kenneth Demba, one who loves batting. You would see him ever so often in the nets batting. He wants to improve because he realized in first class cricket, or even at the higher level, bowling alone wouldn't really cut it.
What a way to be welcomed to the crease, as Jassian got the one past the outside edge, something that a confident bowler would like to see.
Probably the best delivery bowl by Jassian so far. Demba will take a while to get in, but I must say, if he do get in though, and he's batting at the back end of the innings, he's someone that can go very big. Kenneth Demba, must shout out to MSDA, probably one of the main sponsor in cricket gears. in this tournament. Kenneth Demba using the MSD Willow. Well played. Out too long off. Sloppy work there by Tyson. At the end of the day, just 2 runs. Demba getting off the mark. As you know, here in St. Vincent, we just had our St. Vincent and the Grenadines cricket election. There's a change in executive. As the over comes to an end, Jassian finishing his 5th over, 1 for 19. Bowling pretty tight here to the St. Vincent batters. Tyrone Teofil continuing from the other end.
Very great over there for the Dominicans. Got in the breakthrough of Gidron, and he has been somewhat of the rock that brought the score to 127 so far. But now it's such a rebuilding phase if they have to get past 220, 250.
As I mentioned earlier, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association just had their election. New executive introduced Morris. They would be in charge of cricket operations here in St. Vincent for the next 4 years. New president in Dougal James. He has been around cricket for a while. He was once the treasurer for the Windward Island Cricket Board, now the president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association. So, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association has been run by a new executive, which is a very capable group of men and women to control the cricket operations here in St. Vincent.
Williams, it will be interesting now. It seems that they have gotten a breakthrough to bring back a seam bowler to see how best you could most stifle the situation or the batting here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You're in the middle order, per se. And what you would want is to restrict the Vincentian batsmen as much as possible. So I think bringing back a pacer to get a maybe 2-3 over spell can really change things more here for the Dominicans.
Really good suggestion. But so far, the spinners have been doing pretty well. And I guess the skipper is probably not too flustered with his spinners, doing so well. The score is 128 for 4. Obviously, you would have loved to see a pacer come back in the middle. Loud appeal there. Umpires were not interested in Teofil. That brings the end of the over. Another good over there for Dominica. What I will do though, Morris, I would probably bring back my senior statesman to get a wicket in Tyson. He bowled with good pace this morning. But in terms of how they're bowling now, they're doing well. But if you need a wicket, I would say try and bring back your senior statesman in Tyson to try get a wicket, or try create that opportunity to get a wicket. But they're doing well.
And creating extra pressure again to the Vincentian batsmen. What you don't want is a case where batsmen like Kenneth are just coming in and get settled, as this one is down the track, Kotoy again, and able to get to the pitch of it and pushing that one. So, I could never understand why his technique in batting. I'm not saying it is wrong. I'm not saying it is right. But whenever he plays a shot, there's this gap between his bat and his pad, and it seems to work for him.
Yeah, I mean, as a as a coach, few coaches, what I don't like is coach changing a lot of players. Sometimes you just have to leave players to do their thing like Demba just did. As I said, he's not one that will stick around and block all day. He's a big man in the VPL here in St. Vincent, so he can hit a long ball.
But not only that, this is his home ground, you can say. He's from Chumuka, which is about, say, 2 miles away from here. And he knows the ground very well. And yes, he will be very familiar with it. So I think this could signal to the captain that he needs to bring back a pace.
Yeah, definitely. Demba just not having any of it from the off spinner. First ball to him earlier, ball of beauty. But Demba, I guess he's getting warm. I mean, a lot of overs still to come. So 18 overs after this one. They need to bat deep. There's still a bit of power in St. Vincent dugout, but right now the projected score is about 215. They haven't been really scoring up at 5 or so for a while. They have been always around the run rate of 3 and 4. But this Demba and Katoy partnership can see a change in the run rate in the next couple of overs if they stay there.
Yes, they're a busy pair in terms of scoring, in comparison to that of Gidron, and you will see somebody like a Darren Graves. Their partnership will be one that will be interesting to the statisticians. Normally, Couture, who likes to be busy around the crease and always look for the ones and the twos. Demba, who also look for ones and twos and also can find the boundary.
Both players played for Windwards together for a number of years. Katoy, usually a busy player. Demba usually take a while to get start, but whenever he do get a start, he packs a punch.
But I like the passion that Kenneth Demba has for cricket. His passion has strayed for a very long way. As we know, he's from the area called Chumuka here in St. Vincent. And over the years, we've known a number of cricketers who have come out of that village. And there was somewhat a fall away of the love for the game from some of the hopefuls that we had interest in, as it brings it over to an end of the 32nd over 137 for 4. And I was saying that Demba, who really pushed himself, he went to the Chumuka Secondary School, the Chumuka Primary School, so he did all his schooling in his village. And to see that he has reached so far in the Windward Island setup, and he's looking to push himself on. He's a married man though, and has a beautiful baby.
He's a guy that loves his family.
Yes, he's family oriented.
Loves his wife, and I'm sure that his wife is looking on presently. Beautiful daughter. Loves his daughter to pieces.
I believe he wants to get her into some cricket.
I'm not sure. His wife and child is living in America, so I'm not sure if by the time she's ready that cricket will be more of a thing in America. Right now, cricket in America is getting really big.
Some of the World Cup would be
played there as well, so I wouldn't be surprised. There's a change in bowling now. Senior statesman Kavim Haj comes back. As I mentioned earlier, try to change it up a bit to try get a wicket. Speaking of Chumuka earlier, Morris, I will let the viewers know that the first, well, Michael Finley actually is from Chumuka. You know, he played for West Indies. Ian Allen is from Westwood, which is just on top of the hill behind us. Played for West Indies as well. We have a lot of talent here in North Leeward. He's gone. Bowling that faster one, as I mentioned earlier, bringing back your experienced bowler to try to create that opportunity for a wicket, and the skipper did just that. Hodge taking the wicket of Kenneth Demba.
Well, that one was a faster delivery. The arm ball that was seen there from Hodge, and that ball caught Demba in the crease, and clearly it was no doubt in the umpire's mind that he would have been adjudged LBW. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines is using their 5th wicket. They are 137.
Looking at it from where I stand, looks like a bit of height. Demba is a tall man, so looking like has a little bit of height issue. But the umpire decision is final, so Demba has to go.
So I think we're going to take our stint from here, and we welcome, Gunny Hines and our commentator at St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 137 for 5 at the end. Well, they're still into over number 33, Calvin Hodge with himself.
So St. Vincent reeling at 137 now for 4. 137 for 4 St. Vincent. For 5. As Hogg operating from the southern end. Left arm spin over the wicket, and the bowls and the batsman is coming forward. 137 for 5 shows a slump for St. Vincent after consolidating so well. Seeing 50-run partnership between Gideon Pope and Captain Sunil Ambris after Pope went. Then there was another partnership that was built between Gideon Pope and Kieran Katoy. And then there was a slump of 2 quick wickets. Put St. Vincent back. So their scoring has been restricted then, and they're starting and rebuilding process again. It's 137 for 5 St. Vincent. Kieran Katoy and 39. 39, and we see a bowling change here from the commentator's booth end. As we see now, Vincent Lewis, who opened the bowling here from the southern end, will now be taking it up from the commentator's booth end. Batsmen sending for their helmet. Darren Graves taking strike or delivery, taking a thick outside edge, running down to third man over the ropes. He will get what we call educated edge down to third man. It's 4 runs, 4 welcoming runs to St. Vincent, who have been struggling in the middle after some very good partnership we would have seen. Can I mention how well Gideon Pope would have batted himself and his captain Sunil Ambris, And then there was, after the fall of Ambrose wicket, there was another partnership between himself, Gideon Pope, and Kyron Katoy. And now they have to do again a rebuilding process. So it's now 141 for 5, St. Vincent with that boundary to Graves. And Vincent Lewis, left arm over the wicket to left-hander Graves, short. And he is defending that one out of his stress. Right down to a cover point. No run resulting. Still a very good day for cricket here at the Cumberland playing field. A very placid wicket. A wicket good for batting and bowling. Whatever you put in as a bowler, you get out, and you have to apply yourself here at this ground. But it has become a bit easier for batting as we watch Lewis into Graves, the left-hander, coming forward very easily, very compactly. Plays down in front of him. No run resulting. We have seen time and time again, how often have we seen it, where St. Vincent would have had a very good start, and somewhere in the middle there seems to be some lapse in concentration. St. Vincent 141 for 5. As here is a delivery, and he is out. He is out. This one, Lewis, short pitch dug into Graves. He was in no man's land, to say the least. He just did not handle it properly. The one before that, we saw he hurried to fend it off, and this one he was fending it off, but gets it up no further than the man at short backward point. And he goes back to the pavilion, and that is the 6th wicket for St. Vincent, going down at with the score at 141. 141 for 6 St. Vincent. After what we are just speaking about, have seen some very good partnership in the middle, and then a fall of wickets, and now we're seeing the change, a very good change by the skipper for Dominica, Skipper Benjamin, bringing back his opening bowler, the left arm seamer, who have this one short pitch rising into the chest of Graves, was unable to keep it down, and cover point took a simple catch. So we welcome back Stanley Gunny Hines into the commentary booth. Gunny 142 for 6. The fall of that wicket you would have seen was not well handled there by Graves.
Yes, and St. Vincent tuttering a bit here now from the position, a fairly good position. They're tuttering as wickets continue to fall regularly here at the Cumberland playing field, where we see Vincent Lewis from this the northern end, or the Chateaubriand end if you want to call it that. And he'll be bowling now to the new man, that's Tilron Harry. Short lifting again, and he cut out of the way from a nice lifter there, and taken cleanly by Casimir Benjamin. 142 for 6. The batsman out. Sunil Ambrose 26. Desmond Maloney didn't trouble the scorers. Gideon Pope 47. Darren Graves 5. Just out to Lewis. Dylan Douglas 8. Kenneth Denbar 9. And that delivery, that dismissal a while ago, he didn't handle the short pitch delivery properly. Hit the top of the bat and flew to backward point. Again, another nasty lifter there. And certainly, from what I've seen, it is over. Vincent Lewis bending his back and getting some assistance from the pitch, the end of over number 34. It's 142 for 6, and St. Vincent Grendy is stuttering a bit.
Yes, definitely, Gunny, and well bowled by Vincent Lewis. We see him operating from this commentary or Chateaubriand end, as you rightly said, and really putting in, bending his back, as you rightly said, and getting the ball to lift appreciably. Batsman, having the batsman in some trouble. Gunny, we would have seen in the St. Vincent innings, a few of our batters got started but failed to go on.
Yes, when we want to look at what they ended up with, Douglas looked promising, but eventually, to me, he played an injudicious shot and lost his off stump to the spin. And then you had Denbar again to playing an innocuous shot, and he was LBW as a judge by umpire Williams. He went for 9, and now it's any bowls to Kotoy. Kotoy pushes out on the onside, and there's no run, 142 for 6. Desmond Malone, he went early. Goodwin Pope, I thought, also played a non-existent shot. He went, but Perishing did all the hard work and basically give it away, playing a big shot, and was bold. He made 47. He should have stayed there, concentrated much longer, and who knows, he may still well have been there, but he played that shot and he got out for 47. And Ambrose, sort of a situation where the umpire was uncertain. He consulted the square leg umpire and he gave him out caught behind. We are in no position to really judge. This one striking on the pad, with both umpires making delayed decisions. We have to be a bit mindful of that. And umpire Williams says not out, 142 for 6. This has been a pretty good over so far from Coventry, keeping things quiet as they continue to pick away at the Vincentian low order. This one driven back to Hodge, who drove it, who flung it back, striking the stumps, and Kotoy got back to his crease quite comfortable. But Dominica certainly on the up here, looking to try to see how much more wickets they can get before the 50 reaches in. Kotoy again, forward defensive, not out the end of a... No, that's not the end. Another good delivery there, and Kotoy doing the right thing, trying to defend it and ensure that they do not get any further breakthrough, because you realize wickets are tumbling a bit as in comes Denbar. Flicks this one away to the left of mid wicket. They're going to have one. I think that's all he would certainly look for. He goes up now to 40. 40 is up to 40, and he's brought Harry into strike, and I believe what's happening is kind of looking to shield him at the moment, because he really did not negotiate Vincent Lewis properly in the last over. And Kotoy doing the correct thing. He's a sensible fella, he's an experienced individual, and he's holding the Vincentian lower order. I hate to say tail enders, the whole lower order together at 143 for the loss of 6 in, and Harry tucks this one out to mid wicket. The end of the 35th over, 143 for 6. Dominica looking to really slice through the rest of the Vincentian low order batting.
Yes, definitely, Gunny. And well, there's still hope for St. Vincent. There's still some depth in their batting to come, but Kyron Kotoy, senior and experienced player at the wicket, he will have to carry the bulk of the batting from here on. As I said, we have seen two very good partnerships, and since then Dominica would have make some inroads into the Vincentian batting, getting 2 quick wickets, and they're with their tail up, as we said, and they're looking to keep things tight here for Dominica. But nonetheless, that being said, St. Vincent 143 looking to push on to the 200 mark, and for the sake of St. Vincent, we hope that Kotoy will carry on to the end of the 50 overs.
Yes, and for Dominican side of it, they'll be looking to wrap it up. So it's a two-way side of situation. St. Vincent hoping with Kotoy there to maneuver the lower order batting and to stamp his authority, so to speak, with assistance from them. But Dominic in the form of Vincent Lewis from the northern end. They saw good delivery, and Kotoy pushes this one out to the left of cover, and he takes another single. He's out to 41. There's no shielding here. You're batting at number 8. You ought to be able to hold the bat and bat properly.
Definitely, Gunny. Kotoy, since he came to the wicket, has shown his experience, and he's aggressive by nature. But seeing the situation that his team is in, St. Vincent has been playing very sensibly, very smart. He launches his attack when he thinks he should launch his attack, and has been doing so successfully.
Let's see how Harry will handle Lewis. In. This one, again, another lift outside the off stump. He did not handle it properly again. Took the portion of the bat. Had there been a slip, he would have been gobbled up. And he fortuitously goes off the mark with one, but he's looking uncertain.
Very uncertain indeed, and Vincent Lewis has been pounding that ball in just about middle and off stump and getting it to lift, and disconcertingly for the batsman, who's not really handling him with the short pitch ball, Gunny.
Lewis from this to northern end, certainly with an inspired spell. in to Kotoy. And Kotoy short lifting, it did not lift as high as the others, and he banged it out to straightest mid wicket, and there is no one. Is it that he's bending his back, or is it that the pitch in a certain area is bouncing more than others?
Well, it's two things, two factors. There are times when he really put the effort in, and you could see all the up in this encounter, we see that end of the pitch has been really playing a little bit more faster and bouncier than the one here from the commentary end.
This one again, short lifting again. So in that general area, he is getting lift, and bearing in mind he's bowling over the wicket as a left-hander, and to the left hand, he's not bowling on leg stump line, he's bowling the off stump line. And one would have thought that another right-hander would have been in to try and negate that situation, but there are two left-handers, so it is a good line for him off stump because they're left-handers, and he's exploiting it. He's really getting the ball to bounce, sometimes a bit awkwardly. Lewis in. This one to Kotoy on his legs, and he clipped it away beautifully down the square leg. It should be 2 easy runs here, and they're getting it quite comfortably. The return comes in again, not the best of backing up in terms of the Dominicans, but Gian Benjamin, the captain, he backed up properly this time. So Kotoy goes up now to 43. Harry on 1, and it's 146 now. 146 for the loss of 6. St. Vincent Grenadine into over number 36. Outside the off, man driven beautifully by Kotoy. It's well fielded by the man at covers. The return comes in. 2 more runs. Pitched up. He removed from his general line of short of a length. He pitched it up, and Kotoy stroked it beautifully through the covers for 2. He goes up now to 45 at the end of the 36th over. 148 for 6.
Yes, Gunny. Since Kotoy's advent to the wicket, he has been playing sensibly. His shot selection was on par, and he knows what he's about. You could see that he's trying to get things on. He knows that his team is struggling in the middle. It needs runs, and he's attacking where he needs to attack and defend. He's mixing that aggression with defense as well. On the other hand, with Dominica, except for a few sloppiness we would have seen earlier, Gunny, I think they would have picked up in their feeling so far. But they need to do some work on their out cricket nonetheless. But they're still back in the game now, having got 2 quick wickets.
Hodge flighted that one to Harry, and Harry pushes it back to the bowler. No run. 148 for 6 into over number 37. Hodge in, and Harry is bowled. A beautiful flighted delivery. Harry pushed at it, missed, and it went through the gates, and the top of the bails has gone, and St. Vincent Grenadines have lost the wicket of Harry, bowled by Hodge, and certainly his brief inauspicious state the crease has ended.
Yes, Gunny, and we talked a while ago about farming the bowling, so to speak, as we say in cricketing terms. But this time here is the left arm spinner operating from the southern end or the river end. Harry was pushing forward, leaving the gap. And as you rightly said, the floodgates open, and he was bowled off stick.
It was a beautiful delivery, flighted, and with the tentativeness from Harry, he left the gate open, and the ball went right through and hit the top of the middle and off stump, and St. Vincent Grenadines 148 for 7. Harry just being a beautiful delivery from Hodge being bowled, and St. Vincent gone into even further trouble now. 148 for 7 with the new man in being Dean Brong. He's a no-nonsense type of player, if my memory serves me right. You see how he has tried to cope with the situation here with St. Vincent finding themselves in problems.
Well, we look forward to see what he has, Gunny. As you said, he's an attacker. He's an attacking player. But we hope that for the sake of St. Vincent, his attack will bring fruits. Will bear fruits here for St. Vincent. So he's just come to the wicket. Dominica with the tail up. Dominica trying to get the breakthrough before lunch. So we hope to see the rest batters for St. Vincent really settle down, and then show that they put a good total on the board for the Dominicans. They're nearing the 50 overs. They are into the 38 over. So Dean Brown is facing up to Hodge, left arm around the wicket.
Right, Hodge in. And Brown pushes this one out. As soon as he came in, opened the face, ran it down to backward point. No run. 148 for 7. 148 for 7. As Hodge will continue and is really looking to run through this Vincentian low out of here. But he's been met by Dean Brown. And Brown hits this one in the air, dropping one bounce shot of long on. Big shot, flighted. I think he was deceived by that slow delivery. And this resulting in a single. He's off the mark with one, which brings the man on 45, Katoy. Katoy should really have a little chat with him in relation to trying to let us back through the overs.
Definitely. And his trademark, as you rightly say, is aggressor, and we have seen that from that shot he just played there. The no-nonsense player. But he will be well advised to curb his shots at this time.
Anyway, another delivery there from Hodge and pushed out to straightish, mid off. And there's Katoy hitting this one in the air, but bouncing way short of the man in the sweeper position. And
so the 150 is up for St. Vincent.
150 is up. It's 150 for 7. 157 after 37 overs. And I think imperative here for the Vincentian lower order batsmen along with Katoy to bat the next 13 overs. That is important.
Definitely, and it's always important that teams bat out their 50 overs. Katoy is nearing his half century, and should he get there, it will be a well-deserved and well-played 50 gunny. Since he came in at the crease, he has been rotating the strike, he has been getting the ball off the square, and he has been getting boundaries. So he is a key man to ensure that whatever total St. Vincent gets, hopefully they will get up to 200 plus. He is the key man right now. He's in, and as we see a change here at the commentary booth end, we see Tyson, another of the opening bowler, will coming back to take it up from this end where he started.
Yeah, what they're actually doing, they are using the seamers from this northern end and the spin from the southern end. It's the tactics being employed by Jen Benjamin. It is working so far, so good, as we look at Tyson in, and this one outside the off stump and fielded, I would say, well in the end. He half stopped up and checked the advance of a run there from Katoy and Dean Brown. Katoy 46, Dean Brown on 1. We into over number 38, 150 for the loss of 7 St. Vincent and Grenadines. And certainly Katoy should use his experience and try to bat through the next 13 or so overs.
Yeah, I would say it was an excellent stop gun. He had that ball past him because it was really travelling, and he made a very good stop. Did half stop it, but it resulted in no runs because it was really travelling. Had it passed him, it would have been 4 runs.
The long on is in position. He moved from mid on to long on as Tyson in, and he opens the face and ran this one down to cover. They're going to have one. They're going to have a second one. The return comes in. Good return, and Katoy goes up now to 48. Good running for that too.
Yes, and that is part of the game of cricket. You have to be running. You don't always have to hit the ball over the ropes at every ball, so you can push the ball in the gaps, and of course running is part of the game. You're trained to do that in all your preparations, and we have seen this result in here in 2 good runs for St. Vincent. And Gunny, you speak about the other end where the bowlers are operating.
In a lifter there from Lavier, from Tyson. A lifter there. And Katoy, with his experience, rode it beautifully out on the onside down to short long leg, if you want to call it that. Somewhere between long leg and short square. But he's sort of marshalling that area there. With a short delivery from Tyson in to Katoy. Katoy drove this one to the left of cover. They're going to have one. They're going to come for a second one. And that's 2 will put Katoy up to a half century.
Well played.
He's up to 50. A well played half century here by Katoy, and shepherding the lower Vincentian batting order. And hopefully the management will be praying that he will stay there for the remainder of the overs, because if he goes, he'll be exposing both ends.
Yes, definitely. And a well played 50 by Katoy, and he came in and he really put bat to ball. He really stayed the innings for the Vincentian team, and we expect him to continue.
In and on the leg stump, and he pushes this one out to straightish mid wicket. No run, 152.
155.
155 for the loss of 7, 155 for 7. Kotoy and 50, and a well played half century from Kotoy. He batted sensibly in this situation.
Very sensibly, well deserved innings of 50. A good knock by him.
He has for support Dean Brown, who's on 1. As we look at Tyson from the northern end to bowl to Kotoy. This one on the leg stump, and he clips it to the right of the square. Going to have another double. Another 2 comfortable runs there to Kotoy. He goes up to 2 to 52. And it's the end of the over. Yes, end of the over. 157 for 7 at the end of that over. 3 doubles in that over there from Kotoy. Batting sensibly.
Yeah, that's a very good over for St. Vincent. They will welcome those runs. Kotoy ensuring that he gets the ball off the square. And he seems to have a wide repertoire of shots, Gunny. Even the short pitch ball, as we alluded to earlier, that the Dominicans are using the seamers from this end to extract life out at that bottom end of the wicket where the ball is definitely rising. And we are seeing Kotoy not afraid of the short ball. And he has been pulling and he has been turning. He's been playing his shots and playing them well.
Yes, he's using his level of experience, his maturity, realizing that the seamers from this end for Dominica are banging it in and getting some lift. So he's on the back foot, prepared for these short deliveries. And he has been pushing the ball around and getting his doubles, not going for the expansive shots, looking for boundaries. He is more cautious, getting his twos, and the scoreboard continue to take over.
Yes, well, 12 overs to go. There's still quite a bit of overs there that could really see St. Vincent pushes on once this partnership lasts up to the 200 mark and plus.
Yeah, so the exposure now of Dean Brown. Let's see how he's going to handle the situation. And he forces this one very aggressively out back to the bowl himself on close to extra cover, short extra cover. So he needs to understand there's 72 balls to be faced in. And he go for the big one. Wow. And he is connected and has gone over the cow corner area for maximum flighted delivery. And I said he's a very aggressive individual, flighted, and he took his chances, took the gamble and swung it over cow corner area for maximum. He goes up to 7, 164 for 7. I think with Vincent in some interesting times now with being Brown at the crease.
Yes, definitely, Gunny, and definitely he's living up to his aggression as a player. Flighty delivery, as you rightly said, and he make no mistake in really sending it over to cow corner for maximum. So we will see. It caught Hodge by surprise. Yeah, I guess he probably would not have played against this man for a very long time. He don't know what he has, but here he is playing a very good cricket shot, and I guess more of these to come as we go down to the latter part of the overs.
But you have to be very selective, because bearing in mind it's only 163. It's a 2 runs in the board, but for him to be looking to hit a couple sixes, he may very well perish, and that will prove to be his undoing and St. Vincent Grenadines' undoing. So he has to be selective.
And it's something we wouldn't want to lose him now. At this stage of the game, he needs to stay there with Kotoy, who has been at the crease and has already posted up a 50. Well, with that 6, so give the players a short break for a little drink.
Kotoy 52 and Dean Brown with that maximum up to 7. And I think it is going to be a very interesting over between the experienced Kavem Hodge and the no-nonsense Dean Brown, the right-handed batsman. As I said, the right-hander in with the left-hander will pose a little bit of a problem for the bowling attack.
Yes, Gunny, 96 degrees in the shade. The battle is out in the middle. Bat and ball contest.
So, Hodge to bowl to continue from a replacement ball. Back goes Brown, and he clouted this one down to deep extra cover for a single. You can see the intent of power there. And he gets the singlies up to 8. It's 165 now. 165 for the loss of 7, and it brings into play the experienced Kotoy against the experienced Kavem Hodge. As we see Hodge rearranging the field, there's no slip, backward point, extra cover, long off, deep extra cover, long on into Kotoy, and he forces one up to a straightish, sort of mid on the left-hander.
Is Dean Brown a Ratcliffe player, Gunny? And he plays in the local?
Back he goes. That's Katoy and forces the one out to deep mid wicket. Another single to Katoy. He goes up to 53. Bring Dean Brown on 8. 165 for the loss of 7. 165 for 7. Let's see what the battle continues between Hodge and Brown. Brown this time forward defensive. It's the end of the over. I think he was very smart in that last delivery not to play any big shots, be selective, and he defended it quite nicely. 165 for 7 after 39.
Yes, that was a quicker ball there from Hodge. I think Brown was trying to run it down to third man, but it took the inner half of the bat, and there's no damage done. So the score remains at 165 for 7. St. Vincent now have their eye on the 200 mark at least. They would have got some starts, they would have had some partnership, but they would have lost some wickets in the end, some to ill-advised shots, and others which the Dominicans would have really worked hard.
As Tyson from the northern end, the Shatibelli end as I will tend to call it, in. And that's one again, short lift in there at Katoy, striking him on the thigh, and he's rubbing it ruefully. Must have stung him.
Definitely, and I'm sure he's wearing a thigh pad, but probably might have caught him on the fleshy part of his leg there.
In between the thigh pad and the pad.
Very painful blow indeed.
You know about that.
5.5 ounces, Connie.
You better believe that. That was a painful blow there. Taken by Katoy, but let's see how he's going to respond and how would Tyson bang this next delivery in. This one back of a length, and he stayed there with some intent, aggressive intent, hammered it down to deep mid wicket. He goes up by 1 to 54, 166 for the loss of 7.
And this is what the bat and ball contest is all about, Connie. In spite of that being hit there on the thigh, Katoy is showing aggression, determination. He's not afraid to go for his shots.
It's all about the mind game.
Very much so.
You're coming at me, and I'm going to come at you. So it's really a battle of wits out there, basically, between Katoy and Tyson. In. And Brown hits this one into the air. It could be out. I'd gone for 6, and he is out. Ill-advised again.
Ill-advised. We talked about this earlier, Gunny, where you need to stay there. You need to stay there. You have Katoy in already. Yes, you might be aggressive. You might want to get on with it, but you have to be selective. That's what's the word what we're using all along. I don't think he was doing that at this present time. He just want to go for go, and he paid the price. Perish.
Just, I use the word ill-advised, and believe me, looking to play big shot there. 10 overs, 60 balls remaining. You are in with the man who is in Katoy. Try and steady, support him, and get as much runs as possible rather than trying to emulate what Katoy is not doing. And that's looking for the big ones. He's looking to walk it around, get the 1s, the 2s, the boundaries, and he has perished.
Yes, and I think this is something that the management and the coach will have to work on, because St. Vincent have been getting some good starts, good partnership, and when they're recovering, doing a recovery, they end up play some nonsensical shots and get out. We have seen 3 or 4 batsmen getting out like that, literally out in themselves.
166 for 8. And you're down now to the number 10 batsman, who is Rashid Frederick. No, is it Frederick or is it Bascom? The newcomer.
Bascom.
Right-hander Bascom. Is it Bascom? Right. So the newcomer, Solomon Bascom, facing his first delivery for St. Vincent at the senior level. Yes. A good delivery there. And he defended out square on the offside, facing his first delivery for SVG. And he's not yet off the mark, but he defended it quite nicely. I hope some common sense will prevail and to give Katoy support.
Yes, and he's been watched by his parents, who have been following him from his inception since he into this cricket, from his youth days up to the senior level. So he would want to make a good impression, not just for his family, his parents, but for St. Vincent.
Well, we've been told it's Frederick, as I kept saying it looked like Frederick. They used to told me Solomon Bascom, but it's Frederick who is batting. He pushed that one on to mid-off. Little correction there. Frederick off the mark with 1. And brings Katoy, who was on 54 to face 167 now for the loss of 8. As the left-handed Katoy will be facing Tyson. But what is clearly needed, what's the point Katoy needs is support from the number 10, because number 9 is out of the way, so it's down to number 10, which is Frederick. This one, he clips this one over square leg. That's Katoy. He's going to get 1, he's going to get 2,
4
but the ball has gone past the ropes and is now being signaled a boundary by umpire Green. It's the end of the over. 4 runs to Katoy. He goes up now to 58 with Rashid Frederick on 1. It's 172 for the loss of 8. St. Vincent the Grenadines, I believe, still should be looking to bat out the overs. There are 9 overs to come, or 10 overs to come, sorry. And after 40, 172 for 8, 60 balls remaining. Come on, try and bat these and get up to, probably about 220 there, about 230. The Katoy is still there.
Yes, Katoy is still there, and he's showing signs that he want to get on with things, Gunny. He realized that he's running out of partners, but he still have quite a bit of overs. All he needs to do is keep focus, keep his head on, bat right through the innings, and then more than likely St. Vincent should be able to overcome the 200 mark.
But he needs to keep speaking to the lower order, because I don't think he's really good at that, by going to them and speak to them regularly to say just hang in there, and I will try and get the runs. Whatever you get will be a bonus.
Yes, that's a good observation. We have not seen much of the communicating, which is part of the game again. You know, speaking to your partner.
As Hodge, very experienced to Frederick. Frederick is beaten with a beautiful delivery. Spun across him, a slow delivery, flighted, and he pushed at it and threw to the keeper, and there is none. And now we are seeing what we're speaking about, that little chit-chat.
Yes, indeed. And that was a beauty of a delivery, natural left arm.
Maybe they have a radio there, so there are something that they listen to what we just said.
Probably they're wired.
Hodge in. Forward defense, a faster, flatter delivery to Frederick, who defended well, and that is doing the correct thing. Defend and allow Katoy to do the scoring. In. Forward defensive again. And Frederick defends, and you can see his intent is to defend, which is the proper position he is taking. Good thinking on his part. Stay there. Whatever we get, we'll get. But the important thing is to support Katoy. This one again, pushed at it, slow delivery. I think has been deceiving the Vincentian batsmen with these slow deliveries, the variation.
Yes, Hodge using all his experience.
Forward defensive again, the end of a very good maiden over there by Hodge, and defended well. Objective achieved as far as Frederick is concerned.
Very much so, and despite beaten 3 times with 3 beautiful deliveries, he lived to fight another day.
That is basically what the Vincentian doctor is ordering. You stay there and support Katoy.
So St. Vincent, 171 for 8. Should have been a little more than that, had it not been for some injudicious batting. We have seen some batsmen getting starts and giving their wicket away. And we hope that the lower order will be able to build a partnership. Katoy, as we say, is in already. He has half century under his belt with some 9 overs to go. There's still quite some runs to be had here.
By batting right through. You cannot score runs in the pavilion. You have to stay in the middle in the hot sun.
Indeed.
And score the runs. It hits this one in the air. I think he's going to be out. Yes, he's out. Lois has been returned to the attack, yes?
Yes, Lois.
Yes, and on his legs, and he clipped it in the air, down to the man at mid-wicket, and Katoy perishes, 172 now for 9, and certainly it's a question, can St. Vincent Grenadines survive the remaining 9 overs? But Katoy goes for a well-played and a well-put-together, mature innings of 58 from him.
Very good innings indeed. Unfortunately, he was looking to get on with it. He realized that they need to get to the 200 runs mark. He realized that he's running out of partners. But at the same time, again, we are speaking about staying there, batting right through. Gunny, no sooner we said that, we see him trying to get to the boundary and just mistimed this one actually. I think it took the lower bottom of the bat and straight out to mid-wicket where he was caught on the boundary.
He didn't have to move a muscle. Straight into his lap.
Straight into his lap.
In, out, it's St. Vincent 172 for 9. And certainly, Vincentian innings, the wickets have been tumbling consistently from the moment that Ambrose got out. Just a continuation of wickets falling. As you see, every now and then that you have a little partnership, wickets fall in clusters.
And there's no devil in the wicket, Gunny. We have seen earlier the moisture would have helped the bowlers. And they would have gotten 2 wickets earlier, but after that, St. Vincent would have recovered, repaired whatever damage there was, and then we have seen a slump, a start, a slump, and we were like a pendulum in this innings.
Lois, from this to northern end, just take the wicket of Kotoy, and Bascom defended quite nicely. A tall youngster with experience, as I said here, looking at him. So it's still 172 for the loss of 9 into over number 42. And this Bascom story, Solomon Bascom, is of serious interest because I am well aware as to where he actually came from. And at the end of this next delivery, once he survives, I will start the process.
Yes, cricket is in his blood, and of course he will be baptized, no doubt, by Lois, who is fired up and has taken the wicket since he came back from this end.
In. Bascom beaten with a beautiful delivery and through to the keeper, and there's no run. He was a former student of the St. Mary's RC School, and there he was spotted through the kiddies cricket program. Him alongside another youngster, the slow bowler for St. Vincent. Both of them, trying to remember his name. Wilson, yes, that's his name. As we see Lois, experienced Lois, to bowl to the debutant outside the leg stump and through to the keeper, signal wide, maybe overextending himself, looking to do the extra, and he infringed, and he's got another extra, 173 now for the loss of 9, 173 for 9 into over number 43. And the same Wilson and Solomon Bascom won the kiddies cricket program finals for his school.
Wilson going on to captain the St. Vincent under 19 as well.
In again, that one lifting on him, and he did all his best to avoid being struck
on the finger, and
they seem to have bounced off the mitten or something, and they saw the batting gloves. He's off the mark with 1 first run for St. Vincent Grendy, so Bascom out to 1, and it brings the obdurate Frederick, who is on 1, to face the rampant Lois from the northern end.
Bascom has been tried and tested with that short delivery, but he handled it well.
In. And here we see Frederick decided he's going to have a hee-ho. Missed and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. Well, they're down to number 10 and 11. Anything goes as far as Frederick is concerned.
Yes, but I hope that when they did go out there in the middle, the advice would have for them to bat out the overs, as we keep saying. Gone. It's so important that with some 7 or 8 overs remaining, there's a lot of runs still to come.
A lot of overs to come, that's what I know, and it's a cardinal error for teams not to bat out the maximum in terms of 50 overs. Lois in, and here is Frederick, defended it, a lifter on his body, and the keeper ran across the square, fielded nicely, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Things are happening so slowly out there that I was unsure if the over was finished, because umpire remained at the area, the square leg umpire remained, and they're operating fairly slowly, man, with the decision making.
Is it the heat, Gunny? We have been seeing that for quite some time. I don't know, in their decision making, moving pretty slow. But at the same time, St. Vincent trying to move a bit faster and trying to reach that 200 mark. Dominica, on the other hand, looking to wrap up the innings of St. Vincent, showing signs, adrenaline flowing now after the fall of those quick wickets, Gunny. Lunch has not been taken as yet, and no doubt would want to wrap up St. Vincent before they...
Well, lunch would come either way, either at the fall of a wicket or if they can bat up until the 50 overs is concluded. So it's Hodge with a slip, short extra cover, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. And he's striking them on the pad. They're going for a sharp single. That's Bascom. The return comes in. No one backing up. This has been the trend of the Dominican. Once the returns do come in, there's no one backing up. Very rare we see someone backing up. And here it is. He got an additional run. So Bascom goes up now to 3 with those two. 175 for 9. This is one of the downfall of the Dominican team.
Yes, Gunny, but at the same time, Bascom, a new debutant, I'm not too sure of his batting ability, but he did play that one a little loose. He managed to get 2 runs.
He's not even counted as a real batsman, because if you're batting number 11, but he has an idea, a thing or two about batting. So one outside the off stump, and he flayed at it, taken by the keeper, and there's no run. Sometimes these last wicket partnership can frustrate you if you don't keep your heads on. Hodge in, back he goes, and he forces it back out to extra cover, no run. 175 now for the loss of 9.
And also for the debutant as well, there must be some nerves, wanting to do well, parents looking at you from this end.
In goes Hodge. Forward defensive in the approved fashion, and there is no run. So I believe he will be hoping to bat through the overs and at the end of it come with a not out.
Well, just what the doctor orders. We'll wait and see what happens. At the same time, St. Vincent's still looking for another 30, 40 runs maybe.
175 for 9. We're into over number 43. Hodge in. Bascom allowed us one to go by. The end here survived the over. 175 for 9 after 43, 7 overs to go. Yes, but going back to the young man, so from the kiddies cricket, and he won for the St. Mary's RC school. We normally had a quiz testing the knowledge of them otherwise academically, and both him and Wilson won the quiz as well the same year. Then both of them went on to play for St. Vincent under 50 the same year. Both of them went on to play under 17 cricket for St. Vincent the same year. They operated as the inseparable twins. And Wilson went on to captain the St. Vincent Grenadiers team. Salman Bascom went to England, the West Indies under 17 team. So they've been hunting in pairs, these two, get back in.
Interesting story, Gunny, because I used to be around Wilson. I also remember Bascom. During the under 15 tournament and practice sessions, I would have imparted some of my knowledge to Wilson particularly, and Bascom himself. So it's really heartening to see that they would have took their game serious to reach to this level and still rise in. So I wish them all the best in their future endeavors.
175 for 9, 43. We're into over number 44. Tyson in, and here is Frederick pushing that one down to long off for a single, so he goes up now to 2, 176 for 9. And incidentally, as I said, he went to England, played with the under 17, and for whatever good reason or other reasons, the last under 19 tournament here, there was a claim that he was injured, an injured finger, which was not absolutely accurate, all because of interference, and eventually he was omitted from the squad. But the funny thing about it, with this lack of fitness, as the authorities claim, that it's a short lifter over the tall Bascom's head, not sufficient to be a wide. You get another one is 1 for the over, and he trained with the team every day of the West Indies under 19 tournament. Trained every day. The same individual they're claiming could not have played, but every morning, all the warm-ups, everything, he was involved. And here it is. He is now making his debut. Strange things do happen.
Well, there is a book written by one CLR James, Cricket Goes Beyond the Boundary, Gunny. And we have seen this happening time and time again. Yeah. It's not just out in the middle. We wonder why a particular player is not in a particular team. No reason is given, no proper reason. And you're seeing the guy up and down, practicing, playing other games. And here and there you're hearing that, oh, he's injured, he's left out because of some silly excuse. And it's politics, cricket politics.
I'm glad you said it, and it didn't come from me. As we see Tyson in outside the off stump, and that's asking Bascom to defend. He allowed it to go by. 176 now. Am I right?
176 for 9.
176 for 9 into over number 44.
And continuing on that story, Gunny, I would want to say as well, and I'm seeing it frankly, that I would have been one who have experienced that as well. I could give you an example where I was on the national senior team.
As Tyson, you'll continue after this delivery to Bascom. Bascom clips this one, really a good cricket shot on his legs, and he clips it over the mid-wicket area. Airborne, but safe because the mid-wicket is very deep. And he goes up now to 4. It's 176 for the loss of 9. That's at the end of that over. Go ahead with that story.
Yes, there's a particular player, while we would have won the tournament already in Grenada, with a day to spare that we were able to go to Grenville. And here we're coming back for the last leg, which would be in Dominica. And there was a young player by the name of Rafik Bailey. I don't know if you remember that name. His father was on the executive.
Yeah, not an executive. He was a right arm leg spinner.
No, his father was on the St. Vincent. Right. And here it is that he was doing well. Rafik was doing well at the Windward Islands level, reaping havoc, spinning web around the young guys, taking a lot of wickets, and they just figured that he should have been in. You know, so here it is. We won the tournament already. It was unsaleable, unbeatable, and they decided to drop me and take him to Dominica. So the politics continues in cricket. Goes beyond the boundary, Gunny.
It will never stop.
And will never stop.
So from the southern end or Kingston end, that Lewis was being sent to the southern end, and the first delivery there to Bascom, he defended quite nicely, and he's looking fairly competent.
Yes, but I would have thought that Dominica, with all the strategies they try and twisting up the, keep making the change, ringing in the changes from both ends, I would expect the seamers to be pitching the ball up to these tail end batters rather than pounding the ball into the wicket.
Lewis to Bascom. Bascom again showing him the full face of the bat. Out to shortish mid on, and there's no run. 176 for 9.
Yes, and Bascom is showing grit and determination that he can hold his bat, he can defend his wicket. Whether you're bowler, you have a bat in your hand when you go out to bat, you are required to make runs.
Nothing can frustrate you more when you have the number 9, 10, 11 giving you problems.
Definitely.
Lewis to Bascom. Outside the leg stump and not taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Casimir Benjamin. And we're waiting the umpire's call.
78.
A bye.
You didn't touch him? I should have.
Umpire's in the best position to make
178 with that extra. St. Vincent. 178.
As Lewis from the Kingston southern end in. And here is Frederick pulling at this one. We'll wait till the umpires. Did he got a baton to hit his pad or whatever? We're not sure. And it signals the leg by. 179 now for the loss of 9. And they are frustrating the Dominican team by putting up the stubborn defense. And this is exactly what Harry and the others should have done when Kotoy was there batting.
Yes, and this is what...
If they exuded the confidence, I believe Kotoy would be more selective. Recognize his run out. In comes Lewis. This one striking on a pad again. Bad line on the leg stump. Another single. Is it another leg by? We'll wait and see. Seems to have gotten a nick onto it.
Yeah.
So it's another run there to Bascom. 5. Rashid Frederick on 2. It's 180. 180 for the loss of 9. And certainly it's not been a good over by Lewis. He's been targeting the leg stump. And they've been getting these buys. And, well, there was a buy, leg buys, etc. Need to, as you say, quite well, he pitched that ball somewhere between middle and off stump and forced them to play. Lewis in. And this is driven nicely. Driven real nicely. And one. We're going to have another. So he goes up now to 3. 181 for the loss of 9. And they think they're frustrating the Dominican bowling attack.
Yes, I think that is what is happening now, and even to Lewis, I'm a bit surprised that he has not been using more variations in his overs. He's been ponging the ball in most of the time. Even Bascom seems a little susceptible to the short pitch. I think I would like to see the ball pitch a bit fuller to the batter, and maybe looking for some Yorkers to York the lower end batters.
Yes, so this rich story of Solomon Bascom has been told. I hope that others get the message. When you talk about the cricket politics, it really stinks. But there's nothing you can do about it. What can you do? Yes, people have their favorites and so on and so forth, but some things, some decision making are too glaring.
Definitely.
As we see, number 3 bowler, who is that number 3? Tyson. From this another end to bowl. And Frederick hits this one straight down his throat. That one was pitched in around the.
It looks like Bascom.
It looked like Bascom. Straight down his throat at long off. He hit it powerfully, and he's taken and it's the end of the Vincentian innings at 181 all out. Bascom, the last man out, caught. Tried to pick out the fielder. Caught by trying to get the number. What's the number?
Is he Bascom or is it this guy?
Oh, yeah, he's been caught by Tyrone Theophil. Yes, as he turned his back, so he got the number. Caught Theophil of Tyson. At the end of Vincentian innings, we'll have the scorecard in a while. 45.1 overs, all out for 181. And certainly, is this good enough?
Well, we'll see. Based on the response from Dominica, the wicket itself has settled down. We have seen batters get themselves in, but play some injudicious shots and get themselves out. There is no devil in the wicket. It's a very placid track right now. But with whether the new ball is going to create any issue for the Dominicans, we'll wait and see. But we have to be. We have to say, Gunny, that Dominica make a good comeback.
Yes, so
Dominica make a good comeback. We have seen that they take this game from where they were really facing a big total being posted by St. Vincent, but eventually they came back into the game and really have St. Vincent running for under.
We now have the scorecard as Sylvanus Mark will read the scorecard out for you.
Right, so we have
Ambrose got 26, Bez Maloney Duck, Pedro Pope 47, Darren Grace 5, Kieran Katoy 58, Dylan Douglas 8, Kenneth Bamba 9, Taylor Harry 1, Dean Brown 8, and the last 2 you'll have to check on the gadget.
Shadi Rashid Fredericks 3 and Solomon Bascom 5.
Yeah, and the bowling for Dominica.
Gosh, get this guy back to me.
We're looking to get the bowling all right here for Dominica with Lewis. Vincent Lewis.
So Lewis, he had 9 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, 3 wickets. Gillon Tyson, he bowled 7.1 overs, no maiden, 37 runs, 3 wicket. Kyron Phillips, he had 6 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Kavon Hodge, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 29 runs, 2 wickets. And Tyrone Theophil, 7 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. And Jason Alexander, 6 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket.
So the final score is what, 181?
181
or 45
or
point
45.
2 overs,
1 overs.
45.1 overs with top scorers in the Vincentian innings being Kotoy 58 and 47 from Gideon Pope. Sunil Ambrose got 26, 3 for 29 Vincent Lewis, 3 for 37 Gilson Tyson, 2 for 29 Kevin Hodge. Until we're ready after lunch, we'll take a break and have lunch and we're back whenever play resumes. Pleasant good afternoon to our viewers. We are back here at the Cumberland playing field after lunch. We have had a slight shower of rain in between the lunch hour, so to speak. Players temporarily they should have started back at 1:55, but we're going to restart at just around 2:15 with St. Vincent Grenadines being dismissed for 181. So Dominica will have to get 182 from the 50 overs. No adjustments because the time allotted there from 2:15, had we gone past this, we'll be losing overs and all the DLS will come into play. But no, we don't have that. The sun is back out in all its glory on the western side overlooking the sea. And Dominica will have to get 180 to the victory. Umpires are out, Mrs. Williams and Green. We look at the Vincentian team to go out. And what do you think should be the Dominican approach? Good afternoon to viewers. Good afternoon to you, Sylvanus.
Good afternoon, viewers. Yes, well, 181 is a very challenging score. St. Vincent will looking to restrict the Dominicans under this total. The Dominicans, on the other hand, is seeking to overcome that total and overcome that total with wickets in hand to lose as small number of wickets as possible in overhauling that total. So it's a very interesting and intriguing game. A very interesting battle here at the Cumberland playing field as we see the Dominican openers now going out. The number 1 in Stefan Pascal and Tyron Theophile opening the innings for Dominica. They're already out in the middle. St. Vincent team now just having a chit chat before they take onto the field. The umpires are already out. As you would have heard, the sun is out in all its glory. Looks a spectacular evening, a very interesting evening. Once the weather holds, I guess Dominica will be definitely looking to make a good start to this innings of 181.
You don't have a problem at all is delay. Have you seen it all the matches of St. Vincent? What is this big old talk around now? Umpires there, opening batsman there, and you chit-chatting. You had a whole long lunch period, whole period before without the rain break. You're still holding a play? I'm very critical of these kind of things. Like, it's not a nonsense. Have a discussion. Umpires said they will restart at certain hour, but you should be out there ready to go.
Yes, it's a strange thing to see the batters are out before the players actually. But they're now taking the field, so we will resume play here, and the Dominicans will be replying to the Vincentian total of 181.
So the players are, as we said, the batsmen are out. You got the opening batsmen numbers, yes. Pascal and Theophile. Pascal has played a lot of youth cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He played here at Cumberland a number of times, so he has an idea what the pitch does. They played here already. This is Dominican's third game here. St. Vincent Grenadines playing their first game here. So Dominica got a slight advantage in terms of knowing the conditions better than the Vincentians, barring somebody like a Denver who's from this area.
Yes, and having said that too as well, Dominicans would have bowled on this track and see how it is playing so far. So I hope the batters would have looked with a very screwed eye to ensure that they're seeing what the wicket is doing, and they would surely settle down and look to bat for a very long time to ensure that Dominica come out with a win. St. Vincent, of course, will have different ideas, and will look to see how fast they can make inroads into the Dominican batting.
Well, the news that we had a while ago, Grenada, some stoppages at St. About 138 for 8. There were some stoppages, but players can do 138 for 8. We'll update you as soon as we get that information. Plays underway, this one outside the off stump. And here is it Pascal? Or is it Theophile as he turns? Theophile outside the off stump. He threw his bat at it, and it's sky down to deep third man. A better hit, he would have been landing straight into the fielder's lap. but he got away with it. He's on one. Dominica off and running, one without loss. One delivery being bowled here by Dean Brown from this northern or Shattibele end for our local viewers. Pitch in very good condition. We saw some lateral movement earlier up from Lewis and Tyson. Let's see what the Vincents and Seamers will be able to extract from this particular surface.
And he will be bowling to 2 slips and a gully, a cover, extra cover, mid-off and a mid-on.
As Dean Brown, right arm fast medium. That someone certainly moved away after pitching. Pitched there, close to the off stump. And by the time wicketkeeper Pope got close to it, he was ended up in front of first slip.
Yes, down the line, the corridor of uncertainty, a very good delivery. Pitching, and as you talk about that lateral movement, seeing just late movement. Very good delivery indeed.
Brown from this and out and in brilliant sunshine here at Cumberland. This one on his legs and clipped away beautifully by Pascal. They have one. They're coming for a second and it's 4 runs. A beautiful shot. Clipped wonderfully off his leg past mid-wicket. Certainly a good sign for Pascal and Dominica. Not too much of a good sign by St. Vincent in the form of Dean Brown, but certainly a wonderful shot.
Yes, a beautiful shot indeed. This one was pitched on the legs and he walked it to the vacant mid-wicket and resulting in 4 runs for Dominica to start his innings. So they are 4 runs short of the target.
5 without loss. Brown in. Outside the off stump and driven square on the offside. Stopped there at cover point and there is no run. 5 without loss. As I said to you, Pascal has played a lot of cricket here on at this Cumberland playing field. He knows the strip well. So he is an individual, I believe, St. Vincent will have to get out. So too is Theophil, who has been known over the years to score runs for Dominica. But both of them have been having lean tournaments. As we see Brown from the northern end in. This one on the body of Pascal, flicks it out to mid-wicket and there is no run. 5 without loss, but certainly St. Vincent Grenadines' fastest bowler is not in the bowling lineup today. We said what we had to say a bit earlier. We are not sure. Everybody's tight-lipped. But be that as it may, he is not here. We're describing what we see. Brown in. Oh my goodness, that one really seemed and moved away.
That's
Pascal completely beaten with a beautiful delivery there by Dean Brown. Through to the keeper, moving to his right. Total 5 without loss after 1 over.
Yes, and 2 beautiful delivery bowled in that over from Dean Brown, and he would be advised to continue to pitch the ball up and just on about middle and off some, just moving away, rather more straighter on the legs. So you see when he pitched it up gun, he seems to be getting that lateral movement, and with a slight cloud cover, you expect to help him along with the wind moving from a northeasterly direction. He's getting that ball to swing away to the slips.
So from the southern end, I believe it will be Kentish Solomon Bascom. Am I right?
Yeah.
Let's see who it is. It seems to be Solomon Bascom. Yes, it is him. In misses his run. Yes, it is Solomon Bascom. And the wicketkeeper is still Ron Harry. So it's not Gideon Pope, who is out somewhere on the field. We'll pick him out as mid-on. So a different wicketkeeper has been exposed in the form of Taylor and Harry. 5 without loss as Bascom, like it, from the southern end. Harry. This one wide outside the off stump and one signal to the bowler from umpire Williams. He cannot bowl the second one, otherwise he'll be penalized. But certainly I think he tried something there and he hammered it into the pitch and it flew outside the off stump. Luckily for him, it wasn't called a wide.
Yes, well, it's always that temptation when the ball is new to hammer it into the turf, but we would have seen when Dean Brown pitched the ball up, he would have some movement, so he would be advised Bascom to pitch the ball up.
This one down the leg side and some of the hands went up into the air, but it's signal a wide. I do not think, except there's a slow motion decision making, he is confirmed in his own mind it's a wide, so there'll be an appeal will be negated by the wide signal. 6 without loss. Bascom needs to line it up, get his rhythm going, line it up, rather than looking for extra pace. Because with the ball new, it tends to spray it all over the place. Let's hope he gets it right. Bascom in. This one wide outside the off stump again. And 3 short deliveries there from Bascom.
I think Gunny is really trying to
Hard.
too hard, trying to extract extra pace out of the wicket. He must realize that he's now starting his force over, and what he needs to get right is his line and length first of all, and then he can come in a little harder, run in a little harder.
But then you have mid-on and mid-off who's close to him, the senior people, who should really give him some words of encouragement. Bascom in to Theophile. That's a much better line, much better line, forcing him to play. That's the sort of line he should try and concentrate on.
Definitely, of course, making the batsman play is what you would want, especially in this condition. It's pretty cool at this time. There's a gentle breeze blowing across the field. Players would welcome that. Having had their lunch, a little top heavy, but would want to really shake that off and get the job done out there in the middle. So with Bascom operating from the southern end.
To bowl to Tyrone Theophile. Passes umpire Williams and clips away off the leg there by Theophile. Out to short square, no runs. 6 without loss, Dominica, with Pascal on 4, Theophile on 1. 1 extra, a wide, trying to get 182 to win. St. Vincent Grenadines being dismissed for 181 in 45.2 overs. So Dominica has all the overs available to them to try and get 182. As Bascom in. Outside the off leg stump, there's an appeal for caught behind. There's vociferous appeal for caught behind. We're not too sure what happened. Umpire is very adamant. He didn't touch it. We're not sure. And the players need to go on with it. Something, he did touch something. I heard something. Whatever it is, I am not sure. Umpire says not out.
Yes, it's some excitement there for St. Vincent. That was clearly going on the leg side. I think Theophile, realizing that the ball is pitching wider, tried to take his bat away, and it would have taken some part of his clothing on its way as it passes by.
Sunil Ambrose needs to behave himself. The umpire says not out. Move away, go back to your position, and allow the individual come in and bowl. Come on. You have played cricket at the top level.
Yes, the umpire decision is final. And cricket's supposed to be the gentleman's game, we are told, and that must be continued in this part of this game.
In goes Bascom, wide outside the off stump at the end of an over. An eventful first over from Bascom, 6 without loss. Dominica trying to get 182 for victory at 48 overs to get another 175.
Yes, a few alarms there, but nothing really to be too alarmed about, really, because clearly some of the appeals I thought was just mere enthusiasm. Bascom a bit straining with his line there in that first over. He was able to come back with the last 3 or so deliveries right on target. So again, he needs to work on his line and his length again. And we see Dean Brown picking it up from this end again.
Dean Brown from the northern end, Chattibelair end, Trumaka end, Rose Hall end, whatever end you want to call it here at North Leeward. In. This one on the body of Pascal, who run the first run quickly and is going back for that second run, quite nicely taken. He ran the first run quickly, which made life easy for both of them to have a comfortable second run. He's up to 6, 8 without loss, Dominica.
And yeah, with that running, you can see that the Dominicans really mean business here. They really want to get to that total in a jiffy before any stoppage time again or any threat of rain. But right now, cricket is being played, and we're looking at a very keen contest between St. Vincent and Dominica.
Brown from the northern end. Wrong middle and off stump, and Pascal on top of it pushed it back to the bowler, and there is no addition to the total. 8 without loss. Dominica trying to get 182 to win. And incidentally, Sylvanus, the Vincentian score of 181 is the lowest score for team batting force in a completed innings here at Cumberland for this tournament.
Well, runs is runs on the board, and we'll see what would happen from here on.
Oh, this is a fine shot there by Pascal. 4 runs. Shot of a length on his body, and he swiveled and carted it down to square leg for 4. And Dean Brown, with his lack of pace, cannot be bowling the short deliveries and expect to get away with it. 4 more runs to Pascal, and he rolls up now to 10, and it's now 12 without loss. 12 without loss in the 3rd over being delivered here by Dean Brown in. Driven again, full face of the bat, out to mid-off. No run, 12 without loss.
Yes, Dean Brown would be well advised to keep the ball on a good length. As we see now, this one is of a fuller length. Previously, he would have been bowling some very short pitch ball on the body. And Pascal, diminutive in figure, not by any means a powerful man, but he's hitting the ball very, very well.
This one, better line, better length. And equal to the task is Pascal, who defended it quite nicely back to the bowler. As I said, St. Vincent got 181. Dominica got 198 in one of the other games. St. Lucia got 194, something like that. But runs on the board, as you quite rightly said, runs on the board. They'll have to try and get them, or St. Vincent get 10 wickets. Very similar delivery, right on target, and defended well by Pascal at the end of over number 3, 12 without loss.
12 without loss, and definitely this Vincentian has some work to do with a placid chuck, as we are seeing it right now. And the bowlers will definitely have to be bowling right in the right areas, and they have to really have their strategy going so that they could dismiss the Dominicans. The Dominicans, on the other hand, looking very businesslike and means business. Seems like they want to ensure that they get this to this total. And so far we have seen very sound batting from both Pascal and Theophile.
From the southern end, and his debut game, Solomon Bascom. From the southern end or Kingston end, this one on target, online, probably the best delivery is delivered thus far, right on the spot. And Theophile could do nothing more than defend it out on the onside. 12 without loss. St. Vincent Grenadiers all out for 181. Top scorer being Kieran Katoy, 58. Gideon Poole, 47. Sonal Lambris, 26. Those were the main scorers. 3 wickets apiece to Vincent Lewis, 3 for 29. Tyson, 3 for 37. And Hodge, 2 for 29. Philip, 1 for 25 at Byron Phillip. As in rules, this one on the leg stump, tickle it away, some hesitancy in running, and they regain their ground quite comfortable. Still 12 without loss over number 4, and there should be a nice little battle here this afternoon once there is an interruption.
Yes, indeed. And you would have seen many keepers for St. Vincent. You would have had the Michael Finley, the Gosnell Cupid, and such like. Lyndon James, who is the head coach. But Harry, I'm not too sure of him.
Outside the off stump looking, didn't bounce as high as he expected. Seemed to have struck him on the thigh pad and bubbled out to first step, and there is no run. St. Vincent Grenadiers have been blessed with keepers over the years. But the high standard set by Michael Finley has not ever been equaled. He was an par excellent wicketkeeper. There's no ifs and there's no buts about it.
Big shoe to fill. Very big shoe.
Well, nobody has filled it. I'll be very honest with you. I've not seen anybody who's filling it. Yes, there are wicketkeepers who must be given their chances. In, outside the off stump, and that one kept down a bit. Didn't bounce as much as he expected. Or maybe it was some variety from Bascom. It did not come through the same pace. So I believe it was a slow delivery. And he caught Theophile.
Yes, and he was playing sort of over the ball instead, so the ball just went under the bat. Lack of pace. Because Taylor and Harry picked it up very close to the ground. So I believe it's credit to Bascom for that slow delivery. In. And there is Theophile. Defended it to a nice delivery. And there is no run.
You're seeing even our good friend Oswald Nanton, deceased. May he rest in peace. He was a wonderful little wicketkeeper.
Yes.
We have seen who else? Lyndon James.
As a Pope.
As a Pope, he is another pretty good wicketkeeper. But we have not seen those are the dazzling heights of Mike Finlay. As in rolls Bascom outside the off stump, bouncing this time, and he forced it out to cover. I feel that by Denver is the end of over number 12. A second maiden over there from Bascom. 12
Second maiden over. Yes, 12 runs. Yes, and as much as we would have seen a number of wicket keepers, St. Vincent is known for his fast bowlers as well, and that too we would have quite a reservoir of fast bowlers.
Used to.
Well, I don't know if it's one of slow pitches now, Gunny. They're crying out everywhere that the pitches are slow. I've seen diminutive figures. I've seen Barbados came here with very short fast bowlers and have been extracting life out of the wicket.
Well, it's 6 and 1.5 not the other, because I do not really believe the fast bowlers in cricket today wants to work hard and to do the necessaries in able to extract pace. As we see Brown in, and here is Pascal pushing this one out to cover his fielder by Pope, and there's no run, 12 without loss. It's like a machine we had in the 80s and 90s. Winston Davis, Casper Davis, Ian Allen, Joseph Jack, Nixon McLean, all these wonderful fast bowlers we had. Kissinger McLean he was a slippery little individual.
Casper Davis, Coffee.
Again, right on target, they're bowling much better line, much better length, and Pascal defender, and there's no run. So that plethora of fast bowling we had, that has gone. What we're seeing is person bowling a sort of a Mickey Mouse medium fast.
And not just only in terms of speed, Gunny, but also in terms of duration, how long they will be able to bowl for. Is it one of fitness?
Brown in outside the off stump, and I think the change of pace caught Pascal as well. He played it went between himself and the front leg and was caught low by Telman Harry, 12 without loss. And the reverse goes to Dominica. Dominica produced tremendous amount of spinners. Now Dominica is using seamers. So there's just a change in the whole setup around the islands. In goes this one, defended quite nicely, hitting that right area consistently. Defended by Pascal, no run, 12 without loss after 4 overs. Still 12 without loss. You had the Caleb Blower, the Thomas Kentish, the Jean-Louis, Javan Etienne. So many of the spinners that you had. You know, and Dominica now is seen with Lewis and Harry and the others. The spinners are not there. This one, a similar ball, right on target, defended well, no run, 12 without loss. And I am not too sure if it's an advent of the shorter versions of the game has created the problem where Dominica not really producing the quality spinners and St. Vincent Grenadiers is not producing the quality fast bowlers. I'm not too sure if it's the advent of the shorter form of the game as Brown from this to northern end in outside the off stump and guided nicely, fielded well by Katoy, squaring the offside. The end of the third maiden over, 12 without loss after 5.
Yes, and Dominica, after a positive start, unlike St. Vincent, they would have lost a wicket already before they would have reached or facing 4 overs. So Dominica still within the scheme of things here, trying to make sure that they don't do anything that is too rash. So the opening pair having a very watchful eye and ensuring that they give Dominica a song start to overhauling this 181 set by them, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
So what do you make of it with the lack of anyway, let's get to that. Bascom in. This one lifting out on the offside and defended by Bascom, and there is none. So what do you think contributed to these two things? The lack of continuity of fast bowlers from SVG and the lack of quality spinners from Dominica?
Well, again, it has to do with, in my heyday, I know you have natural fast bowlers, people who are tall, and people tend to go for the taller ones. You are much stronger then, and the school system was more or less the breeding ground.
Bascom in. Theophile defends well, and there is no run. But the bowling has really been right on target, not giving width to both batsmen, and the most they can do is preserve their wicket for their country. 12 without loss.
Yes, both bowlers now are settling into a good, nice line and length, good rhythm, and they're bowling just about, just back of the length. So both batsmen are being very watchful. They are not given any chance to free their arms. So that will be a very good thing for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We expect this will change as we go along.
Bascom from the southern end in. Theophile pushing at this one. Fielded well at backward point, no run, and the pressure, the amount of dot balls that they're facing, the pressure eventually, something is going to give.
Definitely, that's the name of the game. Pressure bust pipe.
Something is going to give wicket or runs, because in this modern day and age, when you look at cricket, you're not seeing too many people a la Larry Gomes around us. These objury type of batting, they're more the explosive type. As Bascom from the southern end races in. This one on that middle and leg stump line, back to the bowler, and total remains 12 without loss. So we are here bringing it to you. The pressure is being built up by the Vincentian opening fast bowlers in Dean Brown, who is nothing more than a medium fast. Bascom, young man, I think is 18, 19 thereabout. Nice to see him being given a break.
Yes, and he needs all the support he can get from his team members, of course, out in the middle. His parents, as I say, have been giving him that support long before he reaches this stage, and it's good to see them here again, and no doubt he will want to impress in his first outing. So far, he has been bowling very impressively, very steadily.
He's been very consistent on that line, and Theophile taking absolutely no chances, and no additional total, 12 without loss. We're going to over number 6. Understand that St. Lucia tattering a little bit. They're 22 for 3.
Wow. So it's always a ding-dong battle here at Cumberland and at the main Annisville, at the Mecca. Where St. Lucia is playing Grenada. There's always been this rivalry between the islands.
Bascom into Theophile. This one, my goodness, with this Dane, he lost his line, lost his length, short of a length, and Theophile stand tall and just pulled it through mid-wicket for a boundary. Certainly a shot of arrogance.
Well, call it a shot of arrogance. I think it's a very good shot. He has that eyesight that Bascom was bowling. A trifle, just pulling back the length, and he has been there on about that line, and Theophile sighting that he's coming there at that length and just waited for it on the back foot and punks on it very sharply through mid-wicket for a well-played pull shot.
Yes, youngster, he's in the learning process. Should have kept the line that he been bowling just thereabout. But he tried to shorten it a bit, and Theophile really and truly realized, hey, look, first time I'm going to be able to free up my arms, and he did so in confidence to the boundary for 4. Fine shot there by Theophile. He's up to 5 now, 16 without loss, 6 overs gone.
Indeed, Dominica has 2 experienced campaigners at the wicket. So they're by no means afraid to play their shot, just ensuring that Dominican innings get off to a good start.
Seems as if another wicket has fallen. St. Lucia. Brown in. Driven nicely by Pascal. Full face of the bat. Fielded well by Gideon Pope at cover, and there's no run. 16 without loss. At this stage, Dominica 18 for 1. So it's sort of a level pegging, so to speak, in relation to the score. But the difference here is St. Vincent will have already lost a wicket. Dominica has not lost any. And both batsmen, Pascal and Theophile, up against some pretty good medium fast bowling here, hitting the line regularly. And he slapped that one. My goodness, it's a lovely shot there by Pascal. Similar to Bascom moving away from the pressure they have created. Back of a length, and he gave Pascal the room on the offside. And he played a tennis shot back and slapped it between extra cover and mid-off for a boundary. So he goes up to 10 and it's 20 without loss. Dominica trying to get 182 to victory. What a fine shot indeed by Pascal.
Yeah, a very spanking shot indeed through the offside. It was very short and asked for the beating, and Pascal made no mistake.
This one outside the off stump, and he allowed it to come on to him and guide it out to third man. And he gets a single. Without to total up to 21 without loss. And for the first time in a little while, we are seeing both batsmen exchanging ends.
Yes, and I've 2 balls before that, I've heard a bit of chatter wrong out there with the Vincentian team. I don't know what it's all about, but surely wasn't anything exciting except that a ball was played and Gideon Pope make a fine stop.
Brown in. Oh, spanked away by Tyrone Theophile for 4. A spanking off drive, back of a length, and he went on the back for the tall man and slapped it again, similar to what Pascal did between cover and mid-off. The mid-off tried, but it hit too powerful, and another boundary in this over here. 25 without loss, but we are seeing 2 boundaries over thus far. 2 fine shots indeed.
Yeah, similar shot to what Pascal would have played in the previous delivery. And here is Theophile. Dean Brown bowling it short and would be advised again to put it up there, pull it full length. It was pretty short and he really gave it the full treatment.
Brown in. This one online, reverting to what we have seen of him thus far. The end of the over, 2 boundaries and an over and a single, 9 from that over, 25 without loss after 7. St. Vincent going into 18 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, so Dominica really making a good start to the reply to St. Vincent 181 and batting very, very sensibly. Shot selection is very good. Both batters, Pascal and Theophile, playing each ball on its merit. They had to really contend with some very tight bowling, and now we are seeing a change coming from the southern end. It looked like Kezwan Maloney. Like Kezwan Maloney going to pick it up. No, it's
somebody Denbar.
Denbar.
No, it's a left-hander.
Denbar, sorry.
That's Frederick.
Fredericks
Yes.
will be taking it up from the southern end.
Rashid Frederick from the southern end. He will bowl his left arm, I suspect, over. Change of pace in terms of these medium-fast bowlers.
Coming around.
Slow bowlers coming around the wicket.
Between the umpire and the stump.
Right. So he's coming between the umpire and the stumps. Very rare. Do you see that in modern cricket?
Very rare. And you have to be so focused and controlled. You must have that control.
Frederick in. Back he goes. No real threat. And Pascal goes back and forces it. Or is it Theophile? Theophile. Back and forces it for no run. Pascal. They look so alike, and the pads with the red at the top.
Yeah.
They look so alike. Forward defensive again, and they're going to have one. If they run hard, they could have 2 here, but they're just hesitant in their approach there. Certainly there was 2 if they were really on top of the game. And Pascal played that one. Seemed to have taken the inside portion of the bat, flew out to square leg, so it took the long leg to run around and the mid-wicket to come in. But they're actually trotting, a cardinal error, when they should be pressing hard for 2.
Definitely.
26 without loss. Frederick in. And here is Theophile driving to the left of that fielder there, made off 1. They're coming back for a second. And that's what they will have. 2 more runs to Theophile. Send the Dominica total up to 28. 28 without loss. We'll get the individual scores in a little while. 28 without loss with Pascal. And Theophile batting. So that's 2 runs there to Theophile. In. Forward defensive goes Theophile. Out to extra cover fielded by Pope.
Pascal on 11.
Pascal on 11.
Theophile on 15.
11 to Pascal, 15 to Theophile. Theophile faces Frederick. Oh my goodness, they're looking for a big shot. An ill-advised attempt to look for a big one. Missed, taken by Tyrone Harry. No run, but certainly losing his cool there a little bit is Theophile looking to really play a big one. Fortunate for him, he has survived 28 without loss over number 8. Frederick's in. But this one he's beaten him. Beautiful delivery. He played at it, missed, and just went across the face of the bat, taken cleanly by Harry. The end of over number 8. A final and a fine delivery there from Frederick.
Yeah, indeed, definitely. Force over, very impressive. Beating the batsman twice in that over. Pitching and moving away from the batter. So the batter, Theophile, there will have to be very watchful of Fredericks with his left arm coming around the wicket between the umpire and the stump. And we are seeing another change being done here from the southern end, from the commentator's end, or the leeward end, or the Cumberland end. Yes. And we see number 29 wearing the 29 jersey.
29 would be Denver.
Denver would pick it up from this end.
Yes, so it's 28 without loss. A very positive start here by the Dominican opening pair of Stephen Pascal and Tyrone Theophile, trying to get 182 for victory here against SVG to end in third position. But there's a little change around with the personnel. Denver, the off spinner, and he will be bowling. It seems to be the 6-3, a slip, no 5-4, slip, backward point, cover made off. Denver in, and he clips this one away down to deep mid wicket, so he goes up by 1 to 11. 29 without loss. Dominica looking at 182 for victory. Pascal on 17. We get an update all the while. Pascal on 17, 11 to Theophile. As Denver, the prime bowler for St. Vincent in this attack here today. In, outside the leg stump, that's a wide. Call and signal by umpire Green. 30 without loss into over number 9. Denver has been the prime bowler for SVG. Denver from the and here it is. Is that Pascal going back or is Theophile?
It's Theophile.
Theophile going back and force that one between backward point and cover to the boundary for 4. It so nonchalantly played at it, but he seemed a powerful man. Ball has raced across the field, past the ropes on the eastern side of the field. 34 without loss. Another boundary shot there from Theophile. As Denver from the northern end. This one on his body, defended out on the onside, and there is no run. Fielded by the skipper himself, Sonny Ambrose.
I would like to see Dunbar slowing it down a bit. You'll get more purchase from his delivery, but he's a bit quick to the air.
Dunbar in. Forward defensive goes on Theophile, and there is no additional total. 34 without loss. Dominica slowly but surely making life a little easier for themselves in terms of the run rate. Denver in. Forward defensive, well flighted delivery this time, but Theophile equal to the task, and there is no run. I tend to wonder how many spinners he faces in Dominica in their local cricket.
Yeah, well, he comes from a country that has a lot of spin, and he would have facing quite a bit of them for sure.
And here it is, well dug out there by Theophile. Flighted delivery right in the block hole and back to the ball. The end of over number 9, 34 without loss. And Dominica slowly but surely building a very good opening partnership here.
Yeah, we are seeing some very good batting from these openers for Dominica, Theophile and Pascal. Similar in build, but they would have played some very, very good cricket shots this afternoon, and St. Vincent bowlers will have to really come good to ensure that Dominica doesn't over. They will be looking for their first wicket, still looking for their first wicket. And this, with both spinners operating, we'll see how it goes from here.
Our defensive is Pascal. To that delivery there from Fredericks. No additional total, no damage done by the Vincentian bowlers. 34 without loss as Frederick from the southern end, Kingston end in. And here's Pascal forcing that one out to mid-off. No run. So, battle continues here. 182 needed by Dominica. St. Vincent and Grenadines needing 10 wickets. 34 without loss. Frederick in. Outside the leg stump and is coming down to the boundary here, I believe, for 4. Oh. Did he stop it? Well, we can't see because of our position. We'll wait on the umpire's call. It says wide. So that will make it 1 plus 2, that's 3. That's 37. They ran 2 and the wide. So that's 3, 37 without loss. Losing his line a little bit. I thought it may have touched his pad or something and he saw it. Why did we keep it in that gather?
At the same time, he losing the keeper.
In. Driven by Pascal out to mid-off. No run, 37 without loss. And they're going to adjust at 4 and over, which will more than likely be what is required as they head up towards the end of this 10th over for our defensive flighty delivery. Coming up to the end of the first power play.
Yes, and what we're seeing from these two batters, there's nothing really that is bowled at them that has troubled them that much, really. So they're quite comfortable thus far.
Back goes Pascal with a vertical bat and showing him the full face of the bat, the maker's name. Because he styled off on that one. Out to mid-off, no run, 37 for the loss of no wicket over number 10. Back he goes, and I think the pace of that one catched him. It was slower and he played with a horizontal bat, hit the toe of the bat out on the offside. End of the first power play. 10 overs gone, 37 without loss, and Dominica really on top at this particular point in time.
Very much. Dominica is in command in reply to 181 and have been doing so very studiously, very sensibly with these two batters at the wicket. Signal from the umpire of the first power play coming to an end. Pascal really showing his class and experience. So too is Theophile, as we now see. Dunbar will continue from this, the commentator's booth end.
5 minutes before 3 here in the afternoon at the Cumberland playing field on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Beautiful area to be. Lush green vegetation around, and it really is a wonderful sight.
Yes, definitely. A spectacular view here, nestled on the western side of the island.
Dunbar in. And Theophile flicks that one out to short square, and there is no run. Certainly, all down here is good in this area, and you look up there, it's good for the ecotourism side of things.
Definitely, definitely. And of course, talking about ecotourism, and this is one of the areas in which we have our hydroelectric plant.
This one with head in the air, Theophile looking for a big shot, seeing him repeating it. But he was somewhat beaten there, but he gets another single. It's 38 without loss. We're into over number 11. Over number 11. As Dunbar in. Pascal on his leg stump. Pascal defends and defends quite nicely. And there is no additional total. 38 without loss. 38 without loss. As we see.
It's quite noticeable, Gunny, that batsmen are taking or making no rash shots.
Back he goes and forces one out to backward point where it's slightly misfielded by Cotoy, but he recovers sufficiently. The batsman didn't go for that run because Cotoy is one of the better fieldsmen in the Caribbean and he has a good throwing arm. So I believe they respected that. Back he goes and forces it past Dunbar out on the onside. A single there to Pascal. It's now 39 without loss into over number 11. And as you quite rightly stated, they are taking absolutely no chances whatsoever. They are in, and they are letting the Vincentian bowlers know that they are in. You have to try and get us out. We're not playing any rush shots. But hope I'm not speaking too quickly. Forward defensive. No addition to the total. The end of over number 11, 39 without loss. So as I said, at this point in time, we're not seeing any rush shots. They're just taking their good own time and accumulate runs.
Yes, and that's all that's needed right now. As I said, the wicket there's no devil in the wicket. It's very placid, and it's even Stevens in terms of the bowlers. If you bend your back, you're gonna get out whatever you put in. The batters, if they apply themselves, they're gonna get runs. And all you need to do is to put their head down and bat. St. Vincent, on the other hand, is still looking for their first wicket. They look a little bit flat, Gunny. Look a little bit flat, and we'll hope that they will get the breakthrough from one of these spinners so that they could see things change for them.
Interestingly enough, the Dominican bowling attack, 6 wickets went to the seamers.
Well,
7. The one that went to Philip, he took 1, Tyson 3, and Lewis 3.
Maybe we see the flip side of that in the Vincentian bowling attack. Where the spinner's going to do the trick.
Well, it's the seamers who have done the trick for Dominica. They got St. Vincent out for 182. 3 to Lewis, 3 for 29, 3 for 37, Tyson, 1 for 25, Philip. And those are the seamers. Whilst the left arm spinner, Kavem Hodge, very experienced, he got 2 for 29. So those are the main takers. But St. Vincent resorted to spin, hoping that the spin will do the trick for them. Frederick in, forward defensive, and he pushes one out to a wide, that's Pascal. Pushes it out to a wide extra cover, and he gets a single. You get the individual scores from our scorer. 40 without loss. Frederick in,
16th,
back he goes and forces it out, hitting the toe end of the bat and bubble out to extra cover. There's no run. 40 without loss. Dominica trying to get 182 for victory.
16. Pascal on 9.
In.
19.
And this one driven back to the bowler.
Commentators catch. Spectators catch.
Seeing the bomb ball as the appealing looking for a catch. Searching for this wicket. Continue to work hard for this wicket. Frederick in. Forward defensive. He opened the face, run it out to extra cover. The end of it, 12 over, 40 without loss.
40 without loss. Theophile on 20. Pascal on 16. Really putting their heads down and batting as they ought to bat. And this is definitely what the selectors would like to see. Batters go out there. They know they can bat. Not just to go out there and just fling their bat or play big shots. So far, we have not seen anything rash from these openers. So Dominica right on the money.
Was it a shilling? 25-cent piece?
A little more than that.
Denbar in. And this one pushed down to long on there by Pascal. He goes up to what, 17?
Goes up to 17.
17, 41 without loss. 41 without loss. As Dominica slowly but surely giving the Vincentians a lot to think about. They have not lost the wicket as yet. Denbar into Pascal. Forward defensive. No, that is Theophile. Forward defensive. And there is no addition to the total. 41 without loss. As Denbar from the northern end to bowl to Theophile. Theophile again, well flighted delivery. Came forward and pushed it out to Gideon Pope at extra cover, and there is no run. Will there be an explosion?
We wait to see. It's still early days yet, so far.
Denbar to Theophile. Theophile, back of a lane, faster, flatter trajectory. Back to the Ambrose who feel that straightest mid on 41. Without loss, over number 12. Denbar to bowl to Theophile. This one driven back to the bowler. And what they're appealing for, I'm not too sure.
Spectator's catch.
Say, oh, lovely. Good description. Spectator's catch. 41 without loss. I love you for that. 41 without loss. Denbar into Theophile. This one outside the leg. Oh, signal, nothing. 41 without loss after 12. But certainly that one is outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure what happened there with the umpire. What did you see, Sylvanus? I certainly saw that outside the leg stump. And
It's definitely going far away, and I have no signal from the umpire. I don't know what is happening there. Again, we're still seeing the delays coming through. Been seeing, getting accustomed to it, Connie.
I agree. 41 without loss after 13. And here is Pascal pushing this one out. He should get a double here. One. Coming for a second one. And they can certainly go for a third one if they were really pushing. If they were really running, that was 3 runs.
Definitely. They just need to put the fielder under some pressure there, because he did fumble down there at the deep cover boundary.
So Pascal gets another 2, and there's a little bit of a field placing changes there. So whereby we see the man from mid-wicket short has gone over to the offside. So there's a short extra cover, deep extra cover. Pascal on 18. So there's a big gap between fine leg, deep mid-wicket, and there's a big field, and long on. So the bowler cannot make any error on middle and leg. He has to bowl the ball on outside the off stump, as Ambrose resetting his field. Frederick to bowl to Pascal. Back he goes and force it out to the straight of the 2 extra covers, and there is no run. 43 without loss into over number 14. As Frederick from the southern end, left arm wrong. Outside the off stump, and he guides this one down quite nicely. They're having one, and Pascal is hustling back for the second one. He races it quite nicely, and 2 more runs to the total. 45 without loss. Slowly but surely, Dominica is right on top in this game. There's no 2 ways about it. Right on top. It doesn't appear as if they're going to give it away. They're going to steady and subtly get these runs, whether by 1s, by 2s, and they are 45 of it to the good without losing a wicket. This one driven, beautiful shot there out to wide long off, who ran in and stop any advancement to the total. He goes up by 1 to 21, I think it is.
21.
And it's now 45? 45 without loss. In and driven again past Pope. That's Theophile out to long off now to his right. So the fielder there has been given a thorough walkout, so to speak. 46 without loss into over number 14. They're just going to 3.5 per over. But it's good in this situation because they have all 10 wickets intact. As St. Vincent continue to look for the breakthrough to Fredericks. Back goes Pascal and forces one square on the offside. They should get 2 runs here. They should. Well. They settled for 1. There was no risk involved for looking for a second run. But they decided, look, we are settling on 1, and that's it. The end of over number 14 is 46. 46 without loss.
Yes, and St. Vincent looking a bit dejected in the field, and some balls that have gone played straight to hand, they have not been feeling them properly. We were speaking about that in our earlier conversation, where it's a team game, and you have to support the bowlers. The bowlers cannot always hit stumps, and they need the backing up of the fielders. All of that would lift the spirit of your team if you want to be successful. Because right now the Dominica is on top, and they're batting, they're going along merrily. The Vincentians are pressing on, looking to get their first single. They're doing everything, changing up the bowlers. But these 2 batters have their head on and are putting down their head and concentrate. And this is a good sign, Gunny.
Good sign as far as Dominica is concerned in relation towards trying to get the required target. And here is Pascal. I believe he recognized there was some turn on that one, and he played inside of it, and it hit the inner portion of the bat and flew out to shortish mid-wicket. He gets a single 47 without loss. Not the most confident of shots there by Pascal.
No, that one did take the inner half of the bat, but nonetheless resulted in a single. No damage done.
Pascal rose on to 22.
22.
Theophile faces a Denbar from the northern end. And he lifts this one. And he's out. Just as I said a while ago, the first shot of anger we have seen played by one of the Dominican batsmen, and Tyrone Theophile goes. He was caught by whom he had identified a player, lifting it out to that man there. Look at that number. And he is out, and Dominica have lost their first wicket at 47. 47?
49.
49.
49.
The first wicket at 49. Solid start here by Dominica. St. Vincent just gotten the breakthrough in the form of Denbar taking the wicket of Tyrone Theophile, looking to play a first shot of anger, and he's found himself back to the pavilion.
Yes, and had he chipped in a bit more to that delivery, Gunny, I think he would have had that on the ground, but I think he stayed back a little bit in the crease, and then he lifted it, but didn't lift it high enough, pick out the man on the long on fence, so, and he perished there at long on. But a good knock nonetheless by him.
Yes, how many he got? You ask the scorer, who is very close to you. 17. Caught by, you identify the fielder? Caught by Dylan Douglas for 17 of Kenneth Denbar. 49 for 1 into over number 15 as the new man in is Kavem Hodge. Crucial individuals come to the crease here.
And the breakthrough, as you rightly said, came from the man of the hour, or the star of the Vincentian bowling, Denbar.
The main strike bowler. So Denbar, the off spinner from this and on, and this is basically his home ground. You know, he's from North Leeward, and it's ground situated in his place as Denbar to bowl to Hodge. Hodge clips this one away, very workmanlike, and the Dominica 50 goes up. 50 for the loss of 1 with Hodge just off the mark with the one. Tyrone Theophile out a while ago, caught Douglas off Denbar for 17, total 49. Now it's 50. The 50 is up into over number 15. So Dominica right on target, looking to get 182. It's a question of can they push the total. And he's bowled him. What a beautiful delivery there. Flighted. And Pascal had no answer to it. Seemed to have hit one of those bowler's foot mark and spun across him and hit the top of the middle and off stump. And Dominica suddenly have lost 2 wickets. They're 50 for 2.
And 2 quick wickets in succession. The 2 openers have gone now. 2 started a solid foundation for Dominica, unfortunately. Pascal, I thought he had everything covered there, Gunny. Only to see that again. Ball, it's a beautiful delivery that spun and beat him all ends up.
Yeah, that one definitely spun, and I believe it hit the bowler's foot, one of the bowler's foot marks, and it really spun. And he is on his way. And Dominica suddenly 50 for 2.
Well, we have a contest here on hand. We have seen it happen in the Vincentian innings. They didn't get off to a flying start unlike Dominica, but after they had rebuild, they start losing the first wicket, then the second wicket, then they had to go and rebuild again. And here it is that Dominica having a good solid start, 49 before they lost the first wicket, and now it's just having reached 50, they have lost their second wicket.
Yeah, 50 for 2, another 132 needed for victory. 35 overs. Scoring rate is just about right as far as Dominica is concerned. As far as St. Vincent is concerned, in order to win this game, they will have to dismiss Dominica. And they have taken 2 wickets, so their number is now down to 8, while Dominica is 132. So an intriguing contest is building here at the Cumberland playing field in the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as St. Vincent trying to pull themselves back into this game. Dominica really coasting along at 49 without loss. Suddenly 1 wicket brought 2, whereas I do believe that had Theophile played cautious as he did, pushed that away, he would not have been out, and so Pascal would be still there. But be that as it may, chances are made to be taken. His first shot of anger, and he paid the prices back to the pavilion. Pascal was exposed after a single was taken by Hodge, and a beautiful off spinner there from Denbar clipped the top of the middle and off stump, and Pascal lost his wicket for 22.
Yes, and the fall of Pascal wicket has brought the captain. Benjamin, which there's a loud appeal for his first delivery, and umpire Green is not interested, says not out.
The little man, the diminutive man, is a very stodgy kind of individual. I'm very impressed with the way he go about his innings, what I've seen from him thus far. Denbar in, forward defensive. At the end of the over, end of a successful over there as far as St. Vincent Grenadines is concerned. 2 wickets there to the wicket in that over to Hodge. 50 for 2, 15 overs gone. A match is in the making.
Definitely, and well bowled there by Dunbar. He really bowled a beautiful over there to this Hodge, Pascal, and then Theophile. So we have a match in the making with 2 new batsmen at the crease. Captain Gian Benjamin, and number 22, he is Hodge.
Yeah, that's Hodge there, number 22.
Hodge, who have bowled so well, will be trying with his captain to stage some sort of consolidation.
In. Back goes Hodge and cracks this one down to deep extra cover. He is up to 2. We're into over number 16. Over number 16, I think I'm hearing a score from Sign Hill whereby St. Lucia, 53 for 4.
Yeah,
that's the score I'm hearing. And here at Cumberland, it's 51 for the loss of 2. Both of them looking at victory targets in the final at Sign Hill and the third place playoff here at the Cumberland playing field. As Rashid Frederick from the Kingston end, he will be bowling to the left-handed skipper for Dominica, Gian Benjamin. Not really a big strike of the ball, but he's a stodgy player that can give you problems. Frederick, would he be able to emulate what? Outside the leg stump, a wide, with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Outside the leg stump, a wide signal by umpire Williams. It's now 52 for the loss of 2, 52 for 2, as Frederick in. Back goes Gian Benjamin and clouted that one. It's going to go close to the boundary. I think it has enough to cross the ropes. And it does. 4 runs. A fine shot there by Gian Benjamin. Back of a length. He run to the back foot and slapped it square on the offside to the boundary for 4. He's off the mark with 4. 56 for 1. 56 for 2. 56 for 2. Dominica trying to get 182 of victory, but certainly one of the better shots we've seen for the day.
Yeah, definitely. That's a well played shot by the left-hander, Hodge. Benjamin, skipper.
As Frederick in, back he goes and force it out to the man has been retrieved from square leg. What has happened here? That shot for 4 sent Ambrose thinking, so he moved the man from backward point to the boundary and he played it down in the general area and got 1. So he's up to 5. It's 56.
Bring Hodge into strike.
In. And Hodge clips this one. Lovely shot indeed into the cow corner area long on. And just a single ensues. He goes up to 3, 57 for 2. But certainly I think some of the running we're seeing could have been much better.
Yes, I think the running has slowed down since the fall of the 2 openers. Again, it's a rebuilding process for the Dominicans. Captain Gian.
Outside the leg stump and swung away by Gian Benjamin to the man down there. That's Douglas, single. So he goes up to 7. And the total up to 58? 58 for the loss of 2. Dominica trying to get 182 for victory. They're looking to rebuild here with Hodge and Benjamin. In. Back goes Hodge and Hodge forced it back to the left of the bowler. It's the end of over number 16, 58 for 2. Dominica trying to get 182 for victory.
Yes, so Dominica still looking to settle in having lost those 2 quick wickets. Captain Benjamin and Hodge at the wicket. So far have been turning the strike around. There's still work for them to do. A lot of work for them to do. But St. Vincent, having taken those 2 quick wickets, are looking for blood and hope that they will get a further breakthrough to ensure that they win this game.
Back goes Benjamin and forces out to extra cover. And there is now fielded there by Frederick. No additional total. 58 for 2. We into over number 17. Over number 17. Denbar in and clips away nicely by Benjamin. They're going to run hard for the first one. They do. They settle on that single. So he goes up now to 9, I think it is. 8 to Benjamin. It brings Hodge into strike. 59 for 2. 59 for 2. The field being rearranged with a left-hand, right-hand combination. So there's a slip. Benjamin on 7. So right-hand, left-hand combination. Backward point, extra cover, long off. That's Benjamin. No, that's Hodge faces Denbar, one that turned into him. And his level of competence in terms of batting, turning across him, he defended quite nicely, right in with the turn. And the total remains 59. 59 for the loss of 2. 59 for 2. Denbar to Hodge. Hodge goes back and forces it on the onside of the pitch. Past the diving Denbar. A single ensues. 60 for the loss of 2. 60 for 2. Dominica trying to get 182 for victory. St. Vincent is looking to dismiss them inside 182. Because I do not think they'll be able to pin them on the 182. In relation to the way the game will go. So Dominica will either win by a few wickets or St. Vincent will win the match by a few runs. Denbar in. And I think that one fell one just short of him. And a no ball. A no ball and a belated call by no ball and a free hit. Drove this one back, but just short of Denbar. 63 now for the loss of 2. As it's a free hit. Let's see what Benjamin will do. It's a free hit. Denbar in. And he swings this one. Only going to get a single as Denbar shadows it. And the man down here, that's Dean Brown, came in and stopped it. Another single, 64 for the loss of 2. Into over number 17 with Pascal gone for 27, Theophile for 17, wickets fell at 49.50. Denbar to bowl to Hodge. Hodge works this one away quite competently down to long on in that gap between the bowler and straightish sort of mid wicket. Another single, 64 for the loss of 2. 64 for the loss of 2. Another no ball. Belatedly we are saying these things. Another no ball. 64 for 2. 64 for 2. As Denbar certainly overstepping. Another free hit. We're waiting to get the score clarified here. It's 64, 65 for 2. Which one scorer? 65. 65 for 2. Just getting the scores update from the official scorers. But we don't have a scorer. We can only be guided.
I think we Denbar striving a bit too much, overstepping the crease there. He's really been working hard, putting in that hard work.
This is into his 4th over.
Into his 4th over, and he's been trying very hard to ensure that he extract as much turn as possible and bounce, hoping to dislodge skipper Benjamin and to make further inroads into the Dominica innings.
65 for 2. Denbar in. Benjamin hit out, that one. Out. He's not going to be out. It's a free hit. It's a single. It's a free hit, Sylvanus. And he got a single. It's 66 for the loss of 2 at the end of over number 17.
Yes. So Dominica cruising on to to the 100 mark, going up to the 100 mark. So we're hoping that with the wicket getting easier and easier as come to the latter part of the afternoon.
Yes, and Dominica certainly at this particular point in time need another 116 runs to win. 8 wickets, 33 overs. One would seriously favor Dominica to win this game, but a wicket or two can change the whole equation based on where things are going. So for our viewers, St. Vincent and Grenadines 181 all out with 58 from Katoy, 47 from Pope, 26 from Ambrose, 3 for 29 Lewis, that's a fast bowler, Tyson 3 for 31, and Hodge 2 for 29, Philip 1 for 25. Dominica 66 for 2 with Theophile gone for 17, Pascal for 27, as Dominica tried their best to maybe record their first win of the tournament and end up in third position, or St. Vincent dismiss them and end up in third and Dominica go fourth. It's really a third, fourth position we're playing here, as the other final between Grenada and St. Lucia presently ongoing at Sion Hill.
Yes, and whichever team comes out winner here will really be a plus for them. Actually, Dominica surely seeking to get their first win, and St. Vincent on the other hand wasn't able to regain the championship, so they will be fighting for this win, put them in the third spot. But
when these two teams met in the preliminary round, so to speak, St. Vincent Grenadines won quite comfortably. 105 for 6, Dominica, 106 for 2, winning quite comfortably on day one at Sion Hill.
Yes, well, it's a game of glorious uncertainties, and there's still a lot of cricket to be played this afternoon. While Dominica may look like they are in the driving seat at this time, a wicket or two can change things here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and then we'll have another twist to this scenario here at Cumberland.
Maybe you can go across and get an update on that game between Grenada and St. Lucia whilst we are here describing what is happening here. The groundsmen are doing their markings on the pitch, and the St. Vincent team, they huddle around the cooler looking for some liquid refreshment, some water in this heat. Not as hot as a couple of days ago, but still has its heat, and we're happy to have the sun out with us here as well. As the grounds staff, they are completed their work in the middle. The Dominicans are by themselves, the batsmen with their 12th, 13th man. The umpires are going back to their positions. The Vincentian team in pieces. They are seeing the discussion taking place between Ambrose and the others. And the battle will be rejoined in a very short while as the fielders go back to their positions. And Dominica 66 for 2, trying to get 182 for victory. And at this particular moment, I would say that they're with their noses in front as St. Vincent tried to have them dismissed inside 182. But cricket being a game of what it is, anything can go, especially at this level here. Dominica with this crucial partnership here between Kavem Hodge, very experienced, and the resolute Gian Benjamin will be harboring thoughts of batting for a long period and take the total as close as possible to the Vincentian total. 66 for 2, 17 overs gone, as it's Frederick will continue from the top end. Sylvanus Morgan just has left us temporarily. He'll be back in a while. 66 for 2 as Frederick to bowl to Benjamin. Benjamin pushes this one out to shortish mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the total. 66 for 2. 66 for 2, trying to get 182 for victory. As we see Frederick, the left arm spinner from the southern end, in. Forward defensive goes Benjamin, and there is no run, so we get an update from Sion Hill.
71 for 4.
St. Lucia 71 for 4, trying to get 141 for victory. Something like that. In. Outside the off stump, and there's an appeal for an LBW. I am not too sure what they're looking for out there. The umpire is unmoved.
Well, interestingly, this is a ball that was pitched just on about off someone turning back in. I think the Vincentians thought that they had the man there, that would have hit middle and off stump, but the umpire was unmoved. It's water short because the batsman was shoulder arms, but not out. Umpire decision is final.
Yeah, but maybe
Probably hitting too high.
probably too high or outside the off stump. We're not too sure. We're not in a position to judge. Umpire has to make that decision. He made the call. He says not out. 66 for 2. Frederick in. Back he goes and swings this one, but out to the man there at short square leg, and there is no run. 66 for 2. A vociferous appeal a while ago. And umpire Williams out of St. Lucia said nothing doing.
I want to think that ball might have been hitting him a bit high, considering Benjamin is a very short man, very short in stature. Yeah. So St. Vincent still questioning, still feel a bit dejected over that decision, but game must go on. That's part of the game. You have appeal, the umpire said not out, let's play on.
As Frederick in outside the off stump allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. That's Harry. Total remains 66 for 2. John Benjamin to face Rashid Frederick from the southern end in. Back he goes and slaps that one out to the left of cover point. He gets a single. It's 67 for 2 at the end of that over. A very interesting over.
Very interesting over, asking a lot of questions there. And nonetheless, Captain Benjamin lived to fight another day, as we say, for his team, as they coast on to the magic figure, 3 figures of 100. And then from there on, we could see some explosion taking place. St. Vincent, on the other hand, really trying to ensure that they get another 2 or 3 quick wickets, and that could definitely change things around here for them.
But they're being denied by Benjamin, the skipper, and the experienced Kavem Hodge. So the battle is really enjoying this intriguing battle between bat and ball. Then back in. Back Benjamin, and Benjamin lifts that one over extra cover. They should get to here. The return comes in. Good running to the left of cover, deep cover to run around to his left, and call was made by Benjamin to come for a second one. He did. Both batsmen 69 now for the loss of 2. 69 for 2 as they crawl closer and closer to the target. Denbar tries once more to Benjamin. Benjamin tickles this one out on the onside, but he's sent back by Hodge. And you can see the determination on the part of the Dominican batsmen.
Yes, a little more aggressive running.
That's right.
Definitely will help the Dominicans.
Denbar in. They're striking him on the pad, but clearly outside leg stump. You can see the movement of the wicketkeeper, Harry.
Definitely was going down leg.
There's no two ways about it. Because of his movement, that gives an idea as to where the ball is likely to end up. Not outside umpire Green.
Denbar bowling a marathon spell here for his team. Really into it.
To Benjamin. Benjamin tickles this one away. They're going to have one. They're going to really hustle for 2. And I believe with this Hodge, he may look for 3, but he said no. And did he get a tickle? Yes, he did. He did get a tickle. As the umpire made no signal. It's 71 now for the loss of 2. 71 for 2 at the end of 18 overs. And a fine tickle there by John Benjamin. Give Gideon Pope a long chase down to the long leg boundary. Forward defensive goes. Denbar pushes it back to the bowler, no run. And you can see the determination, the steely determination of the skipper John Benjamin.
Denbar is bowling to a very strong offside field as well.
To bowl to Benjamin. Benjamin drives through that mid-off gap. Another single. The end of over number 19, 72 for the loss of 2, 110 as they get closer towards bringing the total under the 3-figure mark, which will make life a little more comfortable for themselves, while St. Vincent and Grenadines and Frederick and Denbar try their best for St. Vincent. But I do believe it's time for Ambrose to rethink his whole idea and try and get another bowler from this other end.
Yes, he really has to be strategizing now and switching it up. It's around 111 more runs to get. 110, 72.
110. Another 110 with 20, how many overs remaining? 31 overs remaining. That's a long way.
Lot of overs remaining.
Lot of overs remaining as we see. Back goes Benjamin onto the back for the rock back and forces this one out to deep backward point. He gets another single. He goes up now to about 12 thereabout. It's 173, 73 for 2.
He's on 15.
He's on 15, I understand. We don't have a scorer. As Benjamin at 15 and Hodge on 12. So it's Hodge with facing. There's a little bit of a reshuffle with the field. Ambrose setting the cover bit to his right. Fredericks in. Back goes Hodge and forces it back to the bowler and a run. 73 for the loss of 2. 73 for the loss of 2. And these two batsmen are really giving the Vincentian bowlers a lot of headache. In. Back he goes and guides it out to cover. No run. 73 for 2. Another 109 needed. 33 overs.
I think with some pressure, tight line, Gunny could make an interesting game. Put the Dominican batters under some pressure.
Driving out to cover again. And straight to that man who has been readjusted a couple of balls ago by Ambrose. Feeds nicely. As this total remains 73 for 2. Frederick in. Works this one out on the onside. No additional total. Fielded well by Douglas.
Sloppy.
To get a comfortable overthrow. And he just threw the ball aimlessly.
The keeper wasn't.
The keeper caught unaware. The fielders caught unaware by Douglas. My goodness.
Yeah, sleeping.
74 now for the loss of 2. And a run given away there.
Yes, definitely. And that was a very good over ball there by Fredericks, keeping the batsmen in check, making them walk for every run. So what St. Vincent needs to do is to continue to bowl that tight line and make the batsmen force to play.
New, and one of the bowlers should be removed. Then by into 6th, 7th over, pull them out of the attack, get someone else in, or pull out Fredericks, get someone else. One of the seamers. You have Bascom, you have Darren Graves, who can bowl his bit as well too. Give one of these other bowlers a chance to see what happens.
Yes, I think I would like to see a seamer from one end and a pacer from the other end.
Right. You're going down the same road. Either Dean Brown or Bascom.
And Dominicans are accustomed to spin. So far we have not seen anything to trouble them.
Then back in, and that one bounced and turned, striking him, I believe, on the back leg. No appeal, too high. As Denbar continues, we'll find out what his figures look like before this over. As Denbar from the northern end in outside the leg stump, and we'll wait to see if he got a tickle. 1. They're coming back for 2, and they may come for a 3rd one. No, they have resisted that 2, and we'll wait in the umpires. It's 2-leg buys. Looking to sweep that one. We thought it may have touched the bat, but it off the pad. 75 now for the loss of 2. 75 for 2, and Dominica slowly but surely grinding their way towards this total. 75 for 2. It may end up to be a very exciting afternoon here at the Cumberland playing field at 75 for 2.
Then his 6th.
Then by his 6th over. Back goes Hodge. Hodge flicks this one away. Long to the backwards square. Another single. 76 now for the loss of 2. As we enter over number 21. 76 for the loss of 2.
24 runs, 2 wickets, Denbar.
2 for 24 into his 6th over. That's what I'm saying. They probably can hold him for 4, but get someone in now before it gets too late. Then back to bowl to the Dominican captain, Jan Benjamin. Driven off the full face of a bat, long to long off. Another single, all the 77 for 2. So that initial burst of the 2 quick wickets has not done anything towards the intensification of the Vincentian effort.
And while the spinners would have slowed down the run rates somewhat, Dominica is still with the nose in front. Have a lot of overs to make this run, so they need to. St. Vincent need to make sure that they get the man in.
Forces this one to the right of mid wicket. Another single, 78 for the loss of 2. 78 for the loss of 2. And as we see, the Dominican pair looking for 3rd position, and St. Vincent fighting against the Dominicans towards ensuring that they do not end in the cellar position. As in outside the leg stump and swept away and nicely fielded there by Dylan Douglas.
Good piece of fielding there by.
But Kieran Katoy.
Katoy. Yes.
And it's the end of the over. It's 78 for the loss of 2, 78 for 2. And certainly we should see a bowling change.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what the skipper has in mind, but we definitely should be thinking. I see him in conversation now with Katoy. So hopefully we'll see change from that end again. It seems like he will be asking Katoy, the leg spinner, to come in to bring in some variation into the attack. What that will bring for them, we wait and see. But it's Hodge who will be taking strike. Denbar, bowling his heart out for St. Vincent, has bowled 7 overs. He took 2 for 26 thus far. He's been the leading wicket taker in this match. So St. Vincent looking somewhat flat-footed.
Looks flat.
And in search of their 3rd wicket, Dominica on the other hand is coasting along here on the western coast of the island.
I think there's an interesting bowling change here because the leg spinner tends to bring excitement, either runs or wickets.
Yes, indeed.
That's what the leg spinner offers.
Yes.
I thought he bowled very well in the last game for St. Vincent. He got 2 for 46, but he bowled very well at the point where Grenada were motoring along. This one here spun.
And already we see some bunks in the wicket there from Katoy.
I think he was lucky or fortunate to get away with that one. Certainly it pitched and it really almost ended up on the other pitch. So I don't know what is happening out there, but certainly he got away with that one. Katoy in the right arm leggy. And here is Hodge. Just nonchalantly pushes this one out to long on. And he collects a single. It's 79 for the loss of 2. And he goes up to about 18. Thereabout. And it brings the skipper, Jan Benjamin, 21.
Slow. 9. Hodge gone up to 9.
Hodge has to have more than 9, man. As Katoy to bowl to Benjamin. This one driven over his head. Another single ensues to Benjamin. He goes up.
9 of 17, Hodge. 18 for Benjamin at 27.
So Benjamin at 18, Hodge at 9, 81 now for the loss of 2, 81 for 2. We into over number 22. Hodge faces Katoy. Back he goes and he cuts that one only to extra cover, no run. On top of it, and he followed it and guided it out to extra cover. No run. 81 for the loss of 2. Katoy to Hodge. And Hodge clip this one to the right of mid wicket. They're going to have 1, and that's about it. It's 82 now for the loss of 1. 82 for the loss of 2. 82 for 2. As Katoy, that one on the legs of Hodge, just clipped it out nicely to the right of mid wicket, and he gets a single. 82 for the loss of 2. As Katoy to bowl to Benjamin in. Works this one away on the leg side. They're going to have 1. Are going to chance a second one. No, the return comes in. And it's the 19th run there for Benjamin. The end of over number 22. It's 83 for the loss of 2. And they need 99 now, which is a 99 more needed from 28 over.
3 for 2, yes.
So certainly they are right on target, and with wickets in hand, they can actually have a little charge towards the end. But certainly they're right on top. They're going just under 4-1 over, and what they really needed was just a 3.7 thereabout. So they're right on target. It's for the quick calculations to come and realize, let us continue to bat sensibly. No shots of arrogance, no violent shots. It's just taking the time and walk around, and the singles are coming.
Yes, they've been rotating the strike, doing just what the doctor orders. Even though St. Vincent bowlers have been able to keep them in check.
Then in again, this one driven to the right of Denbar, and it appears as if he may have just eluded his grasp in terms of a return catch. No way he could have gotten to it. He really made a valiant effort.
Gentle push, full stretches Denbar, but he just couldn't get there. No need to beat himself. Well bowled.
Well bowled. Tough luck. These things do happen. 84 now for the loss of 2. 84 for 2. We're into over number 23.
Benjamin and 20. Hodge on 10.
1 and 20. That's Benjamin. 10 to
Hodge.
Denbar in again. Similar shot in between the shortish, mid on and long on. Maybe it might be wise to be tempted to bring in the long on to see if they'll go over the top, because they're definitely milking in that area and collecting comfortable singles. 85 now for the loss of 2. 85.
We're not seeing much change in the field. I don't know.
Bring the fielder straighter.
Strategy by the captain is what he needs to be really using now.
85 for 2. Denbar in. Benjamin forces this one out too deep, extra cover. They're going to have one. That's all they will have. The return comes in. And slowly but surely with these singles, they're actually picking it down one by one.
Full basket, as we say.
86 for 2. 86 for 2. Dominica, 3 runs already in the over. And another single will put the run rate just where they need to be. 86 for 3. Denbar in his 7th or 8th over. 7th over.
No, 8 over, sorry.
8 over. So if he bowls out and nothing happens, St. Vincent will be a lot of problems. Hence I said the tactics here is critical. In forward defensive, flighted faster delivery. Defended well by Hodge, a very experienced Hodge. Back to Denbar.
The approach by Dominica is very, very, very commendable. Very commendable indeed. There is no rash stroke being played. No need to experiment. Let's continue batting.
86 for 2. This one on his leg, clips it out to mid-wicket, and a little bit of a hesitancy there. A return came in, and no damage done. 87, 86?
86.
86 for the loss of 2. My position not the very best. So that
86 for 2.
Sun Shield that is there. So you're in a better position from your position. 86 for 2. Denbar to bowl to Hodge. Hodge works this one out to Sunil Ambrose, straightish. On the onside, straightest mid wicket. The end of over. 86 for 2. 3 in that over. And Dominica right on target.
Yes, Dominica continue to bat with much ease. Have no rush of blood to this time. Having lost 2 quick wickets, and 2 quick wickets that would have given them a good foundation. That would have set the stage for them to just take the time and bat right into the innings, and that they're doing very, very commendable.
So there's a change in terms of, or is it a message we believe has gone out?
I want to believe it's a message at this time.
Yes, I want to believe it's a message that's gone out there, so they're fiddling around with the batting gloves, but I think it's a message.
Yes, statics in the games.
Yes, Phoenix Thomas is an astute technician.
I guess they will be saying, look, let's step it up a bit more, even though you have been rotating the strike. Just in the event, there has to be an onslaught by the later batters to come.
86 for 2, 23 overs, 27 overs to get 97.
97, yeah.
20 overs to get 96.
96.
Kotor in, outside the leg stump and carted away down to deep backward square. Loose delivery from Kotor. He got away with it. Only a single, 2 Benjamin, and it's 87 for 2. A score the Australians dread.
Definitely 13 shot.
Yep. Vincent and the West Indian style 13 we all deem to be bad lucky numbers, we tend to say. So Hodge comes in to strike with Katoy from the southern end, left right arm leg spinner. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, long on. Clips this one away, past the ball on the onside, down to long on, another single. And it's now 88 for the loss of 2. And we are getting a boundary every now and then, but what we're seeing is far more singles, and it takes a lot of concentration so to do.
And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. The fact that you can get the ball off the square, the fact that 6 singles is 6 runs.
That's correct.
And it add correctly to the score.
88 for 2. Katoy to Benjamin. Benjamin drives nicely through the offside. Another single. 88, 89.
89. We really have not seen any maximum gun in this innings from Dominica.
As I'm saying, 89, but they are
they're getting there.
They're getting
the
there.
hare and the turtle race.
That's correct.
Slow but sure.
89 for the loss of 2 into over number 24. 89 for 2. Katoy in. And here is Hodge opening up and just pushes this one out to mid wicket, and there is no run. 89 for the loss of 2. Dominica. Katoy from the southern end. Back goes Hodge and pulls this one away on his first boundary. He just made mention. We haven't seen a boundary for a long time. Short of a length, pulled down the googly. He got inside of it, opened it up, and he clapped it, slapped it to mid wicket for 4. Not giving the fieldsman any chance whatsoever. They seem to be doing wrong. 4 more runs. That's 93 now for the loss of 4. A welcome boundary as far as Dominica is concerned, and ease the pressure of not getting a boundary for the longest while. But 4 welcome runs. Katoy in. Back he goes and slaps this one. They're going to have 1. I believe they look for second one. They do. Short of a length again outside the off stump, and he went across with it, followed the turn and slapped it
95.
down to deep backwards square. That's end of over number 24. 95 for 2. Dominica basically at this point in time cruising.
Definitely. And how well they would have played. Yes, they would have really done their homework. They came out with a plan, and we could see that they put their plan into motion. They're calculating it very nicely. They realize that they are in front. All they have to do is continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yes, and if we want to be honest with ourselves, because of what transpired in innings, we have been calling for one of the seamers, either Brown or Bascom, to come back. Spin is just not working it. Yes, they are keeping things tight, but not tight enough. And the seamers they won most likely based on the facts. They took 7 of the wickets, and maybe why not try one of the seamers?
Yeah, and the thing about it now, the ball is about 23 overs old now, Gunny. 24 overs old, and surely one of the seamers might be able to do something with the old ball that will effect a breakthrough one way or the other.
Yeah, we saw it with Lewis. At one time, he just decided to try to bounce out the Vincent batsman, and he did get a lot of lift and turn bowling from this to another end. But they're out in the middle. They are making their decisions. We can only say it as we see it from a standpoint. But Darren Graves replaces Denbar, who's gone 8 overs. Now Graves going to try his hand there from the northern end. Oh my goodness, almost with a false shot there. First one we see Benjamin, maybe looking for turn that was not existent, hit the leading edge full out, but not far enough to straightish extra cover. He got away with it, fortunate. Graves in, but outside the off stump, faster, flatter, and through to the keeper. We see 2 very interesting deliveries so far from Darren Graves.
Yes.
95 for the loss of 2 into over number 25. Graves to Benjamin. Benjamin on top of this one here, and he defended quite nicely. Is he trying to see what he has to offer? We are not sure. As Graves 3-4 steps in, outside the off stump, guided it out the backward point. 4 deliveries, no run, 95 for the loss of 2 into over number 25.
St. Vincent badly needed some wickets here, Gunny.
Graves.
Keeping it tight is good, but you definitely need some wickets.
Graves in. Benjamin forward defensive. Right on target. Not giving him any room whatsoever. And Graves has come on and is attempting to put on the pressure, as he has done so far with 5 deliveries. In. Benjamin swings this one away after 5 very good deliveries, losing his line, and Benjamin picked it up nicely from outside the leg stump and caught it to the square like boundary for 4. 99 for loss of 2, and the last delivery spoiled is a very good over.
Yes, definitely. He pulled that one down a bit short, went to leg, and allowing Benjamin to pull him to the backward square leg boundary. But apart from that delivery, he had bowled a very good over.
99 for 2 now. They need 84. 84 to get here in 25 overs. It's gettable.
I don't know if you're a betting man, but I don't know where your money is. And
Well, unfortunately, my trousers doesn't have any pockets.
well, we are seeing it live before our eyes, and if we are calculating it right, yes, Dominica is in the driver's seat, and St. Vincent have to definitely work hard.
Katoy continuing from the southern end in. Back goes Hodge and forces it down to deep extra cover. They're going to have 1. They're going to run hard for the 2, and there they come. The return is in. 2 more runs to Hodge as Dominica 100 comes up. 101 for 2. The 100 come up. We'll check the scores in the time, but it's 25.1 overs. 101 for 2.
101 for 2.
After 25.1 overs. Katoy to bowl to Hodge. That one's flighted wide outside the off stump, through to the keeper. No addition to the total. 101 for 2 Dominica. In. Back goes Hodge and it's carted this one over deep cow corner for a maximum short of a length. The goalie into him. He opened up and clouted it over cow corner area for a maximum, and it's now 108 for 2, and has St. Vincent chance given up?
Well, you said it, the change will either bring runs or wicket, and we would have seen now that this is what is happening.
Katoy into Hodge. Hodge tickled this one out on the onside to mid-wicket fielder by Pope, and there is no run. 108 for 2. This thing about leg spin bowling, you either get wickets on the spot or you go for plenty. Katoy trying his best. I know the young man. He's trying his best to Hodge. Hodge goes back and forces it out, and a single ensues to the as Katoy tried to stop that. Didn't. Another single ensues. So with the maximum and the boundary a while ago, it has lifted the run rate 109 for 2. 109 for 2, and Dominica suddenly stepping up the run rate, so to speak, as the 50-run partnership came with that maximum that went a while ago, and they were really responding for Dominica. Outside the leg stump, and he pulled that one straight to the fielder. It's the end of over number 26. 109 for 2. Dominica has gone past a average 4.02 per over, and certainly well in line to try and win this game.
Yes, the over's just going past the halfway mark, and Dominica already over the 100. Just a matter of getting another 74 more runs, and should be well on their way to gaining what would be a very, very good victory here. They really would have put in some good performances, and we've seen a very good partnership building up between skipper Benjamin and Hodge, giving full support.
And my understanding is St. Lucia seemingly on top in the game at Sign Hill, having to get 141 for win. The last I heard, they were 96 for 4. So seemingly on top there at the Sign Hill playing field, as we see Graves back here at Cumberland into bowl to Hodge, and Hunt clips this one away, and it's misfielded there by skipper Ambrose. Maybe the pressure is telling them at 110 now. 110 for 2 over number 27. 23 overs remaining. 23.5 overs remaining to get 72. And it should be a walk in the park.
While the Saints are marching on at Annisville here at Cumberland, Saints is fighting hard. They still haven't started marching as yet. St. Vincent's behind.
To avoid the seller position.
The fighting trying to make a comeback here, but they're way out in handing on the baton, Gunny.
Graves to Benjamin. Benjamin forward defensive, rolls this one out to deep backward point, and no run. 110 for the loss of 2, 110 for 2, and Graves will continue from the northern end. Graves in, back goes Benjamin and hits that one away. It's going close to the boundary. They have 1. They're going to settle for 2. The return comes in from Dean Brown. 2 runs there to Benjamin. As Dominica rolls up to 113. 113 for the loss of 2. Needing 69 more runs as Graves right arm rollers or off spinners, whatever you want to call it, into Benjamin. Benjamin forward defense with a full face of the bat, push it out to Ambrose at straightish extra cover, and there's no run. 130. Benjamin and 29, 113 for 2. They're close to each other. In. Back he goes and look to guide that one. There's a stifled appeal here by the wicketkeeper Taylor and Harry. Umpire Green has nothing to do with that. As Benjamin settles again once more to face Darren Graves. Back he goes and hits this one. This must be a maximum. It has gone short of a length. Back he went and hit it 2020 style into the perimeter fencing towards the roadside here at Cumberland for a big 6, and certainly the wheels seem to be coming off here for St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Yeah, there was no real effort in that delivery. It was short, gives the batsman enough time to go back and pull high and hard for a maximum. St. Vincent really looking dejected, looking flat, wondering what to do. Arms akimbo, players walking with their heads down. They definitely need some adrenaline. Where they're going to find it, Connie, I don't know. Maybe they need to have a soak in the sea nearby.
Your description is exactly what we're saying, but certainly I still believe an error has been made with all these spinners. 7 wickets to the seamers. Why not decide to follow the pattern? Most of from this another end, where some bounce on that side of the pitch, but the skipper is seeing it the other way, and Qatar will continue. I thought he also bowled Denbar for a bit too long. Should have looked for three spell, 4 overs, 5 overs, and pull him out 3 and hold back, that type of thing. But it's not a big total to defend. And
the fact that these batters have been settling in, he should definitely make the change quite a long time and see what it would have bring with a pace and a seam, as we keep saying, might have done the trick for them.
119 for 2, Qatar in. And here he is pushing this one out to long on. If they really run hard, they would have gotten 2 there. But they decide they're on target. They're not going to rush. They're going to lose excess energy. And Hodge goes up to 29. And Benjamin, who's on 35, 36 thereabout, has 120.
Both batters looking quite comfortably indeed.
62 more to get to, from 22 overs. It's really a walk in the park here for Dominica. As Qatar into Benjamin. Back he goes and swings this one away down to deep square leg for a single. 121 for the loss of 2, and the run rate suddenly is increased significantly.
Question is asked, do we have any bowlers that can dismiss any of these batsmen now?
Yes, they do. In. Clips this one away, and then misfielded there. That's symptomatic of what is happening out there. He clips this one away. A bad effort there on the part of and they're going to run for 4. Well,
I haven't seen this in a long time. 4 runs here by the Dominican pair of Captain Benjamin and Hodge. There's a delivery that was pitched on the legs of Hodge. He turns it very neatly. It was straight to the man at short fine leg. Dylan Douglas, who misfielded. A very bad miss indeed. Backward square, have to chase. He picked it up just inches within the boundary, and the batsman was able to run 4.
Here it is, driving Out to extra cover, but fielded by Ambrose, no run. That makes
Indeed,
the
a
total
sign.
121. 126?
So now 123.
As
123 for 2.
outside the off stump, and he forces one down to deep extra cover. Another single ensues to Hodge. We'll get the individual scores for you in a little while.
134, Benjamin and 34.
130 what?
124.
124 for 2.
134, Benjamin and 34.
Both of them on 34. 124.
Yeah.
So it's 48 more runs, 58 more runs to the good with 22 overs remaining. Outside the leg stump, and he tugs this one around long to his 35th run. That's Benjamin. 125 at the end of that over. 125 for 2. 28 overs, 22 remaining. Dominica needs 57 to win. And I said earlier, it's a walk in the park. The body language of the Vincentian team doesn't suggest that they really want to put up a fight.
Yeah, and it's really time for a change. It's time to have Katoy off the bowling. We really should have a change coming in from that end. And another seamer maybe should come in and try and see if they can break this partnership. But be that as it may, Dominica is well set. These two batters are well set. And there's no way they're going to look like they're going to give away the wicket.
And they're going at 4.5, which is way above the asking rate. And certainly, one of the seamers definitely should return and give them a 3-over spell each way and see if you can make a breakthrough and try to deliver some dot balls and put some pressure back on the Dominican effort.
The Dominicans are all good at batting spin, and it will really be nice to see a quicker bowler coming in just to change things a bit.
A slight hold up in play here. We're not too sure what has happened. Both umpires are there. Bascom seems to be coming into the attack because he's there speaking with Ambrose at this end. So we'll see what happens. The emergency fieldsman for Dominica is going out there. Maybe they're asking for water, dry off the face because it's fairly warm.
Yes.
Maybe all of that, and with the helmet that creates heat, they have taken it off and maybe dry their heads. So all that a slight hold up, but they're going back to their various creases. 1 and 35, or both batsmen I think are 35.
Yes.
And it's 125.
125 for 2.
125 for 2 from 28 overs, so 22 overs remaining in terms of getting 57 runs. Clearly, without any shadow of a doubt, it really should be a walk in the park for Dominica.
Yeah, and it's only fair that these two batters take a break and get a little drink. It's pretty humid out there, and as you see, with the helmets on. And I see now that they would have sent for their helmet, take the opportunity to get a little drink, a little cool down. So the debutant, Bascom, hoping to make a name for himself in the senior team. Would he be the one to do the trick? The magic fingers here, Gunny.
Well, at least he's been given the option to try. And let's hope that he will try. And from his vantage point, where he's come running into bowl, he'll be hoping to effect a breakthrough. But there's some subtle field placings here by Ambrose. The third man is coming straighter.
There's no slip.
No slip. Backward points. Straight extra cover. Made off. Bascom in. Outside the leg stump, and it is a wide. It's taking so long to make their decisions. That one is wide. You can stay in Kingston and see it. It is a wide.
Pushes the total up to 126.
126 for the loss of 2 into over number 29. But that one from Bascom a bit outside the legs of Benjamin and easily called a wide. But it's taking a very long time before we saw the hands go out horizontally. As Bascom in, re-space it in. This one on the leg stump and clipped away by Benjamin. They're hustling for one. They're looking for a second, but there's no misfield. The return comes in. And he goes up to 36 at 131. 127 for the loss of 2.
Bascom didn't have a bad opening spell, Gunny. It's interesting to see how he would, in his second spell with the ball being a bit older, what he can do with the older ball.
I thought he might have been tempted to give him 4 overs to see what he does. Maybe Dean Brown another 4. Hold him for middle spell, which is about 3 each, somewhere around there. and see how it goes. But he opted for spin, and the spin has not really done the trick. As against Dominican seamers, who had 7 wickets.
Yes, this game is a thinking game. You have to have your head on.
This one outside the off stump and pushes it out. They're looking for a quick single. Katoy was in very, very quickly and asked them to return to their creases, which they did. Total remains 127. 127 for 2. Dominica really on the road to success and ended in 3rd position rather than being in the cellar position. As they still a long way to go, 55 runs, anything can happen, but clearly the markers are there for Dominican victory. Bascom, right arm fast medium from this to northern end. Driven high, driven hard. Gonna get some runs there. 1, 2, I believe they can get a third if they do run hard. And they do. 3 runs there to Hodge. And he goes up to 39, 130. 130 now for the loss of
52 more
52 needed from 21.3 overs.
Yes.
So as I said, really a walk in the park. Dominica really pointing, positioning themselves whereby they ought to end in 3rd position, while St. Vincent Grenadines, you're not seeing that intensity out there to try and really bowl a lot of balls, put them under pressure, so that you will pull yourselves back up and make it a very close finish. In other words, they are really opening up, and the 2 batsmen are really set.
But it seems like the captain has given up. I see Maloney is doing the talking on the field, setting the field.
And he lifts this one beautifully wide off mid-wicket. They're going to get 2 more runs on the legs there of Benjamin, who clips it over shortish mid-wicket. That's the big man, Pope, to deep mid-wicket, and they got 2 more runs. 132 now. 132 is 50 to get 21.2 overs. Dominica really coasting along.
Coasting along. And Benjamin, the captain, is ensuring that he steers the ship home safely into the harbour.
As I told you, he's a very resolute individual. I'm very impressed with him. Bascom in, and he slaps that one to the right of Ambrose there at extra cover. He made a very good stop and avoided another single, but it's a very good stop. Good punch there by Benjamin, leading the charge here as a skipper for his home country, Dominica. 132 for the loss of 2 into over number 29. 132 for the over number 29. As Bascom, the right hand
reminds you of the one countryman from Dominica, Irvin Shillingford, Stubborn.
Yes, may he rest in peace. In goes Bascom. And they're striking him on the pad, clearly outside the leg stump. At the end of the over, 132 for 2 after 29. And Dominica right and song towards winning this game. And maybe if they continue like this, will win it quite convincingly.
Yes, and I mean, as we analyze this game, Gunny, we definitely see where the Vincentian, if they do go on to lose this game, which they are behind as we know, but if they do go on to lose this game, they will see that the mistake came from not making the change early up that we've been seeing all along.
Yes, and Denver bowled a bit too long. And I think one seamer should have been back in long time when the ball is firmer, harder ball. But be that as it may, sometimes you make decisions and they work, sometimes they don't. Katoy, I believe, honestly, after 2 overs, should have been pulled out of the attack. He went for a bit and try and squeeze every run out of the Dominicans. But the skipper is out there. He has made a decision. We're going to live with it. And who is going to come onto the bowl on the bottom end now? Is it Katoy still?
No, that's the left arm, Fredericks.
That's Fredericks. Fredericks is returning. He didn't have a bad spell either at the start. Fredericks in to Hodge. Hodge goes back and forces it out. Out on the onside, seemed to have hit the inner portion of the bat. Total remains 132 for 2 over number 30. Over number 30. In. Forward defensive. He runs this one out on the offside. Fielded by Bascom, and there's no run. 132 for 2. Dominica trying to get 182 for victory. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers there in Dominica. The team is well on course here towards winning 3rd position. This one to Hodge. Hodge forces the one down to deep extra cover. And there's 1 run. 133 for 2. 133 for 2. It's over number 30. Over number 30.
Yeah, over number 30. I would not have been using a slip at this point in time, Gunny.
Frederick in. And this one swung away.
Ball is soft.
Ball is soft. Down to long on. Another single to Benjamin. And he's really taking the fight to the Vincentian bowlers. Ably assisted by Hodge. Both of them, Hodge with his experience and Benjamin with his own level of leadership. And he's level-headed. As I said, I really like the individual. Back goes Hodge, who pulls this one away into the cow corner area. The man from the mid-wicket runs around very quickly. Another single ensues. 134 now. 135 for the loss of 2. 135 for 2. 47 needed for a victory for Dominica.
41 to Benjamin.
41 to Benjamin. And
35
to
39.
Driven beautifully
39
to the boundary for 4. Flighty delivery from Fredericks. And Benjamin waited on this one and slapped it past extra
45.
cover. He moves on to 45. Is 140 for the loss of 2. And clearly Dominica well on the way towards recording a victory and will end in 3rd position. Home team St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be in the 7th position.
St. Vincent shoulders looking droop now.
20 overs to get what?
Really up against it here as
42
Dominica
runs.
continue to put on the pressure.
And the scoring rate started to escalate from the 20th over. There was 4 in that over, then there was 5, there was 6, there was 9, there was 4, there was 10, there was 10, 6, and they just kept going. And the run rate is really and truly almost at 5 and over now, almost. So clearly they should end up with a comfortable victory.
Yes, kudos to these two batters. Very rare they would have not scored in an over. And they have took their time, they planned out their strategy well, and they have batted sensibly. Sensible batting, shot selection was on par.
Bascom in. And here he guides this one down to 3rd man. That's Hodge. And it's 141 now. 141 for the loss of 2. Hodge goes up to 40.
40.
And Benjamin on 45, I think it is. I think I'm right in saying
45,
that.
yeah.
45. So Bascom
140 to 2.
from this and other end, the debutant for St. Vincent and Grenadines. And Graves, he is into his 2nd game. So it's
Benjamin and 45.
45. Bascom in. And forward defensive in the approved fashion and total confidence. He walked into that and they defended it quite nicely. And life is really easy here as far as the Dominicans are concerned. There must be sense in victory. And Tantimol with the umbrella and the parasol and all the other things. We are looking for her as Dominica seemingly looking to coast in towards victory here.
It's not easy. It's not over until it's over.
Until the fat lady sings, but I haven't seen any fat lady around here. As Bascom in. This one, looking to clip this one on the onside. I believe it struck his pad. And we're waiting the umpire. It is a leg by.
Leg by. Score pushes on nonetheless.
142 now for the loss of 2. As the field changes around. And we need to get an update from Sion Hill because for last count, St. Lucia were right on target in terms of looking for a victory towards winning the tournament. Well, we've just been told that Dominica's already won, and St. Lucia has won the game. We've just been told St. Lucia has won the game and they are the champions. Grenada ended up in 2nd position, dethroning Grenada. And with the way it's going here, it seems Dominica will end up in 3rd and St. Vincent Grenadines 4th. That's what it's looking like. Bascom into Hodge. Very good delivery this time. Right on target. Good line, middle stump. He can only defend. And we need much more of this earlier if they will keep St. Vincent Grenadines in contention.
Gunny, I'm really impressed with the young debutant so far. He has bowled an impeccable line. He's trying, he's young, he's new, he's raw. And I guess with some more coaching, some more guidance, and playing of more cricket, he has to play a lot of more cricket so that he could develop his art.
Art of fast bowling. Bascom in. Driven. Oh my goodness, he's dropped his own catch. That one was driven back to him, and during his follow through, he put his hands there, struck his hands, unfortunately, it did not stick. And he has lost out on an opportunity to gain his first wicket at the senior level. And Hutt survives.
Yes, a very tough chance, difficult chance for him, actually. Doesn't look like he was even looking for it. Just couldn't get out of the way the ball came back. Like a bullet, hit him on his wrist.
143 for the loss of 2. Bascom in. Another good delivery right into that good area. Good area. End of a very good over there by Bascom. 143 for the loss of 2 after 31.
What's all the balls? 5th? Solomon bowled 5 overs.
19 overs to get 39 runs.
Yeah, 141. Yeah.
Who knows? No, 39. It's 181 they got. This is 143.
Okay, right. 39.
Yeah, the thing about it is that had we seen a bit more of Bascom earlier along with Dean Brown, who knows what may have happened? Who knows?
Exactly.
So Frederick to bowl to John Benjamin at 45. Benjamin from the southern end in. Benjamin is forward defensive, no run. 145 for the loss. 143 for the loss of 2 over number 32. And Dominica definitely coasting here, coasting down to victory. Benjamin really leading the charge here for his team. He's a skipper. He's playing that skipper in. Driven nicely out to long on. Another single. He goes up to 46.
It looks funny like the St. Vincent is just going through the motions now. It's just a matter of waiting until the bell rings and the Dominican hit the winning run for them to come off. Seems like they have already given up. There is no strategy being employed by the skipper. I'm not seeing no pressure being put on the batsman.
Back goes Hodge and forces this one down to deep mid wicket. Another single is 145 now for the loss of 2. And seemingly the way things are going, the Dominica could very well end up at an 8-wicket victory. A comprehensive win if they end up like this, though, the way things are going.
Yes, there is no threat of them losing any further wickets right about now. They're taking the runs as they come, and the odd boundary is coming along. So they're well set to take this victory here away from St. Vincent.
146 now for the loss of 2. 146 for 2. Over number 32. And since the introduction of the 2 fresh bowlers, the scoring has eased a bit. Frederick in, driven again. They're just pushing it around and collecting the singles quite comfortably. And this one pushed down to long on. Another single as it rolls closer and closer to his 147, closer and closer to their victory target. Frederick in to Benjamin. Benjamin ball seemed to have struck the toe of the bat and bubbled around the stump. It's the end of the over. 147 for 2. 32 overs gone.
So St. Vincent looking for that 3rd wicket and is yet to show any sign that they're going to get a breakthrough. Dominica with Captain Benjamin and Hodge at the wicket have been doing a fantastic job in seeing the team overhaul this total of 182. I think 181 was a good fight in total, nonetheless that they didn't get to the 200 mark, but as we say, some strategies that were employed there by the skipper did not work, and whether it's too late to turn back now, as the song says, I don't know.
I don't think there's no turning back now. The dancing cast, the cat is out of the stable as Bascom trained. It's going to lift it high.
Maximum.
It's going for a maximum. exuding confidence. Kevin Hodge lifted that one over long on for 6. A maximum, a really, really powerful shot indeed. Brings up the 100 partnership.
Very important.
He's very close to 50. Isn't he 50? Just so, yeah, really wonderful shot.
48.
He's on 48. And it's 130, 153. 29 more needed a victory. Bascom in. And he works this one out on the onside. Another single, 154 for the loss of 2 over number 33.
It's 49 or 51 delivery.
49 to Hodge and Benjamin
47.
and 47. So both of them looking to score a half century here and a deserved half century. Well batted if they get there.
Yes, both batsmen have batted very well indeed.
And the 100-run partnership is actually
making a 100-run partnership is very commendable.
Very commendable between
of course.
both batsmen, Benjamin and Hodge, and ensuring that Dominica does not end up in the fourth position. So Bascom, we're continuing from this northern end to bowl to Benjamin, the Dominican captain, resolute innings. This one, full face of the bat along the ground, another single, 155 I think it is.
Yeah, 155.
155 for the loss of 2 as Benjamin goes up to 153. Benjamin gone up to what, 48 thereabout.
48 is Benjamin.
And certainly
Hodge won.
the wheels has come off a long time ago because the body language didn't suggest that intensity out there from the Vincentian fielders. Bascom to bowl to Hodge. Hodge guides this one out to Kotoy at square cover point, and there is no run. But certainly Dominica has been the better team on this given day.
Yeah, I think St. Vincent definitely would have been outplayed. The first 2 wickets going down for Dominica. We see a good start by Pascal and his other opening partner. And then after that, these other two came in, Benjamin and Hodge, have really steered Dominica on course. No turning back. They continue to bat very solidly indeed.
Bascom to bowl to Hodge. Outside the off stump and the wide. Everything is done belatedly and slow here. Outside the off stump, wide. And we had to wait for a couple of seconds before that wide was signal. Another single to the total 154 for the loss of 228 needed from after the 17 overs. Masters Cricket, Sylvanus, you will get these 17 runs, 28 runs.
Definitely. There's no need to falter here at this stage of the game, Dominica.
Bascom in, clips this one away. And that's, I think, it's his 50.
Yeah.
I think that's his
50. Well played.
Yes, well played. 50 there from Kevin Hodge, guiding the ship along with Jan Benjamin as the over ends at 155 now for the loss of 2. 27 needed from 17 overs.
Yes, the contrast that we are seeing here is that these two batters batted well. They have not done anything rash. So they continue to ensure that they bring home this victory for Dominica.
Now the left-hander Benjamin faces Bascom. He clips this one away nicely out on the leg side. Another single ensues. It's the end of the over, 156 for 2 after 33.
Yes, Dominica continue to pile on the pressure here on St. Vincent. And there is no pressure on Dominica. They are going along very easily now. We are seeing that the two batsmen looking very comfortably and they're playing their shots. They have demonstrated what batting is all about, picking up the singles, rotating the strike, making use of the bad deliveries, getting the odd boundaries. And this have been the hallmark of their batting and the innings for Dominica.
Commendations are due to Hodge and Benjamin as they came in with St. Vincent looking to claw their way back into the game, having lost 2 quick wickets. Pascal for 27, Pascal 27, 17 to Theophile at 49 and 50. St. Vincent got a sniff as they was getting into the middle order of the Dominican batting lineup. But these two put their heads down and have batted resolutely with determination, with energy, with the intensity, trying to get 182 to victory, trying their best so Dominica would not ended up in the fourth position. And so far they have been very successful with a partnership of 106. Commendable.
Commendable indeed, as we see now strike bowler for St. Vincent. Denbar is coming back to bowl from the southern end.
Denbar in. And here is Benjamin looking to guide that one between slip and go down to third man, and mistaken cleaning by wicketkeeper Harry. 156 for 2.
If we should have a fall of 2 quick wickets, if it will make any change to this match.
And here is Benjamin out on the offside, and Douglas ran in very quickly, and this total remains 156 for 2. I think it's too little too late. That's my humble opinion. Denbar in. Back he goes and forces it away, and that's his half century. That's Benjamin's his half century. Honestly, these two have worked very, very well indeed for their team.
Of 63.
As 157.
157
for 2, and Benjamin with his half century joining Hodge. And these two has really piloted Dominica to the position, in a commanding position here. And it's a question now of putting the icing on the cake, securing victory for Dominica. Then, as I said, too little, too late. Thought he bowled too many overs in one spell, based on the fact of how things were going. And maybe the same. Where's Dane Brown?
He's out of the picture, strangely enough.
As Denbar, he will be bowling now to Hodge on 51 and 50 to Hodge. And he lifts this one into the cow corner area, bang onto the wall. A maximum there from Hodge, and Hodge looking to finish this in style.
Definitely. He's now opening up his arms, and that is the right attitude. You ensure that your team is close to victory before you foot in, so to speak.
This one has gone a long, long way over the fence and into some bushes outside in the,
I think
the outside the perimeter fencing.
That's lost.
That's a lost ball, but certainly is a good hit there from Hodge. He goes up now to 56.
56 or 54.
56 off 54 deliveries, 163. 163 for 2, 19 to the good. And it's all over as far I am concerned by the shouting. There are too many overs remaining for Dominica not to win this game. And I do not think they'll go loco trying to get these 19 runs. Bat properly, both of them seemingly looking to come with a not out and enhance the averages in this tournament.
But the thing about it too, sports needs support. Yes, we have realized in recent times cricket has not been able to attract the crowds. And even if you're playing in the rural areas where you expect there will be a lot of people, I mean, there are people who still love the cricket, but we have not seen that following for cricket, particularly for the Vincentian team, and you wonder why. Have there been more persons here, as in the days of yore, where you're shouting out at the player? Would that be inspiring to the Vincentians? Maybe
motivation.
Lack motivation.
Then back in, clips this one away. Just a single there today, and to Hodge goes up to 57, 164 for the loss of 2, 18 more runs to the good, and certainly
I think this is where the Vincentians need to lift the games, even when they're under the gun. You're not seeing that in this innings where they're bowling and then they're fielding. They have made some mistakes along the way, and they was not able to recover from there on.
Well, the thing of it, there's a lot of other competing things around the country, so maybe that also help in terms of the reduction of persons looking at cricket. This one from Benjamin, back he goes, a faster, flatter the trajectory, out to deep mid wicket, a single. He's up to 51. It's 164 for the loss of 2 at the end of that over. Yes, 164 for 2 at the end of that over. So Dominica needing 18 from 16 deliveries. 18 from 16 overs. clearly it's just a matter of time before Dominica will register this victory. And one of the not too nice things, it's a beaten at home.
Yes, and that could be very heartbreaking. You know, you're at home, you should be having the advantage to really, in these conditions, do your best. But for some reason or the other, have a strong team on paper, players who know each other and would have played a long time, and why is it that they're not getting the formula right?
The thing about it is cricket is played on a given day. Not by names.
I agree. 100%.
Dylan Douglas in, and Benjamin nonchalantly just pushes this one out to Ambrose, and there is no run. 164 for 2, as I said, 18 needed from 16 overs, 96 deliveries. Wow, comprehensive victory. Looking this one outside the off stump, wide, looking to slash that one through the offside, missed, not taken cleanly by Harry. And the St. Vincent teams, you can see the clear dejection out there, the body language. Long time didn't suggest that they're really into this game. Douglas in, outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, and taken cleanly by Harry, and there is no run. 164 for 2 into over number 35.
Douglas seems to be getting some purchase.
And at this stage, the Vincent team are 143 for 6 after 35. Yeah. And they are 164 for 2 after 34. Back goes Benjamin and forces it out down to deep cover. Another single. He goes up to 52, and it's 165 now. 165 for 2, 17 needed by Dominica in terms of carving out a comfortable victory here at the Cumberland playing field on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And there is no need to make this 50 over game into a 2020, even though they're inching closer and they just have a few runs to go.
Yeah, just to tap it around and get the victory. Douglas in, outside the leg stump. That must be a wide. Umpire waited a long time before he signaled it, but it's a wide. 166 for the loss of 2. That delivery from even from the umpire's mark. You look at Dylan Douglas clearly. That's delivered from way behind the crease. Goes closer in. And here is Hodge tickling this one out on allow this one to come onto him and tickle it out on the onside. A single ensues. 168 for the loss of 2. 168 for 2. The game is winding down here with Dominica pointing their way to convincing a comfortable victory here. St. Vincent Grenadines lost the plot a long time ago.
Very much so.
And Benjamin on top of it, and there is no run.
Really have not seen a fighting spirit from St. Vincent in this match.
Barring that partnership between Ambrose and Pope.
And then Katoy.
Well, the others didn't really last that long. It was really Katoy alone, because after the two of them got out very quickly within runs of each other. But once that had happened, we know what transpired, because you had Graves for 3, Douglas for 8, Denbar for 9, those in the middle there. That is why I believe they all collapsed.
Yes, and I find that the Vincentian bowling attack lack penetration. I've not seen any real aggression from our bowlers. I've not seen anything to really worry the batsman from our seamers. Apart from Denbar.
And here it is. Hodge defended it, and there is no run. 167, am I right?
168.
168 for the loss of 2. 14 more needed, 15 overs, as it's all over batter shouting. And he clips this one out, and they're doing the correct thing. Work it around, collect the singles, and lower the score, and suddenly Dominica gets closer and closer to victory.
Good afternoon to my friend TK, Thomas Kentish. DA.
I must echo that sentiment. Thomas Kentish, good afternoon to you, and all my other friends, Job Faustin, Ozzy Lewis, all my good friends there in Dominica. Good afternoon to you all. I know your team is soaring on here to victory. Look at Sebastian and all the others. In goes Denbar, and swept away quite nicely by Benjamin, straight to the field at mid-wicket. at square leg, and there is no run. 169 for the loss of 2 into over number 36. That's some great times in Dominica, my brother. Really wonderful treatment and hospitality from the Dominican public.
Nature Island.
In. Back on the guided, really, this is a depth shot outside the off stump, and he really and truly just guided it down to the boundary. And it's is it 4 runs?
4 runs.
Yes, it is 4 runs. He allowed that one to come on and just guided it past first slip late. Really delicate shot indeed to the boundary for 4 as Benjamin goes on to 58, 173 now for the loss of 2 over number 36.
59 to Hodge.
59 to Hodge. And he's sweeping again.
60 for him now.
And it's, what is it? A boundary, another boundary. Because as I said, I cannot really see 2 boundaries there on his legs, and he clipped this one away. Down back with a square for another Bronx, another boundary. 177 now for the loss of 2. 177 for 2. Dominica needing 5 more runs for victory. And to our good friends in Dominica, congratulations to you all. It isn't quite over yet, 5 runs to get. But it'll take more than a miracle to save St. Vincent in this game here. 5 runs to get as Denbar been struck for 2 boundaries in the 2 previous deliveries to Benjamin. Benjamin slings this one away, 4 more runs outside the off stump, and he clapped it over third man for another 4.
Reverse.
A reverse sweep. Was blocked by not seeing properly.
181.
181. 3 boundaries to 3 boundaries there to my good friend Benjamin. And he goes up now 64. To how many? So Benjamin at 64 and Hodge on 50 what? Hodge on how many?
56. 58. 58. 59? Hodge on 59.
Total is 100 and what? 181?
181,
right?
just 1 more.
1 more run needed for victory. 1 more run needed to victory into the 37th over, and it's really and truly a matter of how many more balls will be bowled in this game. Whether it's 1 or 2, we are not sure. But Dominica will be completing a comprehensive win here, and deservedly to win as Dylan Douglas, 181 for 2 and 36 overs. Dylan Douglas in, he did not bowl. And at this stage, in the Vincentian innings, they were 148 for 6. They are 181 for 2.
The Vincentian would have been bowled out at 45 overs. This is just 39th over.
Outside the off stump, flight to delivery there. And Hodge looking to guide that one for his. He's on 59 and 64 to Benjamin. And I believe Hodge will hit the winning run. Douglas in. He goes back and hit this one to the boundary. Has it reached? Yes, it has reached. Yes.
Yes, that's the winning run there coming for Dominica.
It definitely has reached. There's a winning run there by Dominic from Hodge. He goes up to 63. $185 for 2 of 36.2 overs. Dominica running out. Very comfortable winners here in the 3rd place playoff game due to a magnificent 3rd wicket partnership of 135 between skipper John Benjamin and the experienced Kavem Hodge, 63, Benjamin 64. Both of them not out. Dominica 185 for 2. Responding to St. Vincent 181 all out, but a comprehensive victory here for Dominica.
Yes, well played to the Dominican lads. They came and they actually won the toss. That was their first victory, and they insulted the Vincentians. They batted and scored 181, and then in reply, Dominica replying very soundly, losing only 2 wickets. To overhaul the Vincentian total, scoring 185 for 2. We now give you a rundown of the batting for Dominica. Tyron Teofield, he went for 17. Stefan Pascal, 27. Kevin Hodge, 63, not out. Jean Benjamin, the captain, 64, not out. Extras were 14. Dominica, replying to St. Vincent, 181, but all out. Dominica scored 185 for 2. Bowling for St. Vincent, Dean Brown, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, no wicket. Solomon Bascom, 6 overs, the debutant, 1 maiden, 24 runs, no wicket. Rashid Frederick, 9 overs, no maiden, 37 runs, no wicket. Kenneth Denbar, 10 overs, no maidens, 51 runs. He was the pick of the bowlers. He got 2 wickets. Kiran Katoy, 4 overs, no maiden, 30 runs, no wicket. Darren Graves, he bowled 2 overs for 13 runs, no wickets. And Dylan Douglas, 1.2 overs, 7 runs, no wicket. Teofield. So here it is at the Cumberland cricket ground. Dominica winning convincingly, losing 2 wickets in reply to St. Vincent, 181 all out of 45 overs. And Gunny, we would have seen an interesting day's play of cricket. Tough luck to St. Vincent, good luck to Dominica. They came and they fought magnificently, both in the bowling and in the batting.
Dominica were the far superior team in this game, because one could have seen the intensity from the Dominicans, recognizes not for the first play we're playing for, but we do not want to end in the 4th position, the seller position. And could see from ball 1, they were there. If you remember that very first over from Lewis, despite a drop catch, they still went on fighting and fighting. You can see from the inception, we came here to win this game, and they fought manfully. Yes, there was a stubborn partnership between Ambrose and Pope that could have created a little problem for them, but the moment they got Ambrose out and then Pope out, they really turned the screws, and the Vincentian did not respond in the middle order and low order, and they eventually folded for 181. The use of the skipper uses bowlers very well indeed. He read the conditions well. The seamers came into their own. They got 7 wickets between the 3 of them, and Dominica were dismissed for 100. St. Vincent and the Grenadines were dismissed for 181. In reply, Dominica 185 for 2 with some good knocks there. Opening stand of 49 between Pascal and Teofield. Between both of them, they were dismissed within balls of each other, with Teofield going for 27. I think certainly he should have batted on a bit longer. He got 27 and Pascal got 17. And from thereafter, it was all Dominica, as Hodge and Jean Benjamin, the captain, who I'm very impressed with. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't really try to force his way into the Windwards team. But I was very impressed with him, to be very honest with you. He ended up really piloting his team to victory, along with the experience. Kevin Hodge, 164, the other one at 63 not out. And they put on a partnership of 135 and sealed the deal for Dominica, and certainly a richly rewarded victory for Dominica. Dominica, what I would say about them is that they need to improve their running between the wickets. That is a fact of life. We're seeing sometimes they take in one, they're jogging, rather than go for the jugular, go for the second one. The out cricket wasn't too bad, but there are little areas that they can improve on. But certainly they were the better team on this given day.
And how important, Gunny, it is to win the toss, because Dominica would have won the toss. You winning the toss this morning, what would you have done?
And try to exploit it again. 2, 3, 4 quick wickets and put the team batting second under pressure. And we saw that because the ball, there's some serious lateral movements early on because of that preparation moisture. It lasted for about an hour. The 3rd game I'm looking at here. And this is the trend of these pitches here. Early up, if you can bowl line, if you can bowl length to the lateral movement, you can give the opposition some problems. So I thought it was a good decision, and the bowlers responded.
Yes, and after that, all the moisture, Gunny, the wicket, your thoughts on the wicket?
The wicket played well after that. There's no 2 ways about it. St. Vincent could have put in a better effort in the field, but I think the nonchalant attitude towards 181 played right in the hands of Dominica. All credit to Benjamin and Hodge for carrying home this victory for Dominica. Congratulations to them all.
Right, so from here at the Cumberland's playing field, Dominica beating St. Vincent, scoring 185 for 2. Ending up in the 3rd position, St. Vincent playing at home in the cellar position. We send you back to Master Control and thank you for viewing.